get a good feel for how things are going to go. Ocala County in Florida, it's a toss-up. 2020, it was Biden plus 14. It's Harris 51, Trump 48. Are you?
Osceola, right? Osceola County.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Taylor County, Kentucky, Trump 77, Harris 21. In 2020, it was Trump 74.9, Biden 23.7. 6-point Trump swing.
Wow.
Trump 74.9, Biden 23.7. 6-point Trump swing.
Hey, so update. I think we're live on your channel right now.
We are live on my channel now. Very good. Very good.
So you want to introduce us and bring your audience on the team?
We had some technical difficulties, folks. For those of you watching on Return to Tradition, we got them worked out. So this is a live simulcast between this channel and all the stations of the cross. I mean, we're on not just on your YouTube, but where else?
We've got we've got Joe McLean's Catholic Take YouTube channel. We've also got the Station of the Cross Rumble channel. We've got the iCatholic Radio YouTube channel. We've got we're about to have the iCatholic Radio at iCatholic Radio on Twitter or X, which I am still having a couple issues with. I'm about to get that up and running. I believe we're on the Station of the Cross website where we usually live stream. And if there are any other sources, we have so many that I'm forgetting all the ones we have. I believe we're on the Station of the Cross Facebook page as well. So.
We are.
I would tell people that there are certain states you should be watching and not just the 7 swing states that everybody's been talking about. In the last 48 hours, it's been noted that Trump has a very real chance in New Mexico, New Hampshire, Virginia, and even Minnesota.
That's
and
crazy.
There are anecdotal reports out of blue states, major East Coast blue states that will remain unnamed at this time because it sounds so ridiculous to say them, but that he could win them. And if he does win, well, I'll say them, New York and New Jersey. I don't believe he's going to win them.
Can you imagine?
But if he wins those, it's over.
Can you just imagine the level of screaming that will happen if, in fact, New York goes red this election? I can't even fathom what that sounds like.
I can't fathom it. So I can imagine that they're going to have much closer margins.
Yeah. Well, Barack Obama was saying earlier on Twitter, hey guys, we can't have a winner just yet. We're going to need weeks to count all these ballots. Let's first let all the Republicans vote, and then don't you worry, we'll figure it out afterwards. I mean,
Orange County, Florida, Harris plus 17. In 2020, Biden plus 23.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Now, I've heard reports all day today of large turnout of male voters in places like Pennsylvania, places like New York, Arizona, New Hampshire. So that's a good sign, praise be to God, because women traditionally vote in much greater numbers than men do. So to have these reports, I think that's very important. Now, should we... Okay, so as of right now, what I'm seeing over on Google, Epic Times, the Daily Wire, I'm tracking several sites. They're all basically saying the same thing right now. Florida's going red. South Carolina looks like it's on the board going red. Kentucky, Indiana, Vermont, no surprise, going blue right now. It's still very early. We have a long night ahead of us of tracking the returns and all of this. But maybe we should cover some of the shenanigans stories, Dr. Stine.
Sure. There was a power outage of mysterious origin in Michigan and one in Pennsylvania. There was a alleged impropriety, we'll say, being very careful since where we are on YouTube and nobody wants to lose their channels, in Philadelphia and Detroit, and the RNC Integrity Project clamped down on that. Law enforcement came to those places. They've been deploying lawyers like crazy all day to places. In addition, there are extremely long lines in some places in Arizona and in other swing states, and Elon Musk is paying for buses to take people to other voting centers where that is allowed. For instance, in Arizona, you can just vote at any voting center that's in your county. So they're actually busing people around.
Yeah, buddy. Did you see that apparently he is allowed to offer $1 million in Pennsylvania? Yeah,
he's being sued now by people who didn't understand the rules.
That's a good time.
I'm like, you sign a petition upholding the Constitution, and then your name is put into a drawing. This isn't that hard to understand.
I was blown away. Fox News commentator John Roberts was talking about the Philadelphia County earlier today, and he was saying that Kamala Harris would need 700,000 voters in that one county alone in order to carry the state, because there's
Not gonna happen.
so many early voters in Pennsylvania that went for Trump. Biden in 2020, you know, the guy who got more votes than Barack Obama ever did, that guy only got like 600,000 votes total in Philadelphia County. So what are the chances Kamala Harris is going to come and surpass his record and get to 700,000? Probably not very good. So what does that say about Pennsylvania, one of the Keystone State, the key swing states in this election, carrying so many electoral votes tonight? There could very much be is it possible that Donald Trump is going to come in and actually win the popular vote? I think we've been saying now for the past several weeks, there's no way he's going to win this popular vote. He's going to win the Electoral College, but not the popular vote. He could do both tonight.
He could do both. I suspect he will. And the one thing to keep an eye on is the House, because there's a scheme there from Representative Raskin, who should just be reduced to being a voting member only of the House and booted out of the body if they can.
Yeah.
To not certify the election, no matter how much of a landslide he wins by. That's wrong on so many levels. But if you want an indication, my wife and I looked at this numbers this morning. In Oregon, as of last night, the deep blue counties, Multnomah County, Lane County, Washington County, and one more, I can't remember what the other one was, but the 4 big blue counties in Oregon, their ballot, they do 100% vote by mail. Their ballot return rate was at low to mid 40% as of last night. In the deep red counties, it was in the low to mid 60% range. I'm not saying Oregon's going to flip. The population is so skewed in terms of its density in that state, but that does show the trend line. Now, Oregon should have an asterisk next to it, because in Oregon, the progressives there have never seen an electoral reform they didn't like, no matter how stupid it was, and they apparently implemented ranked choice voting.
Really?
Oops. Yeah. Which could actually lead to Donald Trump not winning the popular vote in Oregon, but getting their electoral votes anyway. Because nobody knows how ranked choice voting really works, except for a bunch of people at Portland State University and the University of Portland.
That's interesting. You see Georgia just swung back blue. I mean, it's still very early. It's only 3% reporting at this point in Georgia, but 51% towards Kamala so far, 84,000
I didn't see that, but I
there.
mean, don't pay too much attention to exit polls. It's too early in the evening to pay attention to exit polls, except maybe specific details. And some exit poll takers are going to show you how untrustworthy they are when they report things like democracy is the #1 issue for voters. I mean, give me a break. Okay, nobody is saying that except for people who watch MSNBC. I mean, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. Amendment 4 in Florida is at 59%, with a lot of early vote in. No panhandle and election day not reported, but it's at 59%.
4?
Amendment 4.
That's terrible. No,
Yeah.
59% in favor of?
I believe so, yeah.
That's horrible. That's bad news.
Again, I ask where the life movement's been.
Well, remember,
I've got real beef with the fact that as soon as Dobbs came down, they didn't, start reorganizing for the state level battles in any meaningful way. And besides, we're talking about a problem here that is a spiritual problem.
Yeah.
That will only be solved with Catholics and Protestants too, working on evangelizing the culture, which for whatever reason we're allergic to.
but do remember the Panhandle's Central Time, so their polls don't close for another 45 minutes.
Oh, I know.
And that is the conservative base in Florida is in the Panhandle. So,
I know.
So there's still hope there. I'm unfortunately, I think it's going to stick the way it is, but I'm hopeful. And Anthony makes a very valid point. The life movement has been caught. They thought victory was victory and the war was done, and that was just the beginning, right? It was the first battle. So we don't want to give up on that fight, but I'm still hopeful that Florida may be tighter on that than what it's indicating now.
I wanted to, we're live in our Telegram group, the ACT Insiders. You got your own feed now, praise be to God. So, welcome to the team. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Dr. Anthony Stine from Return to Tradition. The ACT crew is here with Jake, and Mike Koniger is here Later, we're going to have lots of other guests. We're going to have Michael Hitchborn on the team. We're going to have Eric Sammons on the team. Rob Morrow, friend of Malachi Martin, is going to be here. We're going to have Sam McCarthy all the way from Ireland. He writes for the Washington Stand, a great trad Catholic guy. He's going to be on the team. Maybe Brent Haynes later this evening to give us some analysis. So it ought to be good. Praise be to God. If you have questions, you can leave them in the chat boxes of the streams, and hopefully we can field some of those. But what I thought we could do is maybe spitball a little bit how we see a road path, towards 270 electoral votes for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to share my desktop with the guys so they can see what I'm seeing. And let's try this out. Let's see how this works. Just want to make sure I got the right one. That's not the right one, but that's okay. So we'll go to the map version.
So Georgia exit poll shows 20-point swing among independents from 2020 to Trump's favor. 20 points in Georgia. I saw another one that said that black men are voting Trump 25% in Georgia.
Wow.
That is startling. That is startling.
That's not. I've been following that developing story for months. I'm not that surprised by it, to be honest with you.
Well, but again, Trump in 16 had 14% of the black male vote, if I remember right, roughly 14%. That's still a huge gain for him. I was just talking to my brother a little while ago and telling him I had watched a YouTube video where they basically said Trump was hip hop. He'd been unlawfully convicted of a crime. He'd been this, he'd been that. And I thought that was quite interesting.
So I'm going to set this up, and I'd be very curious what you guys have to think. So Alabama, definitely going to go red. Alaska is definitely going to go red. Arizona, what do you think?
Yes.
Yes, you're going to think it's going to go red. Arkansas, 100%. California, is California in play?
Blue.
I'm just teasing. I'm teasing.
Colorado will be blue.
Colorado
will probably be blue, although there's some interesting reports out of Colorado, too, that were this morning.
Connecticut, Delaware, D.C. are all blue.
Florida's going red. Hawaii, definitely blue.
Blue.
Idaho is red. Illinois is blue. Indiana's going red. Iowa is going red, right?
Red.
I mean, the shenanigans in the polls aside, Kansas is going red. Louisiana is going red.
Trump leads Florida by 7 points, while the Panhandle, it hasn't closed yet. Election day not reported. Many red areas not reporting this. So this is all early mail that he's up by 7.
The Panhandle's more conservative, isn't it?
Panhandle is the Panhandle may as well be Mississippi.
It's lower Alabama.
Now, which district in Maine? Is it Bangor?
It's the second congressional, whatever that one.
Second will go red. The first will go blue.
Okay.
Blue.
Massachusetts is going blue. Massachusetts, what's wrong with you? Can we fix that, please? Come on now. It's time to get.
No, just so you know, on the actual live stream for the viewers, you've got our map sitting right over our friend Mike K's face. So if you want to put that over.
I know.
Okay. I'm not that
behind
pretty.
the camera anyway.
There's no. All right, I'm going to cover you, Jake. You are taking one for the team.
That's what I'm normally doing. I'm behind the scenes.
You are a good man. All right, so Michigan, I'm leaving that open for now. Minnesota, I'm going to leave open. I know, Dr. Stein, I know you want it. You think it's going to. I'm going to leave it open for now. Mississippi's going red.
Red.
Missouri's red. Montana's red. Even though Montana's a purple state. Nebraska, red, right?
Yes.
Red. District 1 will be blue.
District 1 will probably be blue.
That's Omaha, right?
Yeah.
That'll be blue, and then red.
Yeah.
Nevada is going to go red.
Red. Nevada's going red.
New Hampshire, I'm going to leave that open for now. New Jersey is in play, but
it'll go blue.
I think it's in play in that I will be pleasantly surprised, but not completely shocked.
New Mexico, blue.
Same thing as New Jersey. I mean, it'll probably be blue.
Blue.
Probably.
There's reports of New York in play, but it's going to go blue. North Carolina, probably go red, right?
We'll see.
You're not
I think
sure.
North Carolina's red.
I don't know that for sure. I hope you're right.
Oregon.
It's blue.
I know. I'm just teasing.
It might shock people, but it's blue.
I'll leave Pennsylvania. Oregon is a beautiful state, by the way. It's a gorgeous place.
Oh, it is. It's stunning.
It's just unfortunately run by
mind virus
crazy.
takes over the most beautiful places in the country.
Rhode Island is blue.
South Carolina
is red.
Red. North Dakota, Tennessee,
South Dakota's red.
Texas,
Tennessee's red.
Utah,
Texas is red. Utah's
Vermont.
red. Vermont's blue.
Virginia,
Leave open.
Yeah, Virginia leave open. I'm thinking it's going to be red, but go Washington is blue. West Virginia is red.
Wisconsin leave open, and Wyoming is red.
All right, there we are, folks. So right now we are at 268 and 199.
And he needs what? 2 more?
He needs one more if the GOP captures that.
I think he's getting PA.
I think he's getting PA also. I will go on a limb and say he's getting PA and probably New Hampshire at least, and possibly Wisconsin.
Look at New Hampshire. Right now it's reporting with only 1% of the vote counted. It's got Trump in the lead, 61% to 37. Now it's only 1%. So we're
that's those early counties
it's so early,
in
but
New Hampshire that open at midnight.
It's interesting.
Though there is a large movement there called the Free State Project in New Hampshire, and the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire did endorse Trump as the most libertarian candidate, which I found quite interesting, of course, because the Libertarians have their own candidate who's, by the way, awful. He's awful.
Candidate. I was in line to vote a couple days ago in Oklahoma, and a guy behind me got to that cautious talking about this stuff in vague ways, and he asked me about the Libertarian candidate because if I knew anything about him, and I said, I'm going to put this in the most delicate way that I can. He's a Portland-style progressive.
Yeah, he's awful.
And when I said that, the man looked crestfallen. Like he was very upset at that.
The guy agreed with all the COVID lockdowns in Oregon, all of them, and there's just no way you can call yourself a libertarian with that kind of belief. He never met a lockdown or a Dr. Fauci idea he didn't love. He was a poor candidate. There's a movement within the Libertarian Party that is trying to be a right, social right, fiscally libertarian movement called the Mises Caucus, and he somehow or another got through the Mises Caucus, whereas the party is controlled by the Mises Caucus. So he's a terrible candidate. Trump also went to the Libertarian Convention and promised that if he was elected, he'd have at least one libertarian on his candidate, so there was a voice. So there's some appeal for hardcore libertarian voters to vote for Trump. And you know, as someone who I don't know, I hate to use the word identify anymore because it's now a dirty word, but someone with libertarian leanings, I certainly had no problems casting my ballot the way I did.
Now, hold on, Mike. You're from Virginia. Virginia, although it's got a red shade to it, but it's so early in the night that it doesn't count. I get it. But 59% right now, basically trending towards Trump.
I will say, I will interject here because I've been following Virginia all day.
Yeah.
Nova is turning out in large numbers. So is Richmond. Those are your two blue strongholds. And why is Nova turning out? Because those are federal employees turning out to vote to protect their jobs because they don't want to see a Department of Government efficiency because they will be out of jobs if that happens.
Yep.
Okay, so if we give Virginia to Kamala, that puts her at 212. If we give New Hampshire to Trump, he now
wins.
won. He's 272. But if PA goes to Trump and we give everything else to Kamala, you know, it's a landslide.
Yeah, no, the number you have on your screen is a Trump.
Oh, darn. Was that a Freudian slip?
Minnesota was the other one.
Was that a Freudian slip? Sorry.
I've seen that map earlier today from somebody who does nothing but YouTube videos about polling data.
I saw that guy.
Understand statistics and things. A young redheaded guy, I think, had a 300.
Yep, I saw him.
Yeah.
The guy's actually pretty savvy, and it will not surprise me if that's actually real. It would surprise me if New York or New Jersey went, or both, because people keep reporting that things look atrocious for the Democrats there.
If we give Kamala,
almost as if people don't like their candidate there,
Yeah.
and object to them just foisting somebody on them.
if we give Kamala the entire Rust Belt and PA, but we take New Hampshire, he wins.
Yep.
Look at that. I mean, how does Trump not win tonight? Can you give me a scenario where Trump doesn't win tonight?
It's not that. I don't expect them to try to stop him winning electorally, other than like baseline independent action. I think that any attempt to stop him will be on November 26th at sentencing, or if people make the mistake of not giving him a Republican House, because you will have a constitutional crisis. Never underestimate the willingness of some people to burn the whole thing down because they, even if the country chooses a president and a handful of people with the ability to stop it decide to. Because Representative Raskin has said that that it doesn't matter how the people vote, that they won't vote to confirm the election. He has said that. This is why I want a Republican House. Aside from the fact that if you get a Republican House and a Republican Senate, you stop impeachment stuff for 2 years. And then if they're dumb enough in 2026 or 2027 to start that stuff up again, and they make J.D. Vance an incumbent president going into the 2028 election, well, hey, who am I to say no to them?
Yeah.
They're going to do something that stupid.
That guarantees Vance victory, and he is the future. He and Vivek Ramaswamy are the future of the Republican Party.
I told Joe I want to see the aneurysms ticket in 2028, which is J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, that would be a hoot. That would be a hoot.
Oh, that's
and
funny.
You know the thing with Tulsi, and I don't agree with most of her politics, but
Same.
the woman stands ramrod straight. She looks like the soldier she is, right? She's ramrod straight everywhere she goes.
She's a woman of integrity.
She has
and
integrity.
Because of that, I can forgive her for things that I don't agree with her on.
And she calls it the way she sees it, and she's not going to back away from it. So it's kind of like Robert Kennedy. I don't agree with him on much, but the man has principles. Like it or not, he has principles, and he stands for what he believes in. I hear he's a lot like his Uncle Ted, but that's another story for another time.
Yeah. And I heard him talking about religion recently, and it made me cringe a little bit. Please, everybody watching this, 90% of you are Catholic or better than 90%. Please pray for RFK Jr. to achieve all the things in this life he wants to, but also that he adopts a more orthodox view of Catholicism.
We need him to revert and come back to the Catholic faith, the true Catholic faith.
He's got a very universalist view of things.
Yeah, and same thing. We need J.D. Vance to complete his introduction and acceptance of the belief of the Catholic faith. And I like these guys. I'm not speaking ill of either of them. So I can see by your face you're seeing something, Anthony.
Well, I'm just watching. I'm paying attention to X because there are accounts that I follow on X that are giving up-to-minute things. So, Palm Beach County, Florida, in 2020, Biden plus 13.
Democrat County. Yep.
Wow.
Today, Harris plus 5.
The betting odds, on this election has Trump at 58%, Kamala at 42%.
Depends which market you're looking at. Because some of them had him in the low 60s, others had him at like 52 or something earlier.
But in general, how do you like the betting odds in comparison to the polls?
I used to like them a lot until I saw what looked like campaigns going in and dumping money into them to manipulate them. Because it's weird. Harris looks like her campaign was broke as of a few days ago, and nobody could figure out what she spent the money on, except for all the celebrity appearances, probably. But then the poly market and those started getting manipulated, and anybody can play around with those, even the ones that say you're not supposed to if you're an American. VPNs exist, so you can do it.
Maybe they put some of that money into shorting her campaign so that she gets her payout for when she loses.
If my hypothesis from this last summer is accurate, I haven't said this on YouTube, but I had this theory that you would be able to tell how serious they were if this was a dump the garbage campaign or not by who they put at the top of their ticket and who they paired her with. It was likely to be Kamala because of legal reasons. No one knew who Tim Walz was, and that told me this was a dumping the garbage campaign, especially since the Obama's involvement has been largely half-hearted.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to still try to win, but they weren't going to waste a better candidate like a Gavin Newsom or somebody like that.
So 20% of independents swung from Biden to Trump, which I think Anthony mentioned earlier, and in Georgia. Independent voters in Georgia make up 31% of the electorate, which is slightly larger than what they were 4 years ago, and Trump is spreading them by 11 points in early exit poll results, which is a 20-point swing towards Trump. And remember, Georgia in 2020 was a blue state. So, and that's according to our good bear friend Jake Tapper, right? Mm-hmm. That was sarcasm.
You might have mentioned this earlier, Dr. Stine, but I just see that there's another report here about calling in the authorities for election fraud taking place in Philadelphia right now. Law enforcement on the scene.
Yep, law enforcement is on the scene. For those worried about the stuff, pray on it or something, but that instead of worrying, getting anxious about it. But the Trump campaign and the RNC have something like several thousand lawyers that they're deploying to the swing states. And they have been on the ball about this. I've been following this for a few days, and you get a report out of somewhere, and all of a sudden RNC lawyers are showing up and, dropping, hitting them with a lawsuit, and a judge immediately responding in favor of the RNC every time. Every time.
That's
So,
interesting. And
it almost looks to me like the courts know they have to be involved, and they don't, and they maybe they resent how things went 4 years ago.
right. And if Jill Biden's suit is any indicator, wearing full red.
Wait, here we go. So, out of Florida, it is looking like Amendment 4 has failed. All Blue County early voting is in, and it's at 59%. We wait for final calls. This is a Florida elections observer. Now, I'm going to put a caveat there. Kansas, their version of that bill passed.
Really?
Deep red state. Yeah, like 2 years ago, right after Dobbs.
Wow.
Kansas has like a really atrocious abortion law. But it could be that Amendment 4 will go down. I mean, Ron DeSantis has been out there campaigning against it, and for very, really good reason.
Polls are closed in Georgia, so we should be expecting, hopefully, that in those returns to come back now over the next couple of hours.
I saw a return that had Trump up 3 percentage points with 3% in.
6 other states have closed their polls at this point. That's good news. Oh, Senator Bernie Sanders has won his re-election in Vermont. I didn't see that coming. Darn
I'm
it,
not
the Bissies.
surprised. He used to be like my favorite senator that I totally disagreed with, simply because at least, he was at least good at pretending that he cared about working people. And then after he dropped out in 2016 and started driving around a sports car, I was like, okay. And notice when he started talking about taxing the millionaires and billionaires, it became the billionaires and not the millionaires.
Yeah, it went up, didn't it? Yeah. That's hilarious.
Saying Trump's flipped Duval County as well.
There you go.
The AP has
Biden won that county by almost 19,000 votes.
Really?
Wow.
Trump projected to win West Virginia. I know that surprises you.
It does. Oh man, I didn't see that one coming too. The AP has already called Vermont, Kentucky, Indiana. I think it was one other one. Maybe West Virginia. I don't know. Very interesting. So at this point, with even it's as early as it is, I think we're hearing a lot of things that are very surprising. I just did not expect. I didn't wake up this morning thinking that PA was going to go so far into the red column as I think it already has. New York as well. I mean, I think it'll be interesting. Even if New York goes blue, I think we're going to find that a tsunami of Republicans voted today in New York, New Jersey.
I think that the reason I think he's going to win the popular vote is because people who normally stay home because of how one-sided their state is are going to turn out for him. On top of the fact that Democrats across the board have their voter turnout depressed. I'm going to say this again. I don't know if I've said this on the stream or if it was just to you, Joe, but my wife and I looked at the Oregon numbers yesterday or this morning from all the way up to last night. 100% vote by mail. And the deep blue counties are averaging in the low 40% return rate for their ballots as of last night. The deep red counties are in the low to mid 60% return rate. That does not mean Oregon's turning red because it's just how lopsided the population distribution is in Oregon. But it's worth noting. That's the trend we're seeing everywhere.
I'm seeing over on X, you guys won't be able to see this, but the audience will. Colin Rugg in his X profile says, just in, Jake Tapper visibly stunned after seeing a massive swing of 20 points with independents from Biden in 2020 to Trump in 2024 in Georgia. The moment
I saw that. I almost commented on that.
The moment came. Go ahead.
Jake Tapper is. What happened? Who was the Cuomo from CNN? Who's now not
Chris
Cuomo, who became a much more interesting commentator to watch after he left CNN.
He's fun.
I don't agree with him, but I don't
Nope.
think he's lying to me.
I think he's
Well,
become
and
a
he
much,
listens.
much more fun
Yeah.
guy after he got fired from CNN.
Yes.
Cuomo actually listens, and I watched a debate he did with a libertarian named Dave Smith on the COVID lockdowns, and he's willing to learn and listen, which is old style liberalism versus new style liberalism, where you're Satan or Nazi or whatever if you don't agree. And so I find Cuomo to be interesting. Of course, he's vaccine injured, so I think that did change part of his issue.
My dream for a presidential debate in 2028 would be to have it moderated by Chris Cuomo and Joe Rogan, because they'll ask interesting questions and they won't put up with nonsense.
Could you imagine all the
fair.
F-bombs in that? It's going to be the censor button heaven. Man, oh man.
Joe Rogan, I think, knows when to like bite his tongue.
Does he?
Yeah, I think he does. It's just when he's on his own platform, he doesn't care.
Yeah, true story.
He'll curse in front of the presidential candidates, and for whatever reason, they didn't care, because I've watched all of those.
Well, speaking of Rogan, I found it interesting yesterday that he endorsed Trump, which means nothing to old folks like you, Joe, but to folks like in Jake's age group and 10 years older, that's especially men in those age groups. That's a big endorsement. I knew guys that I worked with, they turned Rogan on for 3 hours while they were pumping code out or whatever it is they were doing. So it's an influence.
Did you see the heat map in the United States for where searches about for the Joe Rogan endorsement were?
I did not.
They were all across the United States, but especially in swing states.
Wow.
Decision Desk HQ, which one is that? Raises Trump's chances of winning to 65%, was at 59 at the start of the night.
Yeah, I saw that. I got that up right now, actually, for the audience.
All the big blue counties in Florida took 4 to 10 points tighter than 4 years ago so far, says Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen.
What about, this is Matt Wallace, too. I'm going to have to share my desktop so you guys can see what I see, because otherwise it just gets confusing for everybody. Give me 1 second, and I'll do that. Share my desktop. Let me just go to show meeting.
Whoa, on your map, Virginia is trending red. Now, remember, I've told people this before. Don't pay that much attention to exit polls. It's too early in the night.
Too early.
I will not be shocked if Virginia turns red. I will not be shocked if Virginia turns blue, because federal and state employees turn out in large enough numbers to keep it blue to protect their jobs. But if Virginia flips red, then that functionally removes the need for any of the Rust Belt states.
Whew.
Because that is 13 electoral votes. Trump could sweep the Sun Belt and take Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, and he wins.
Yep.
Virginia is 13. So
a lot of union guys came out swinging for Trump, though, in these rallies.
Oh, I know. This is why a lot of us expect him to do really well in the Rust Belt.
Speaking of guys, I saw this over on the X a minute ago from Matt Wallace. North Carolina man reveals girlfriend forced him to vote for Kamala Harris by threatening to break up with him. If you are a man, or at least you claim to be, you identify as one, and you vote because your girlfriend told you to vote a certain way, perhaps you haven't quite reached manhood. Just
my thought on that, I don't normally endorse lying, but I would understand a man who smiled and nodded to his girlfriend and then went to the voting booth and then saw another sheepish looking guy across from him they kind of give each other a knowing look, and then they vote the way they want to instead of the way they're told to. And yes, I'm taking a nod from that stupid Kamala Harris ad.
That was pretty ridiculous.
Such a reprehensible ad.
I really think they kind of shot themselves in the foot with some of those ads that they were putting out.
Oh yeah.
Really
my favorite was "I'm a man."
Yeah.
And then they find out that they're all James Martin types. Every single one of the guys in that ad were all actors who had some really unsavory kinds of films in their backgrounds, and they were all James Martin types. I was not surprised, and it only took 24 hours for the internet to find that.
Oh man. Did you guys see that ad that InfoWars put out? It was pretty.
I did not.
It was pretty good. I won't play it, but it was pretty good. It was good. It was baller, as the kids say. There was something I missed here a second ago.
Okay, North Carolina man says he was going to sit home and eat some chips or something until his girlfriend demanded he go vote for Kamala. What a real prize catch she has there.
Right, exactly. Might as well play some video games while you're at it too. I'm just saying.
Holly market hadn't moved from 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern, and now it's rising fast for Trump. Again, take the betting markets with a grain of salt. But the counter argument to that is that people put their real money behind what they think is going to happen, and so that to take it seriously. But they can be manipulated. But I don't think anybody's manipulating it at this point. Well, a YouTuber I follow for politics on Twitter says, "I can't wait for Kamala to flip Iowa." He says with a bunch of laughing emojis.
Iowa's coming in 3% of the vote has been counted so far, so very early there.
For Ohio, yeah,
definitely going to lean Republican tonight. I would argue. I don't see any issues with that. Are there any states that you think that there's a chance could go blue that we thought they were going to go red?
Aside from the swing states?
Yeah.
No.
So
I don't think so. Like, there's zero chance he's taking Texas. Zero chance that Ohio, no.
Arizona?
I mean, well, Arizona's a swing state.
It
Okay.
is.
So,
so beyond beyond the swing states,
I've heard liberals talking about Montana for some reason.
it's a kind of a rhino place, man.
It's a rhino place, but Montana's going to go red, and it's going to send John Tester home finally, and replace him with even a rhino is better than a lot of these Democrat types, but the only one that maybe could do that would be Alaska, because Alaska has a stupid voting system where it's like ranked choice or something. It's not just fill in the bubble once. This is why we need fundamental election reform from Congress, and that should begin with Congress passing some hard and fast laws, as much as the Constitution will allow, for federal elections. But we'll see.
If Kamala takes all of the Rust Belt and New Hampshire and Virginia, it's over.
It's done.
She
It's
wins.
done.
Yeah.
So we have to take PA to keep her from doing that.
Or New Hampshire, or Wisconsin, or Virginia.
I would love to see New Hampshire go to Donald. I mean, because I lived there for 10 years. I got family there. But honestly, I don't think it's going to.
It's a bluish purple state.
I think at the end of the night, it's going to be blue.
I think it will depend on how motivated they are to turn out.
Their governor isn't there a Republican candidate winning
Yeah.
there? That's a
Yeah, I
sign.
believe so.
That's a good sign.
But New Hampshire's just an odd place. You know, they really are live free or die.
Yeah.
And they don't follow any norm. Sununu was their Republican governor, but he was what you would classify a rhino, I'm sure, by any standards. So I find it interesting.
I see Sam McCarthy joining us tonight, all the way from sunny Ireland. Praise be to God.
Hey, how's it going, Joe?
Hey, it's good to see you, Sam. Sam is a writer for the Washington
okay?
Stand. We can hear you great. Can you hear us?
You hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yep.
All right, praise be to
Okay,
God.
good.
Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, Sam. I know it's what time is it right now in Ireland?
1 in the morning, 1:40, right?
Wow. Well, you are a man of great perseverance. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. The Washington Stand. Give us the elevator pitch on the Washington Stand first, and then I want to know what your prediction is for tonight. How do you see this thing playing out?
Yeah, so Washington Stand is, if you're familiar with Family Research Council, Washington Stand is the official news outlet for Family Research Council. So we got a great team of writers. We do news and commentary. It's all, our tagline is kind of, it's all from a biblical perspective. And so, everything is very, pro-life, very pro-faith, family, freedom, all of that good stuff. And so we do news and commentary from all these various angles. We get some really solid, exclusive quotes. We get experts to weigh in on stuff. It's, as one of the writers, I think it's pretty good stuff. So.
Well, we're glad you're here. I'm sorry, I got distracted. New Hampshire, we were talking about New Hampshire a minute ago. 10-point lead Kamala has over Donald right now with only 9% of the vote counted. So long way to go. Long way to go.
A lot of times those either early votes are counting or they're counting urban areas because they're the easiest to count.
Manchester.
I just saw an update from New Hampshire that has said Madison is a 10% swing to Trump, Tilton is an 11% swing to Trump, Milton is an 8% swing to Trump, and the only good news for Harris so far is the swing in Concord is only 3% to Trump. I don't know what that'll do to the entire state, but again, I'm looking at this as the national trend. The entire trend that I've seen is Democrats are not showing up.
All right, Sam, what do you say? How do you see this going?
Really, I do think that it's a matter of voter turnout, who we have showing up where. Somebody pointed out earlier to me, and I thought that this was really insightful. You really can't use, the prior models that we've looked at, because especially in prior models, Republicans have been terrible at early voting, mail voting, etc. Republicans have swamped early voting and mail voting in most places. So you really can't rely on prior models, because we don't know yet, is that going to affect in-person voting the day of? How much of a chunk is that going to remove from there? So I really don't think that there's kind of a prior model that you can base a prediction on. I just think that there's tremendous energy going, especially for the Trump campaign. Tremendous energy, a lot of momentum. I've got great hopes for tonight. But
what do you make of the stories out of Bucks County? What do you make of the stories out of Bucks County where people are having to wait in line for 3 and 5 hours because the machines all of a sudden can't handle a straight ticket Republican vote or whatever? Like, there seems to be a lot of shenanigans there.
And it's not just Bucks County. There's another county or two in Pennsylvania. There's a couple in, I'm trying to remember which state. There's a couple in, I think, Arizona. There was talk of this. And I was just reading about there's a couple areas in Iowa where the machines just inexplicably malfunction. And people are having to wait longer in lines. You do have RNC chairman Michael Whatley. He's got a couple of really good lawyers, especially in swing states. We're kind of on this stuff, lobbying judges to get, extensions for deadlines and such. So it's good that you got, the RNC has clearly learned from 2020 and from their mistakes and is kind of trying to preempt a lot of this stuff happening. You also had last week in Bucks County, you had security guards showing up and removing people from line as they're waiting for to apply for early voting. Hours before the deadline on the final day, which was Tuesday of last week. And, RNC got involved. They filed a lawsuit, said, this is illegal. We'd like, a court order to extend the early voting deadline to tomorrow, Wednesday, again, of last week. And then you had the judge sided with them and actually gave them till the end of the day, Friday. So, a major election integrity win there. So it's nice to see lawyers actually jumping on top of this stuff, a good legal team assembled and taking this seriously.
Quick jump in here, Joe. Not a presidential news, but still an important note. Jim Justice won Manchin's senatorial seat in West Virginia. So that's a pickup for the Republicans in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
I also see a breaking story from about 3 minutes ago. A total of 12 voting locations will have their hours extended due to bomb threats, according to Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. Raffensperger? I don't know how to say his name. So we got some bomb threats going on there. That's kind of crazy. It'll be very interesting. What do you think, Sam, about the National Guards in Portland, Oregon, and of course Washington D.C.'s got 3,000 police officers on 12-hour shifts today. They've erected the 8-foot tall barriers around White House and I'm sure the state capitol, the U.S. Capitol, et cetera. What do you think about these National Guards being called out in areas specifically that had a lot of rioting in 2020 with the Antifa Black Lives Matter crowd?
I think it's just a matter of pattern recognition. When things don't go your way politically, you get over affected by, news stories, and under affected by things in your own personal life. You end up going berserk. We've seen this happen before. It's just precautionary, in DC, I know friends of mine, just going into the office have been telling me everything's boarded up, at restaurants, everything, they're boarding up, they're getting plywood, covering up their windows, covering up, even just fences outside, for like outside dining or whatever, covering things up because they're afraid of, violence the day of. There was a recent poll, I'm trying to remember who published it, but a recent survey found that just about, I think it's a quarter to a third of Americans expect there to be violence on or following Election Day, especially once the results are announced. So, I really think we've seen meltdowns before. I think it's not unfair to anticipate at least the potential for another one.
Former President Donald Trump has won West Virginia. We knew that was going to happen. Hey,
Virginia hasn't been what normal. The other Virginia, the main Virginia, hasn't been called yet because apparently, according to the Virginia politics page I follow on X, things are too close to call. And as they note, if things are too close to call in Virginia, that's a very positive sign for Trump in the aggregate. So that's why they're not calling it. But in North Carolina, they're saying Mark Robinson has lost the governor's race, which is no one's great surprise. But unfortunately, I don't think, as your map shows, North Carolina is blue. I don't think that's going to last tonight.
Yeah, they're only at 3% of the vote right now.
Yeah.
Very early there.
But they don't think Mark Robinson's going to win.
Oh, wow.
But nobody is surprised by that because nobody has thought Mark Robinson was going to win. That his only shot of winning was after the hurricane because he actually showed leadership more so than the actual governor of North Carolina.
Wow. Such a beautiful place. My heart still breaks. We had just driven through that part of North Carolina just weeks before Helene hit and destroyed it. It was so tragic. And still to this day, it went really underreported, but all of the power linemen who traveled there from all over the country to help out, they had to go on strike because FEMA never paid them a single dime. So they just sat in their parking lot, refusing to go to work. Did you hear that story? It wasn't widely reported, that's for sure. Hey, Jake, you got your eye on the chat box? Anything? Who's in the chats with us tonight?
We've got quite a few folks chiming in.
I want to show you Barb's thing. I can't put it up on screen because of the way we're doing this. But she says that she voted around 6:30 to 7 p.m. in South Philadelphia. Polls were empty, no line. Philadelphia, remember.
Philly,
I was able to vote immediately. One person came in after me. The Democrat table outside was cheering her for coming out to vote.
No line in Philly?
Yeah, that place where Harris needs to get 700,000 votes to have a chance to win the state.
It's very interesting. I
feel bad for Kamala Harris because just think about her team having to fill out all those ballots tonight to make up for that. That's a lot of work. I hope they're going to get paid overtime, to be honest. I hope she's paying a livable wage to those people because they deserve it for all the work they're going to have to do tonight. It's crazy.
We are not acute. We are not
teasing. It's a joke.
YouTube about anything in serious. This is all jest. YouTube. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mac Thompson's blackpilling on Virginia. Dr. Stine, he says, forget it. Virginia will go deep blue.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I have said that I expect it to not go red, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
Mm-hmm.
I fully expected Nova to come out in big way today to protect their jobs. Because
is the same true for like Wisconsin and some of these other Rust Belt states because of the strong influence of labor unions?
No, it's government workers, Joe. It's
well, I kind of throw them in the same bucket, right? So the unions, the government workers, they act like the same animal many times.
Well, one of the richest counties in the U.S. is Loudoun County, Virginia. It's right on the Maryland-D.C. border. In Loudoun County right now, with 95% in, Harris is 123,000 votes. Trump got 87.5. That's 57 to 40% basically. The next county over is Fairfax County, again, right on the border with D.C., 185,000 votes for Harris. This is with about 45% in, 80,000 for Trump. Going down a county, Prince William, which is the richest county in the United States. Notice these are all government workers, by the way, folks. So guess where your tax dollars are going. Harris has 61% of the vote with 25% of the vote counted. So that's your Nova vote there. And then when you go down towards Richmond, Charlottesville area, Charlottesville's 58% Harris. Fluvanna County is looking like about 75% Harris. And then Nelson County is also 52% Harris. Richmond, Chesterfield County, which is where my church is, it's pretty neck and neck. Richmond itself is 80% for Harris.
So CNN is reporting that the Harris campaign is very worried about North Carolina and Georgia, and they said that 5 minutes ago.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's good.
By the way, no big shocker. My city in Virginia went hard for Harris at 61%.
Someone here says, we are 15 hours at most from liberals claiming Trump isn't eligible because he won in 2020.
I didn't see that one coming. He's already had his other 4-year term. He can't have another one. That's hilarious. That would be so funny.
Decision Desk HQ projects GOP has 66% to win the U.S. House.
Jen,
I'm telling you, you can't just have Trump win. You have to have the House. Have to. If
And the
the
Senate.
House and the Senate, it would be the House because you need this election certified.
Yep.
You have to have it certified. I want to see Representative Raskin kicked off every committee while the Congress explores the option of sending him back to his home state and asking the governor to appoint someone or hold a special election to replace him. Because what he is doing, his rhetoric is unconscionable.
Jen Nugent asked for an update on Amendment 3 in Missouri, which is an abortion amendment. And so far, there is no update on it because I'm guessing the polls haven't closed in Missouri just yet. But I do have it up, and I'll keep an eye on that and see kind of how that goes. But it says
Loudoun County, Virginia is basically all in with an 8-point swing towards Trump. I think Loudoun County is like one of the big blue counties.
It is. Loudon.
Loudoun County, that's right.
Yeah.
But it's 8-point swing towards Trump. They're not saying he's winning it by 8 points. It means that he has shaved 8 points off the margin. Again, pointing to the larger trend that you're seeing going on around the country.
Mm-hmm.
Sam, what's the surprise? Where's the curveball tonight? Where are you looking at for the real surprise for tonight?
I really don't know. I think the real surprise was supposed to be July 13th, and it didn't work. They tried again on September 15th. Didn't work. I really don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're going to try again, during a victory speech. That'd be
So you're saying J.D. Vance is going to get the nod
devastating.
tonight? Is that what you just said? Are you calling it for J.D. Vance tonight?
His victory speech.
calling it for J.D. Vance.
Mar-a-Lago,
Wait for Brett Baer to call it for J.D. Vance on Fox.
All right, so your map is looking really silly right now because she's not going to win Ohio.
Yeah, it's just too early. That's the problem.
Oh, I know. That's because they're counting Cleveland and Cincinnati over there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, gentlemen, on that happy note, I'm going to go have a second round of birthday cakes. So thank you.
Before you go, happy birthday to you, Mike Koeniger, friend of the
birthday, Mike.
program. Always great to have you on. And if you want to jump on 14 past tomorrow, you're welcome to do so. We can follow up then. I'll be half asleep, but that's okay. You'll be awake.
I have the wonderful thing called jury duty, Joe.
Just
and
cancel
I
it.
do
I'm all
have
right
to
with it.
go in. So
Just cancel
every
it.
week.
Just tell him you're
I'm
a
gonna duck
wild
out
liberal.
I'm just going to duck out for a minute. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
All right.
All right.
We do
Well,
have...
good seeing you, Anthony. And gentlemen, you have a good evening, and we will talk soon.
God bless you,
bless
Mike.
you.
Thank you again. Happy
bless
birthday
you.
to you, my friend.
Thank you.
Good birthday, Doug.
We have we're gonna have Michael Hitchborn joining us tonight as well. Praise be
Hey,
to God.
perfect timing.
So we got Sam McCarthy here. We got Michael Hitchborn here. Jake, myself from A Catholic Take, which is live weekday mornings all across the Station Across Network and our social media platforms. And can I just give a quick shout out to our good friends over at iCatholic Mobile? They're a sponsor of ours at the Station Across Catholic Media. We really appreciate them. The only Catholic telephone company in town, praise be to God. There's others, but they're the Catholic ones, and they like us, believe there's no salvation outside the church. And we love them, and we appreciate being on the same team with them. So thank you, iCatholic Mobile, for your generosity tonight. Michael Hitchborn, can I say hello to you? How are you, my friend?
You can say hello to me,
Well,
and
that's
I'll let
good.
you.
Praise be to God. So how do you feel tonight? I see you're wearing red. That's got to indicate something. You know who else wore red tonight, Michael Hitchborn?
Who's that?
Jill Biden.
Oh, yeah, I saw the pictures.
Yeah, on her way to vote tonight. She wore a red suit. Kind of very fitting, wouldn't you say?
Well, yes. I thought it was very interesting that she would wear red and that she was reported to have written in Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So kind of a giving of the fig to the ones that ousted her husband.
I think there's some bad blood there. I think there's some chips on the shoulders and axes that are still being ground there in the White House over all of this. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Dr. Stine is back. Praise be to God. So we got Michael Hitchborn on the team here from sunny Virginia. We've been talking a lot about Virginia tonight, Michael. It seems like Virginia could be in play. What do you think?
I think there's a good possibility that Virginia's in play. Currently, let me see if I have the right numbers. It says currently about 26% of the precincts have reported, and Harris has got a slight edge. She's at 54.4%. Trump is at 43.8%. There's a difference of just a little over it looks like about 100,000 votes between the two of them. But the precincts that have reported in are all northern counties, and those are the ones that always break hard left. So if that's all she's getting, it does not bode well for her at all. Richmond, I think, is already reported in too. So the blue areas that she would expect to get the votes have already reported in, many of them. And the rest of the state has a very strong tendency to break red. So I think that there's a good chance that Virginia is absolutely in play.
You know, we've been hearing reports that New York could be in play.
I heard that. And I saw some of the reports coming out of New York City, of all places.
Do you notice your map has nothing on New York?
Yes.
Yeah, that's like right now you got PA blue. It probably won't be blue, but again, this is Pittsburgh and Philadelphia primarily reporting in. But
so you guys are using a different map than I'm using. I'm using Decision Desk HQ.
Well, here's Google. I've got several up just to kind of see the variety
it's not going to be
here.
blue either. Give me a break.
Yeah. So they got Georgia in a nice little like peach. The peach state is in a peach color tonight so far. North Carolina, Virginia, blue. Ohio, they got Ohio blue. Ohio's not going blue.
There has been Virginia is at 95% in, and they can't call it because it's so close.
Virginia? Did you just say Virginia?
I saw Virginia's at 95% tabulated, and they can't call it yet because it's too close.
95%.
It's an 8 to 0.9% swing in Trump's favor from 2020.
Can we get Virginia to call Maricopa County and let them know how that works? This is how you...
The guy in charge of counting the votes in Arizona was a Republican who was the same guy in 2022 who messed things up and is thought to have been corrupt, and he lost his reelection back in September.
Wow. That's mind blown.
The re-election that his own agency had to count the votes for, at least in his area. So he lost that election.
Wow. How was voting for you, Michael Hitchborn? Was it a smooth process? Were there a lot of lines? Were there big lines? Or what was that like for you?
It was very smooth. I went in. I actually did the early voting because first of all I wanted to avoid the lines, but
yeah, me too.
Second of all, there are always shenanigans. You're always going to find shenanigans, and it's pretty harrying when if the voting machines go down or there's a power outage, gosh, like they have in a couple of states. So I wanted to avoid all that, so I did the early voting, and it was very easy. And at the polling station, of course, you've got the blue poll watchers, you've got the red poll watchers. The red poll watchers handed me a voting guide, so that was pretty easy. And I turned to the blue poll watchers, and I just told them, I'm sorry, I don't vote for communists, pederasts, or baby killers.
I have principles. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
By the way, you said that 95% is already reporting for Virginia. According to elections.gov on the virginia.gov website, only 71 of 133 localities have reported in.
I was seeing that number from an account, a Virginia-related account that I follow on X.
Yeah, this is an account closely tied to the GOP's reform of elections processes there. Yeah, that can't be accurate because
how many votes
or their website's isn't updating, which could also be.
How many votes did Trump get in 2020?
The Virginia government website is the one where most of these other polling places are pulling from. So I don't know where he's getting his numbers, but the official reporting is that no, she's.
Do what?
It's only 73 out of 133 now that have reported in.
Do we know how many votes Trump got in 2020?
In
70
Virginia?
No, total.
71 million or something.
71 million. Okay.
Actually got, or
Not, whatever was on the official number, I want to track that compared to what he's getting tonight. He's at 8.4 mil right now. Kamala's at 7.1, according to the Daily Wire. Anyway, hey Sam, speaking of voting, so did you do an absentee ballot?
I did, yeah.
And that go
I did.
all right with you?
I followed up with the Board of Elections in my home county to make sure that they've received it, to make sure it's going to be counted. Didn't want to take any risks. Even if I mean, I'm from Maryland, so there's not much of a chance. I don't think that Maryland is gonna
It's
go
already
red,
going blue.
but
Yeah.
help out with the popular vote at least.
Everyone's
some numbers
reporting
out of
Maryland blue.
Texas. Here's another indicator number out of Texas. Harris is up 13 in Dallas. Biden won Dallas by 22.
Wow. So
Wow.
that's
Again,
a decline.
there's that 8, 9, 10-point swing everywhere.
Okay,
And
but
part of that is because Democrats in a lot of places are simply not voting.
is that 8 to 9 point swing, is that going for Trump?
In Trump's favor. In Trump's favor.
Or are those just 8 to 9 points that aren't on the board now, and it does benefit Trump, but those are people who've just not voted? Or are those people who are voting for Trump now?
That's just the numbers as they're reporting now,
Yeah.
and it's a good question. It seems to be everywhere that it's an 8 to 9 point swing in his favor. So I kind of wonder if it's literally just the Democrats lost 8 to 9% of the vote in the last from the last election, which means that Trump's on track to win by 4 to 5 points popular vote,
Very interesting.
if that holds.
Sam, what's the foreign perception of this election? What are the Irish saying about this election?
I haven't really polled the Irish on the subject yet. I've found most of them aren't quite experts on U.S. politics.
Are they paying attention to it or no?
Yeah, I think, quite frankly, I think everybody's paying attention to it. I did hear a friend of mine said something that I thought was funny the other day. He said, excuse me, he said one of the nice things about being a conservative American is that the Europeans will call you a fascist, they'll call you a Nazi constantly, but then they'll agree with you on things like immigration and transgenderism for children and all of that.
I've got some good. So be careful about that T word on YouTube, please.
Yeah.
They like seriously, like Daily Wire censors himself now. To give you an
Wow.
idea.
Yeah.
Ron
I get it.
DeSantis reports on his official X account. Polls have closed in Florida. Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed.
Praise be to God.
Yeah,
That's good news.
that is very good news.
So I went and looked it up. 2020, Trump got just shy of 75 million votes,
All right.
according to the official count.
So we got a long way to go.
I want to give you
got a
some
long
interesting numbers here from Virginia. One of the most liberal counties in Virginia is Fauquier County. It's one of the most influential counties in the entire state. It's only got 20% precincts reported in, but so far, Trump is 63 to 34 over Kamala Harris. He's got 5,300 votes to Kamala Harris's 2,900 votes. So here in Fauquier County, this is kind of a good way to map the way the rest of the state's going to go. But right now, it's showing red, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah, there's a lot. Virtually every observer who isn't a dyed-in-the-wool lefty who's watching Virginia right now says if this trend continues, Trump could squeak out a victory in Virginia.
Yep.
I just saw that in Madison, New Hampshire, Trump is the first Republican to win the vote there in something like 30 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not a big place. He got 822 votes.
Yeah, New Hampshire. New Hampshire is an interesting state. There's not a lot of people who live there just in general, especially compared to most of these other states. Kind of like Oklahoma. I don't know what the population is in Oklahoma, but back in 1995, 96, when I went to broadcasting school outside Oklahoma City, there was like 1 million people in the entire state. Just to give some contrast, there's 7 million people living in my backyard right now. So, I mean, it's Oklahoma, New Hampshire, there's just not a great population, which is interesting because if they've counted Manchester, Concord, Nashua, those are the big population centers in New Hampshire. The rest of them are going to be much, much smaller. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out overall. Of course, as always, the big population centers go very liberal. Is that true? Is that true also for Oklahoma City?
What, that it's a blue area?
Yeah.
Or ish. There aren't that many blue areas in Oklahoma.
Right, that's what I was asking.
Norman and Edmond are more blue, I think, than Oklahoma City is.
That's not surprising.
There's just too much oil interest in Oklahoma City, really.
Yeah.
And Tulsa, I think, is more blue. But I might be wrong about that. There are definitely neighborhoods in Oklahoma City that I've been in, that I've driven through, where all of a sudden it feels like I went from it being in Oklahoma to Colorado.
Really?
So, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right now, I'm looking at Epic Times. Right now, they've got Donald Trump with a 54% chance of winning tonight. That's from, actually, that was from The Hill. That's interesting. Of course, Real Clear Politics has him up still 54% over. He's got, it's almost a 10-point lead over on the Real Clear Politics projection. So, Michael Hitchborn, you believe he's going to win tonight?
Do I believe he's going to win?
Yeah.
I think that the momentum is with him. I tend not to make any kind of projections or predictions because I really don't know what curveballs could be thrown or what potholes are in the road. But I can say that according to current projections, he's well on the way to victory.
Michigan's blue right now, very early there. So can't really make any conclusions, but it's definitely leaning hard for Kamala right now.
I tend to think, though, that with the endorsements he got from Muslims in the Muslim community there, that's going to play a pretty big role. What's the percentage it's in?
It's 2%.
Okay, yeah. Give it some time. You're looking at Detroit and Flint and a few other places like that.
Yeah. And it's a huge gap. I mean, 72% Kamala, 26% for Trump. So it's a massive gap and very.
What's the Virginia, or what's the Virginia North Carolina percentages in?
Virginia's at 29%. North Carolina is at 8%.
Okay.
It's interesting. I had a conversation with Jason Jones the other day about he's in Pennsylvania, and he's specifically working with Middle Eastern Christians that live in Pennsylvania, who are all like the Lebanese and the Armenians and Iraqis and others that are all out stumping for Trump right now. And he said, from their perspective, that forever war that the war hawks keep perpetuating, he said Donald Trump is definitely their best option, their best hope for peace in the future and for their family back home to have an opportunity for that peace. It's a very interesting perspective, right? The Armenians being so heavily persecuted, nobody seemed to care about that.
So people with sources in the White House say that now everybody's talking negatively about Michelle and Barack Obama. If there's one thing I'd love to see about in this election as a result, would be the end of their influence. That they're just people who maybe you see on the View, those kind of shows, but otherwise they get trotted out during the conventions. Maybe they hit a stump speech for somebody, and that's it. Treat them like the Clintons.
Yeah, I think we started to see a lot of that with Obama was going out and scolding all the black men who were not voting for Kamala Harris. And as he was scolding them, they were posting some of the most hateful things online about him, and it was very interesting.
NBC News exit poll for Pennsylvania independent voters. Independents. Trump by 6 among independent voters in Pennsylvania.
That's a sign right there. Wow.
That is. Because remember, Scott Pressler did all that work in Pennsylvania, leading the registration of several 100,000 new voters in Pennsylvania for the GOP, eating into that blue firewall. And I mean, that's that independent number. I expect Trump to win the independents by at least 5 tonight, if not more than that.
Pennsylvania 6% reporting. Still nothing for New York. Jake, what's going on over there? And where's your light? I mean, are you in the truck or something? Did you drive home? What is going on with New York? I can't hear your mic is not on or something.
Mic's not on?
There it goes. You're outside.
There it is.
Are you
I'm
outside?
outside.
Where,
I needed a bit of strong tobacco to keep me up during these election results.
so what's the deal in New York? How come we're not seeing any reporting whatsoever? Every state surrounding them is reporting at this point something. They've got nothing on the board.
And don't they usually call New York almost immediately?
Yes, usually.
Yeah.
That's a sign.
Could it
That's a
have
sign.
something to do, perhaps, with the statement that if Virginia is too close to call, that bodes well for Trump across the U.S.?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe New York, I'm not expecting it to flip red by any means, but maybe it's close enough that, they're a little scared of reporting anything over
What
there.
is that state by New York that's red and white striped on the Daily Wire? Is that Jersey?
That would be Connecticut.
Yeah.
Connecticut? Okay. No one expects Connecticut to flip tonight. It'd be funny if it did, though.
It would, wouldn't it? Yeah, they got, it's very interesting. Donald Trump here, 53%, but it's like nothing for votes. I mean, 1%, like maybe less than even 1% has been reported so far. So they're just getting started.
Yeah.
By the way, update for Virginia. When I reported earlier, they had about 25% of the votes counted. Trump was about 110,000 down. Now he's closed the gap to about 80,000 votes. So he's down 80,000 votes under Kamala Harris. It's 704,000 to 619,000.
So
Wow.
he's closing the gap.
He's closing the gap.
Hey, Newsmax has Donald Trump at 12 million votes right now.
So does Decision Desk HQ.
Interesting. Wow, Virginia is still very blue though. North Carolina is as well. We're at 9% reporting. Still a long way to go. Look at that. Charlotte.
It's been at 9% for a while.
Charlotte,
That
you're so
hasn't
blue,
changed.
Charlotte. What happened to you, Charlotte? Raleigh, you're very blue. Winston-Salem. What's going to happen there? Fayetteville. Nothing from Fayetteville or Winston-Salem so far.
Just wait till those more rural western counties start reporting into North Carolina.
Well,
The
when you look at
on-the-ground
the actual,
The on-the-ground reporting was that people there were not hiding their anger at the federal government.
when you look at the actual breakdown, Trump is only down 20,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier, Michael, I wanted to show this to you, and Sam, you can see this. Hopefully you can see this as well. This is our spitballing map. This is how we kind of see it playing out, or potentially playing out. Like they could be. We gave Kamala the Rust Belt, except for PA. We put PA in Trump's column. We gave Virginia to Kamala, but we took New Hampshire. You think that's fair? You think that's reasonable? Is there anything you would change about this map?
Aside
Michael,
from
go first.
aside from taking Virginia and Michigan and giving it to Trump, also let's see, you have Indiana, okay. Yeah, I would, or actually not Michigan, but I would give Wisconsin and Virginia to Trump.
Really?
Yeah,
You think Wisconsin's going to go for Trump?
I do.
Wisconsin is actually is being talked about lately as being more likely than Michigan to go to Trump.
I have a good feeling about Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I'd
so
say
do I.
there's a strong possibility. I don't know as
could-
much about New Hampshire, but I'd say strong possibility. Wisconsin flips red. Potentially Michigan, just because of the Muslim influence there, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, according to the polling data coming out right now, Kamala's doing a lot better there than Trump. Virginia, I think there's a pretty serious chance that we can flip that red.
Yep.
I was looking at numbers earlier tonight, and I would have said I'm maybe 55% confident, and that's growing. That's increasing. PA, I think, is definitely the right call. You were talking about Presler earlier, and some of the numbers he was turning out. He got, I believe it was over 20,000 Amish to register to vote, and they're all who previously had never voted. like in their lives.
Right.
And they're all talking about, they've all got,
How about the
MAGA
Jews?
flags on their buggies.
How about the Orthodox who voted for Trump and was that Jersey?
Yeah, I saw that. That was big.
And there was like a Jewish parade or something in New York City. Yeah, for Trump. Yeah, in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
Weird
Okay.
stuff you would not have expected 4 years ago.
So Minnesota definitely going blue. Probably, right?
We can give it
Minnesota,
to
yeah,
them.
I think Minnesota's going blue.
I think Minnesota's going blue.
If it flips, I don't think anybody will be that surprised because their own governor isn't that popular there.
Yeah.
But it would be the first time since '76.
You mean the sergeant major? What's this great dude? Have you ever seen him hunt? He's a man's man. Are you kidding me? Hey, Michigan, I don't think it's going to go red. I think it's definitely going to stay blue personally. If you vote a person like Gretchen Whitmer in, then I think that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
New York is very fascinating. It would be like an earthquake, a tsunami if New York goes red tonight. Like, how much jubilation would there be? I mean, it would just be so amazing.
First disappointing call for me tonight.
Oh, no.
Tim Kaine has won his U.S. Senate race in Virginia, beating Hung Kao. Hung Kao was an excellent candidate.
He was
wow.
fantastic.
He was a Marine who.
It's too early to call that one.
Well, yeah, I hope you're right that turns out, because Hung Kao is one of those. If he didn't win that race, Trump needs to give him a position as like an assistant secretary or something.
Wow, you kind of wish you could just speed this up a little bit.
Whoa, Harris down to a 41,000 vote lead in Virginia, according to the Virginia Insider.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
3 minutes ago, 41,000 vote lead in Virginia. You see, this is
Yep, I see that.
if Virginia flips, you don't need to pay that much attention to the Rust Belt anymore, except for padding the results and to have like such a large margin of victory that Mark Elias just gives up and goes home.
It's important to try and amp up the mandate as much as possible. Win the popular vote, win an electoral landslide. Don't just sneak in.
Early report from Pittsburgh. Mail-in is a disaster for the Democrats. Nearly 20% shift to the right from 2020 in mail-in votes in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Looks like there's still a ton of uncounted votes down in Norfolk and Richmond for sure. How do those fare, Hitchborn?
Norfolk so Norfolk is kind of it's very interesting. Norfolk tends to go Democrat, but Virginia Beach tends to go Republican, and they're very, very close to each other. Richmond always goes Democrat, but it all depends on the rest of the voter turnout throughout the rest of the state, because when you look at the way the rest of the map goes, every single election, it's like the Washington, D.C. metro area, Richmond, tend to be the ones that decide whatever happens with the rest of the state, and it's absolutely infuriating. But the way things are going, I'm actually becoming more and more confident that Virginia might flip.
What is it? Okay, so can we spitball that a little bit? Donald Trump. Let's just say hypothetically, Donald Trump wins tonight. Okay, he gets the nod. What happens next? Is he going to get convicted? Is he going to have to go to jail? Does he get to pardon himself, or does he sit in jail until inauguration day and then he pardons himself? Does our country go into absolute meltdown? Do we see rioting on the streets? What comes next? Hitchborn.
Well, will they try to put him in jail? Probably. I mean, they've tried everything else. They're going to pull out all the stops and do whatever they can in order to prevent him from taking the oath of office. Then that will probably include more attempts on his life. That said, I don't know how successful they can possibly be in getting that done, just because they've been an absolute failure at stopping him at every other corner. So will they try to do something like that? Maybe. But at this point, the real question is, what's going to happen to the rest of the country? Because I'm starting to wonder if maybe we are on the verge of a cultural collision with those in power. And if there was anything that I would expect the Democrats to do, I think that what they would do is manufacture some sort of international crisis that would force a halt to any transfer of power. And from there, they would probably try to get the United States so emblazoned in some sort of conflict that it would take there are executive orders on the books that give the president dictatorial powers for 6 months. So that would be the last ditch effort, I think. For
my
them
wife
to
just
pull.
sent me a screenshot of something here for a Virginia update.
Mm-hmm.
34% reporting in.
I saw it.
Trump is only down 21,000 votes.
I see Trump
Virginia.
up right now.
You see Trump up right now.
Yeah, let me show you.
Oh no.
I see him up, but just it's dead even. It's essentially dead even.
It's dead even with 36% of votes counted. But if this continues,
Virginia's in play, boys.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
if
man.
he wins Virginia,
What's going on in North Carolina?
the Rust Belt is a nice topper for your cake at that point.
It's so over. Hey, Patty, in our Telegram group earlier, I don't know if this got mentioned or not. Forgive me if it did, but this was about 20 minutes ago. Pennsylvania judge just issued an order giving voters in Luzerne County an extra 90 minutes to vote.
Yep, because they had some threats made there or something, or machines weren't working.
Touching on what you were saying, Dr. Stine, now, weren't there reports that the U.S. is going to be testing a hypersonic missile later tonight or something like that?
Yes. California, there's going to be out of the Space Force base in California, they're going to be testing a hypersonic missile tonight at around 11 o'clock, which is, by the way, 11 o'clock Central or 11 o'clock Pacific, I believe, is around the time that we should have a really good idea how things are going. Your map has Kansas turning blue, which is funny.
I like how you got distracted by that.
I'm looking at going, that's absurd. That would be as absurd as turning Wyoming blue.
Sure. Yeah. Oh man, this is going to be a very entertaining couple of hours. I got to tell you. I think. What do you think by 10 Central? This map is going to be on fire.
I think you're going to see a lot of red on this map.
I think so too.
I think so too.
I think so.
I think
too.
you're going to see a lot of red, maybe in places that nobody going into today who were not paying close attention to these polls. Like, what have I been doing when not preparing for making videos and live streams on my channel? I've been paying attention to the polls and things because my educational background is in American politics. My PhD is essentially a political science PhD. So this stuff is all the kind of stuff I'm really into, and it would not surprise me if you saw a lot of weird things today. 19% of votes counted in New Hampshire. Trump is down by under 20,000 votes.
Yep.
Wow.
That's about a 10% margin. Could he make it up? Maybe. New Hampshire is usually the first one people say could flip of those.
Oh man, Vermont, which is predominantly a mail-in ballot state, 37% counted. How do they not? I mean, if it's all mailed in, how do they not already count them? Are they not allowed to count them until the polls close?
I think they're not allowed to count them until
the polls close.
The moment the polls open in the morning or something, or when polls close, or at some point in the day.
Right.
Massachusetts.
Because you have to have the poll watchers there watching everything at the
that's
same
right.
time that they're watching the ballot count.
Just like they did back in 2020, right? With the whole carts and from under the table thing.
I haven't checked the live chat in a while. Let me do that.
Yeah, give some shout outs, Dr. Stine. Who's on your feed tonight?
Mountains of Elysium says, on a separate issue, could I ask for prayers? I have fallen away from the faith, and especially as I became a father in the past year, I dearly want to come home and bring my family with me.
Amen. We'll be praying for you.
Mountains of Elysium in your prayers.
Mountains of Elysium. That
Sabrina's in Kansas says we'd be surprised. Actually, not really. There's that old book, What's the Matter with Kansas? It used to be a kind of a blue state. Oklahoma was a blue state in the 90s. But Kansas, why is Kansas blue, David Lamb asked? Because the cities are checking in right now.
Because they're just starting to filter some information out to the public. 7% is all that's been counted so far.
D. Carr says, as I said before, Northern Virginia sends in waves at their precincts at the end. So he's expecting it to flip blue at the end. Again, we'll find out. You're probably right, but we'll find out.
It tends to happen that way, yeah. they magically find all the votes that they need at the very end.
Ellen Broad says this is his first live stream on my channel. That's because that he catches live. It's because I tend to do these live streams at like 4 in the morning. So, but yeah, so let's just keep an eye on these maps though. And I'm going to check X here on some of these accounts that I'm following.
I'm trying to pull
election alert with 74% reporting. Fulton County, Georgia shows a 2.6% shift towards Trump over 2020. That by itself would flip Georgia. 28% reporting in Texas with Trump up by almost 9 points.
Jake, is the chat on for YouTube for us?
Oh yes, it's on and active. Very active.
I'm trying to get to it, and it won't open for me. I don't know.
Not showing up.
Yeah, I mean,
the New York Times is now giving Trump a 53% chance at winning Pennsylvania.
I'm
People
sorry.
want me to talk
did you
more,
just say
as
the
if,
New
like,
York
we don't have
Times?
fantastic guests that know way more than I do.
Did you just say the New York Times is giving Trump a 53% chance of winning?
At winning Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Which means winning.
Yeah, that's. They must have said that with like some disgust in their mouth. I mean, that must have been interesting.
Trump is on pace to flip Baldwin County, Georgia. Would be the first time the GOP has won that county since 2004.
Wow.
On pace is what they're saying. Who knows how that'll stay, but.
Somebody just reported that with 40% in, Donald Trump has taken the lead in Virginia.
Okay, so let me go back to my desktop here.
With 41% in, that's very likely.
38%.
I didn't realize Cornel West was running. That's funny.
I actually have been wondering what his effect would be.
Imagine
the protest votes he gets from educated African Americans who can't bring themselves to vote for Trump, but do not like the Democrats anymore.
Yep.
Let me just give a couple of shout outs here. I'm just trying to check out some of these chats while I can. Little Daisy, good evening to you. I was going to say good morning because that's what I'm used to saying. But good evening to you. Evelyn and Dory, hello. And female Casey Royals fan from Nebraska. Nebraska is going to go red tonight, right? Let's hope. Mac Thompson, hello to you. Lori's prepping for heaven. Yay and amen. Jacobite Wiseman. I like that. We like that. We're Jacobites. Praise be to God.
Nice.
Mac Thompson. Hello again. Colin. Good morning or good evening, whatever time of day it is. Mari, Michelle. Good evening to you. Praise be to God. Thanks you for hanging out with us today. I see Magnificat is in the house. How's my Bible coming? I'm just curious. Are you fixing that thing, or are you just sitting around watching us live stream tonight? I'm only teasing. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for hanging out. Yvonne. Anna, I see you there. Praise be to God. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Let us know if you have any questions that we can answer or try to anyway, especially for our guest, Sam, all the way from sunny Ireland. And it's like 2 in the morning or something over there. So he's not going to bed.
Another source is saying the New York Times is predicting that Trump will win the presidency.
The New York Times. Wow. They must be beside themselves right now.
Well, the New York Times has been releasing some embarrassing Kamala stories recently to kind of gear things up for.
They could read the writing on the wall. By the way, look at your map now.
Illinois starting to report.
There you go.
Missouri starting to report.
Virginia and North Carolina have both turned red, not red, but pink. They, for some reason, thought Pennsylvania is blue, but that'll change.
Dead even in North Carolina with 14% of the vote on the board. 39% of the vote in Virginia, and still pretty much dead even there.
So I do have an official prediction regarding Virginia. Earlier, as I was outside enjoying the wonderful, warm, perhaps we could call it a Trumpian summer in New York State, outdoors. It was very warm outside, and I was enjoying a smoke in a pipe that was gifted to me by the wonderful Rudy Carlos.
Wow.
And Rudy said, if I was smoking a Virginia and Perique tobacco blend, that means Virginia's going to turn red, and it just so happened that that's what I chose.
It's like prophecy.
Before he said anything, that's what I chose to smoke tonight.
It's like
called St.
prophecy.
Bernard is the name of the blend. So maybe St. Bernard is going to bring Virginia home for us tonight.
Who knows? It could be possible. Mark, hello and good evening to you. Michelle, Norleen, good morning, or good evening, whatever time of day is. I don't even know. Northern Michigan for Trump, Melissa says. Is it true? Could Michigan go could go Michigan. Of course, the upper PI is. That's where men hunt. Of course, it's going to go
If
for
Virginia flips,
Trump.
Michigan is probably flipping too.
Really? You think so?
Virginia was less likely to flip.
Are you saying Dearborn is gonna be the clincher for Michigan in that rate for Trump in Michigan? You think the Muslims are going to go for Trump?
I want to give you the two variables here in this election that we haven't brought up tonight, and that is that Pennsylvania and Michigan both have governors who really want to be president, and they know that governors stop being relevant about 5 minutes after they stop being governors. Yep. Meaning their window to become president begins to close really quickly in 2028. If Kamala wins tonight, she probably gets reelected because that's just usually what happens. They wouldn't have a chance till 2032. So neither of them have any incentives to put in, we'll say, extra effort.
Okay.
To deliver those states for Kamala to make sure she wins.
How would this race have been different if Gretchen Whitmer would have been the running mate?
Michigan would be a lock for her. Almost certainly.
Would Kamala's campaign be better off?
Had been.
Would Kamala's campaign have been better off?
I wonder if Gretchen Whitmer is unlikable in a different way than Kamala Harris is.
Well, I don't
Kamala
like her.
Harris
That's for sure.
reminds people of kind of like a normal person, a normal woman you run into this store who.
Kamala?
Yeah, in a lot of ways she does. In terms of personality.
I think she's a bizarre fake.
Gretchen Whitmer, I have referred to as the Wicked Witch of Michigan. There's something extremely off-putting.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Yeah, there's something extremely off-putting about her in ways that makes Hillary Clinton look almost warm.
Wow, that's saying a lot right there.
But you would not have any of the Walls gaffes with Whitmer.
Notice we have not heard a peep out of Walls essentially in the last couple of weeks. He has been really quiet.
He's been AWOLs.
Where's the sergeant major when you need him most? Sam McCarthy, I saw you shaking your head there. What do you think? Gretchen Whitmer on the team. How does that affect Kamala Harris's campaign?
I mean, for one thing, she's already a campaign co-chair, so I mean, I think she's bringing something to the campaign, or so they say. I completely agree with Anthony. I think, Kamala is the woman that you'd run into. I wouldn't say in the grocery store, maybe in the liquor store, picking up a box of wine.
Or the mall, you bump into her coming out of the extremely expensive jewelry store.
Yeah, or the jewelry store that would like to be the extremely expensive one, but isn't. And then you have Gretchen Whitmer. During my time living in Michigan, I had I think Witchmer is funny, but I had a much less polite nickname for her.
Uh-huh.
And,
Daily Mail is reporting that a Pennsylvania voting site has been evacuated as disruptors try to upset the election results.
Really?
Again, which ideology is behind that kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
Why are they doing?
sites
Why are
in
they doing
Georgia
that?
closed down.
Why are external people doing this? People whom I hope that Trump comes in, has his attorney general go after and find out who organizes these people and takes care of this problem. This is the kind of thing that we should have zero tolerance for, regardless of the ideology, with the partisan leanings of the people behind it.
North Carolina's looking more red, boys. I'm liking it.
Decision Desk is giving Trump a 73% chance of winning North Carolina with 14% of the estimated vote reporting.
All right.
Wow, that's a pretty high percentage point. What about Virginia? Any updates on Virginia? I mean, he's starting to pull away a little bit there. He's got 2 points. Oh, no, sorry. Going the other way there. I guess I'm old. I didn't see that correctly. It's Kamala that's pulling away in Virginia.
She's not pulling away too much.
No, but remember, those Nova tends to dump a bunch of its votes at the end.
PA is 10% in right now.
Are you seeing Loudoun County right there, Michael Hitchborn?
Yeah, Loudoun County is 95% reported in. So their influence is pretty much done. Fairfax is 57% reported in. Manassas, oddly enough, let's see, wait a minute. Manassas is about only 19% reported in, which is kind of strange. But her lead over Trump is very small there. And her lead over Trump in Prince William County is also quite small. But it's 80% reported in, so maybe that one's done.
I would posit this hypothesis here for you, that there's a number of people in Virginia who hate with a passion how their state has changed since the growth of the federal bureaucracy in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And
I'm one of them.
that they are going to, maybe some of them are going to vote to spite them.
Yeah.
That Trump's efficiency stuff is music to their ears. That they like to have their state back. I've met people at my alma mater who were from, like, professionals who worked in the university who were from Nova, and I couldn't distinguish them in any way from Portlanders. In any way. There was no way.
Wow.
I could do that with people from other places who were from, the heartland or from New York. I could tell. There was always something but Nova was like Portland in Virginia. It was like somebody transplanted part of the city there.
Who was it? It was Mem Lagu. I don't know how to say your name correctly, but thanks for hanging out with us tonight. It says, Mr. Blue from Washington State here. We burn our voter drop boxes. Yeah, with the free Gaza bombs that you throw in the box there. That was very original. Very good. Very interesting what goes on over there. I'm just looking through the X to see what's new and what's being reported there. Eduardo Verastke is been pushing pretty hard for Donald Trump. God's Not Dead is on the team, I guess.
Arkansas has
Kevin
been called.
Sorbo. Arkansas what?
Arkansas has been called for Trump.
Not
I know,
surprised.
shocked by that result.
With
Yeah.
0% reporting in.
Yeah.
13. They didn't even take the vote. They're like, we're just gonna give it to Trump. Don't even bother.
Right.
NBC exit polls have independents as R+6 nationally.
Nationally.
Yeah.
That must be killing NBC to have to say that. I'm looking over at our ticker on that we've tracked on NBC, and yeah,
Harris has fallen below 30% on Polymarket.
Mm-hmm.
Take that with a grain of salt, of course. The betting markets, while people have some real money on the line, they are at the end of the day still betting markets.
You got NBC exit poll here showing Trump is +10 amongst Latino men nationally.
+10.
54% to 44%.
+10 nationally. So think of Texas, Arizona,
10.
New Mexico,
The big
Southern
divide in
Cal.
this election is between men and women. It's not between the races.
Yep.
It's interesting, if you know some of the things you can't say on social media that Lyndon Johnson said about African-American voters, it's ironic to me that Barack Obama is the one who destroyed what he created.
Isn't that interesting? I'm just looking to see if there's anything anybody's like throwing out there as curveballs tonight.
There's a lot of hopping back and forth with the Virginia thing.
Virginia, 37% reporting Trump. This is according to Kyle Becker 9 minutes ago. Trump is just up, but barely. And it's neck and neck in Virginia. Virginia, who knew Virginia was going to be so exciting tonight, Michael Hitchborn?
Virginia,
Google
Virginia's
is reporting 41% reporting in that Trump has a lead of 979,000 votes to 966,000 votes Kamala Harris.
Well, the Epic Times has it at 994,000 to 985,000, but yeah, it's just
it's delaying reporting on the
New York Times' electoral college estimate just went up for Trump by another few votes. He's at 278 estimated.
What do you think Kamala's thinking right now?
I don't think she's thinking much of it all.
I think she's trying to decide what her next cocktail is going to be.
Yeah.
I would
Probably
tell you, by the
appreciates
way,
the
that if
win.
the New York Times is projecting him to have 278 electoral votes,
It's over.
that there isn't any organized plans for weird things to happen at around 3 a.m, we'll say. Because remember, the New York Times were part of it last time.
Mm-hmm.
Fox News was part of it last time.
Oh man, that's we might even get to bed early, guys. I mean, what else?
I told you this morning that there was an outside chance, and yesterday when we were talking about this behind the scenes, that there was an outside chance that I'm going to regret all the energy drink I had earlier today and all the caffeine I've had since then.
I did not. I'm drinking tea right now. I did not have I was tempted to get some coffee going, but
You know,
I still got to
I've
be
been
up at
pounding
3:30.
electrolytes, to try to balance it out a little bit. But
Oh
this
man,
is why I've got a plan to just do my morning live stream.
somebody was sharing
Maybe just keep watching things until we hit 2 a.m. to make sure there's no miraculous changes in things.
Oh boy, could you imagine? Hey Orlando, hello, and thanks for hanging out with us today. Praise be to God. Lori, good morning or good evening to you. Thanks for being on again. What was I going to say? Someone was sharing the clip from 2016 of the crowd eagerly awaiting Hillary Clinton to come out on stage and announce her victory, just sobbing and crying like it was the end of the world. Are we going to get any video like that from Kamala's, stage tonight? Are there any live feeds?
Remember what my hope is tonight. That that Trump declares victory, and then Joe Biden addresses the country, calls for a time of healing, and congratulates Donald Trump, thus putting an end to any miraculous middle of the night things.
Yeah.
And he does it with that that glint in his eye of that I've seen in his look before. There's that part of me that wants to like Joe Biden until I remember all the evil things that man has done.
Yeah.
That glint in his eye is called the fire of hell.
You pray for his conversion before it's too late.
Yes.
Yeah.
That he gets the grace of repentance, and that he gives a sorrowful confession.
Please God.
Stranger miracles have happened. I am a convert. So if I can convert, then Joe Biden can have an interior conversion. And he's had the grace of the sacraments his whole life.
I'm just checking out C-SPAN right now because it's, of course, copyright free because it's ours. Seeing what they're
Bug
up to.
Hall. I don't know. Have you had Bug Hall on your show?
I've interviewed Bug Hall in the past. It's probably been, I don't know, a couple of years since I've talked to Bug Hall.
He says on Twitter, I just switched to PBS. They're already melting down.
I can watch PBS too. That's also ours. That's public broadcasting.
I would not be saddened if PBS were spun off, were made private, government got out of it, because I really dislike the idea of state-controlled media.
Yeah.
Of any kind. Already, but most of their best intellectual properties are owned or licensed out to HBO as it is. Like, if you want to go watch archives of Sesame Street, you go to HBO. I think Mr. Rogers is on like Prime now. Okay,
Really?
so I think so. Yeah, you can find that stuff on streaming. So they have ways to use their classic shows that people like probably Bob Ross, I think, is a PBS thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they could make enough to keep themselves going. Bring in commercials. And then if they want to be basically, I don't know, CNN with kids programming, they can do that.
Ooh. We're at 43% in Virginia, and Trump is starting to pull away.
No, Decision Desk is now projecting Kamala to win Virginia.
Okay,
As a
they're
winner.
fired. They're fired. They're out of here. We can't have any more of that.
Right, but here, remember, even if he doesn't win Virginia, the fact that it's even this close.
That's the thing. Decision Desk is emphasizing that their forecast was likely Democrat. Their margin was +10 in 2020. So
Maine.
it's really that close.
Maine's starting to report. It's too early to tell anything, but Maine's starting to report.
Why is New York still great?
I was going to ask that question.
What is going on?
Yeah, that is a very good question. Come on, guys.
Why
Come
are
on,
we
New York.
holding off
What's
on
going
that?
on? What are you afraid of?
what at all is happening? I'm
Wisconsin
not expecting
hasn't
it to go
reported
right. But why is
anything.
that happening?
Well, if you hover over New York on the Google map, it says New York results expected around 9 p.m. So maybe they've been extended.
Yeah,
Maybe.
9 p.m. is 10 minutes from now.
Yeah. Why aren't they bringing out any kind of polling or anything like
Well,
that?
like
Yeah.
I said, maybe they extended the polling until 9 p.m. this evening. I don't know.
Jerome, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I'm glad you're here. Praise be to God. And if you guys could think of Mike Koeniger tonight on his birthday, pray that he gets a great Christmas present like Kamala losing or something along those lines. That'd just be amazing.
Amen.
That'd be really amazing. Praise be to God. Kansas is still blue on the Google map. I thought that's interesting. Really?
Decision Desk is projecting Kamala takes New Hampshire.
Not surprised. I knew that was going to happen. I had hopes. I did have hopes. I think it's going to be tight, though. I do think it's going to be a tight race there. What about PA? PA is coming in 13% according to Google anyway. And Kamala has a very strong lead.
Again, that's Pittsburgh, and that's Is it a
Pittsburgh and
strong lead,
Philadelphia.
knowing that that's going to be Pittsburgh and Philadelphia? And
It's
other
definitely
similar
Philly.
areas?
It's definitely Philly and Pittsburgh. Yes, she's huge. She's huge. She's huge. She's got big votes.
New York Times is up now predicting 280 electoral votes for Trump.
280. You say the New York Times? Can you just
New York
repeat that?
Times.
This is the New York Times
The New York Times.
Electoral College estimate, 280.
Come on,
Not
PA,
a
Rollo
landslide,
says.
but
Fred, hello. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Damon Keller, thanks for hanging out tonight. By the way, if you want to throw a super chat towards Dr. Stein tonight, that'd be great. If you're on the Return to Tradition channel tonight, show your love. That'd be amazing. Praise be to God. We'd be very grateful to you. Michigan, how we looking? Illinois is very solid blue. We knew that was going to happen. I feel bad for Illinois. If it wasn't for Chicago, Illinois would be a decent place.
Yep.
Chicago, you're very familiar with that part of town, aren't you, Hitchborn? You hang out with your buddy there, Supich, on a probably once or twice in your past.
Well, he likes to hop around on his yacht and
How much longer do you think Supich has? He's 75. He's retired, but he's still not been. His retirement still is not
still
been
not been
accepted.
accepted.
I'm waiting for when Cardinal McElroy gets moved to Chicago, and I almost wonder if Francis is going to move Cardinal Supich to Rome to go
Yep.
work in the liturgy dicastery with Roach.
That's scary. That's
Yeah.
super scary. What about
It would make sense.
What
And
does
then
it
he could
mean
stay
that
there until
Donardo
he
is
drops,
not retired?
basically.
What does it mean that Donardo, who had to submit his retirement, didn't get accepted? What do you think that? How do we interpret that?
Interpret it in light of the meeting that Tobin, Supich, and McElroy had with Francis that was off the books but announced to the public,
Right.
and later was told that it was about the state of the USCCB and how they're going to want to bring in new bishops who will implement Francis's synodal reforms. Interpret it that way. Is DiNardo friendly to synodality, or because they have a lot of seats to fill as it is, so it could just be a matter of expedience that they're keeping him on for the time being.
It's a major
He's not- he's a
archdiocese.
threat, but that he's maybe further down the list than say replacing or filling, say, Tyler, Texas is.
Deborah, it's 44% counted so far in Virginia, at least according to the Epic Times, which I'm seeing that they're all tracking very similar at this point. And 30% counted in New Hampshire at this point.
They've just called New Jersey for Harris. It's shifted 4.6 points to Trump, though, over the 2020 results. Understand, if you get a general across the board 4.6% shift to Trump, that means Trump wins a popular vote by half a point.
Incidentally, even though Decision Desk HQ has called Virginia for Harris, Trump is now leading over Harris, 996,000 to 994,000 votes.
He's almost got a percentage point on her right now, from what I
He's
can
got
tell.
he's got a 25,000 vote lead over her, according to the AP, at this moment, with 44,000 votes in, or 44% in. However, let's see what happens.
Yep.
There have been premature calls of states before,
Sure.
famously, 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm wondering what's going on with Louisiana.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of work to be done in New Orleans down there. New Orleans for Kamala. Won't be at
So
all
New
surprised.
York and Louisiana are still waiting for polls to close before they start reporting.
D.C. How come D.C.? I mean, it's obviously going to go blue, so... Like,
I'm
what-
going to laugh.
What
if
are we even
Trump-
talking about?
If Trump or if Harris wins it by anything less than 90 to 10. That'll be a bad sign for her. Again, I kind of wonder how many residents of D.C. really don't like the federal bureaucracy.
If Trump wins tonight, how many actors and singers and famous people do you think will actually move out of the country?
None.
Zero.
None.
Only
And
ones
they
who
lie
have-
for a living. Why would they?
maybe the ones who 5-6 years ago suddenly decided to go live in Greece for a while, inexplicably. like Tom Hanks.
Inexplicably. I remember that. That was
Yeah.
great.
There are terms of service reasons that make it so I can't go into why Tom Hanks is thought to have moved to Greece. But I will say, you might see something like some of those kinds of folks move. But
Maine's still looking very red with 0% reported at this point.
Decision Desk is giving Harris a 51% chance of winning PA right now.
Harris has a 51%, you said.
Chance.
That would be incredible given the work that's been done in Pennsylvania.
There's only 13% reporting yet.
Decision Desk will change it. Will change its numbers as the night goes on. Remember to take exit polls with a grain of salt because they constantly change, and that's essentially an exit poll.
Yep.
All right, Philadelphia County is 14% reported, and it's got essentially 120,000 votes counted.
How many? Okay,
she needs 700,000.
Pull out of that map and go back to just over Pennsylvania, and then look to. And so, how many votes total does she have? 659,000. Now go back into Pennsylvania and see what percentage of those votes come from the big Democrat population centers.
Right.
Oh, look, 100,000 of that 659,000 come from Philadelphia. What's that next big blue dot northwest of it?
This one right here.
Montgomery County, another 71,000. I mean, look, most of the map hasn't even checked in yet.
Yeah. 184,000.
Allegheny County, yeah. I mean,
she's got a
of
long
her-
way to go. She
that's
needs
half of her votes right there.
She needs 700,000 just in Philadelphia County alone, and she's only at 100,000. So there's a long way to go.
14% in.
Yeah, it's a long way to go.
I think she's going to be disappointed there that night.
I hope you're right about that. That'd be huge. That'd be so
But New York
huge.
has still not checked in.
Nope, it is not. We got 3 minutes on the hook.
3 minutes, and then they close their polls there. I think I do remember that New York does typically close their polls later, probably because of New York City.
Right.
Yeah, I forgot about that. About New York City.
Hey, Katherine Johnson, so great if New York turned. It could happen. It's possible. The fact that it's in play at all is exciting, in my opinion. Like, no, I certainly did. Anybody here think this morning, hey, New York's going to be on the docket today? I didn't. I
still don't think it really is.
Virginia Project says, I don't know why Decision Desk HQ called Virginia. It's not at all a determined outcome yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Virginia Project is the one that I follow. They have been right about everything when it comes to Virginia so far.
They're excellent, especially on election integrity. They've been really solid, really pushed for some good reform.
The only thing I don't like about them is they don't like Scott Pressler. They think he's an egomaniac, which I can see why they'd say that. But I think their model and Scott Pressler's model should be the way forward for any state that you want to flip. That is
the combination of the two, yeah. I think their big gripe with Pressler was the focus on turning out the vote without enough attention paid to election integrity concerns. So no matter how many people you have getting out and actually voting, if they can just rob it, it doesn't matter, you know?
Right. Other than that, the counter argument is usually that you get high enough turnout and then it becomes implausible.
Yeah.
What do you think about Colonel West there? We talked about him a little while ago. I know you had mentioned his name. What do you think about third-party candidates in general? I mean, if you're only going to get 0.2% of the vote, in this case, the example is Virginia. I mean, I wonder about I would love a third party. I do. I can't stand the two-party system. But in general, if you have zero chance of winning, is it ethical to take donor dollars and to pursue it? That's the question. Hitchborn, what do you think?
The our system is not built for it.
Yeah, the system's not built for it. If you look at the election history of this country, there were times when a third party actually made a pretty major dent in major elections. But by and large, it's been two-party. You've got the Tories and the Whigs. You've got the Democratic Republicans. You've got, the parties have evolved over time, but it's almost always boiled down to two. So the idea of a third party usually winds up playing spoiler. Their whole role seems to be to disrupt or interrupt one particular party by siphoning off votes from them to give an edge to the other party.
Sam McCarthy, what do you say?
So I was reading an update here. What was the question?
I was just want to pick your brain about what do you think about third parties, and like, because I was looking at the map on Daily Wire and I saw Colonel West's name there, and he's got 0.2% of the Virginia vote right now, which is like nothing. So I mean, like, if I want a third party, but at the same time, if you have zero chance of ever actually winning, is it ethical to take money? Is it ethical to pursue that? You know what I mean? Like, if there's really zero chance, what do you say to that?
Well, I think the way again, I think the system was mentioned previously, but the way that our system is set up, it really third-party vote doesn't necessarily work. I think it's just an emotional thing. People want to say, "Oh, well, I voted for this, so I feel good." It has no practical effect, and when, especially with the electoral system that we have established, you do need to think practically, at least to a certain degree.
Yeah.
This is why I object to the American Solidarity Party. Aside from the fact that they are pro-life Democrats. When you look at the party platform, they're pro-life Democrats.
Yes,
right down to adopting Francis's view of the death penalty and migration and all these other things. They're pro-life Democrats. Go
Look how
back
solid
to
blue New York
92.
looks.
We
It
would
has
never
0
gotten
votes
the
on the board.
Dynasty if it wasn't for Ross Perot.
I finally called New York and L.A. there. Los Angeles, I should say. No, Louisiana. Not
Louisiana.
Los Angeles is called already. Don't worry, Jake. You didn't mess that up.
Yeah, that's
it's true. It's already called. They didn't even gonna bother. Hey, speaking of called, Eric Sammons is on the team tonight. Praise be to God. Eric, good evening to you, editor of
How you doing,
Magazine.
Joe?
I'm alive. I'm alive, and that counts. And just so you know, we got Hitchborn on the team. Sam McCarthy from the Washington Stand is here. Dr. Anthony Stine, producer Jake from the Catholic Take team. So it's good to have you on the team. So how are you feeling tonight, Eric? How do you see things playing out this evening?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I'll, get ready to go here. So,
got your hat on, yeah?
Yeah, I feel good. I think it's a good. I think Trump looks good. I mean, I think it'll get hairy after he wins, but
so you're definitely calling it. He's winning tonight.
I think he is. Yeah.
Now, by how big? I mean, we've been spitballing this. We have a little. Hopefully, you can see this little map that we've got on the.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to change. New Hampshire's going blue, so we're gonna have to give that to Don, or to rather Kamala. And looks like New York is just reporting, so we don't know where that's gonna go. But right now, this map of how we see things going tonight gives Donald 297 electoral votes. Do you think this is a fair map? Is there anything you'd change on this map?
Yeah, I mean, that's about what I was thinking, was somewhere around 300, something like that. I mean, I'm looking at the map that's up there right now, and I think that looks pretty solid. I'm still not as 100% sure about Pennsylvania, which of course is the big one. But I think he's going to win that, and then ultimately, yeah, I'm just looking at the map to see if there's anything else that jumps out at me. No, I mean, I think everything else looks pretty solid.
If we
take
take
the
Wisconsin
margin right now in New York and in New Jersey, because when they called them, they just called them.
I got 0 votes on the board for New York.
New York, it's saying like 72% for Kamala, but it's 15% reporting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And New Jersey is 38%.
Notice the margin in New Jersey.
Voted.
Yeah.
8 percentage points in New Jersey.
Now, we still have quite a bit to go there in Jersey. But who called Jersey for Kamala? Who was that?
A lot of times they just assume. Yeah. Remember, until recently, they did that with Texas.
Was it New York Times or was it somebody else?
I think it was Decision Desk.
Decision Desk.
Has been calling a lot of stuff.
Interesting.
They've called Texas for Trump.
Going back to our spitballing map here, if we give Kamala PA, but we take Wisconsin, he still wins. He still wins. So, I mean, would you say, Eric, do you think it's fair to say at the very least that Kamala has to do all the work tonight? Like she has zero wiggle room. Donald has lots of options, it seems.
Yeah, that's exactly that's why I'm confident in Trump, because Kamala just has to win too many that are toss-ups that are leaning towards Trump. And if we want to bring in the potential for stealing and everything, there's just too many places where where cheating has to happen. I just don't think it's that organized to make it happen.
So I'm looking at somebody who lives in Pennsylvania who's looking at the actual Pennsylvania breakdown, and they say that basically Kamala Harris may have a big lead right now, but it's all from just the blue areas.
Yeah.
And that everything else on the map is red and hasn't even really checked in yet. And this is a guy in Pennsylvania who's very happy with that result, so maybe he's biased. But
Why haven't we had any reporting coming out of Wisconsin?
their polls probably don't close for a while.
When do their polls close? Let me look that up real quick. That's not it. Is it this? It's not it. Where is it? I had it up earlier.
Wisconsin.
8 o'clock. Might not close till 9.
Polls are closed, I think, in Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania, the polls have been extended to 10 p.m. in Cambria County, Pennsylvania. So if you know anybody in Pennsylvania who lives in Cambria County,
8.
call them right now. They have 55 minutes to get in line.
8 p.m. Wisconsin's supposed to close at 8 p.m. So that's got to be Eastern, right?
They're Central.
They're Central. So that's now. So they just closed. So we should be seeing them come onto the board here any second.
Yeah, their polls have just closed. I do know they have a couple of things. RNC's challenged a couple things in Wisconsin, especially regarding slow ballot counting. There were, I think it was 30,000 early ballots that were counted in an unsecured location. And so the state said, oh, well, we're going to have to recount them. That'll take time. We might not have answers for you till tomorrow. So RNC is really pushing them to kind of get their act together.
What do you think?
People are still waiting in line in New Jersey to vote, by the way. It may have been called, New Jersey may have been called, but they've been waiting for hours to vote.
Wow.
New York Times had bumped the Electoral College estimate from 280 down to 279, but it's back up to 280 again for Trump.
I don't know. I'm starting to get a little nervous now with a couple of these things. Eric, what do you think about the reports of like in Pennsylvania, Bucks County, there was reports of issues with the voting machines and voters having to wait in line for like 3 to 5 hours. And is that just pure coincidence, or are we seeing shenanigans at play?
I think it's likely it can be both. Like, clearly this is a human operation. You're going to have just in the 80s, when Reagan won in 84 and dominated, there was still issues at certain locations. So I'm not saying all of it is, but clearly Pennsylvania, everybody's known for months that this is a key state. And so I think it's very possible, if not likely, that in certain areas you're going to have local officials who are going to try to sway it one way or the other. And they're going to try to, and that's kind of that's how I at least look at what happened in 2020. It was not necessarily a master plan from on high with central planning to make it happen, but instead you have local officials who have a lot of power and control, and they're able to get away with a lot of stuff. And so it wouldn't surprise me if Democratic officials in Pennsylvania, knowing how important the state is, are doing everything they can to at least make it more difficult for Trump supporters to vote. Whatever the case, try to invalidate ballots, things like that. A friend of mine, I put this on X today, a friend of mine in Kentucky was voting, and he noticed a dot on the Kamala circle. And it's like, he turned it in, and they were like, oh, it won't matter. It's like, no, give me a clean ballot. And could that be an innocent mistake? Sure, it could be. But, it's just something that you just have to wonder if that's something that just, obviously, if you fill in Trump, they see a dot on the Kamala, it invalidates the vote because it has both of them marked off. So,
by the way, for those of you who are following Michigan, the New York Times has moved it to 50-50. They had it leaning Kamala Harris. They did that about 10 minutes ago.
Minnesota. Wow. Check Minnesota out.
That's a little early.
I know it's a little early, but remember,
it's exciting.
Tim Walz is not that popular there to begin with.
Yeah,
and Democrats have a depressed turnout.
Why is Mondale got Minnesota?
Why? Oh, Missouri's only at 12%, but
that'll flip to red.
Is that St. Louis? Oh, yeah, it's St. Louis. It's just St. Louis.
It's just St. Louis.
What's up with Kansas though? Why is that?
Kansas is because it's just the cities.
Kansas City.
It's the cities. Okay. That's what I kind of figured, but
yeah.
So there's a lot of changes coming for those states for sure. But you know what's interesting to me is New York was at 0, and then now it's at 16%. Like some of these states, it's taken forever to get off, to get into double digits, but they're at 16% in a heartbeat. It's like that happened very quickly. Wow.
I expect New York will tighten up too, as as red New York checks in.
Look at
I don't
Michigan.
think it's going to tighten up into competitive. But there was interesting polling out of there, which is why a lot of us get kind of hopeful about it.
Virginia, he's got 1% on her, a whole point, and they're halfway there.
This is why some people that Virginia Project is like, why are they calling this early? Nobody agrees with their calling of this early.
All right, so if we take Virginia and
take Virginia and take Pennsylvania off. Take Pennsylvania off. Watch what happens.
give it to her, give it to Trump, you think Pennsylvania's still going to go
give her Pennsylvania.
Okay, got
Didn't
it.
realize you had done that already. Yeah.
So he
There you
still
go.
wins.
Then he doesn't need the Rust Belt.
But what?
Take off,
Okay.
yeah. See, he doesn't need the Rust Belt with Virginia.
Wow.
It just comes down to Arizona.
Go us.
Arizona or
Yeah.
Nevada.
No, if Arizona goes blue, he still wins.
As long as he gets Nevada.
Yes.
He's going to get Nevada.
He's going to get Nevada. Nevada is definitely trending.
He's done a lot of. He did a huge rally out there in Nevada.
This is why I am hoping for Virginia more than any of the other ones.
Yep.
Because they call early enough.
Then the rest don't matter.
Yeah.
Look at Minnesota.
Gentlemen, I have to jump.
Good to see you, Mike. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
God bless you, Michael Hitchborn. Appreciate
God bless
you.
you. God bless our country.
Yeah, we should definitely pray at some point tonight for our country. Hey, Drew Black and Reg Raz. Hello, Melissa Talsma. Hello, Lori. Thanks for hanging out. Joan Dennis. Hello and welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Let me know if you got any questions for Eric Sammons from Crisis Magazine. I had Jason Jones on the other day. He's got some fire burners on Crisis Magazine right now. Like, did you get a lot of heat for that? How did those go over?
Oh yeah.
Like, are we?
I sure did. Yeah. Jason's great though because he's the real deal. He's not just a pundit like me, sitting at his desk. He's actually on the ground in the Middle East, all throughout the world. I mean, he's literally saving Jews in Afghanistan and then talking about the Palestinian Christians being killed in Gaza. Right. And, you just can't classify him as people want to classify him. I literally had people, a friend of mine actually wrote to me to say he's a vicious anti-Semite. I'm like, he saved more Jews than you have. Right. It's like, don't give me this crap. And so, yeah, no, Jason's the real deal. In fact, he's going to be doing some more stuff for us in the Middle East. And I just thought he had a great article, I guess it was yesterday, with us about what's going on in Gaza and just talking about how Trump can really make a difference in the Middle East. And it might bring about some younger people who normally would go Democrat who might be like, Trump actually is somebody we can follow because he's making things happen. He's making peace happen. So
this is an interesting because he and I talked about his articles and the election. Of course, he's stumping for Trump in PA right now. He's been working with some of these suppressed Christian communities from the Middle East that are living in Pennsylvania. So he's been doing a good work there. But he and I talked about it, and I'm incredibly critical of Donald Trump, but I'm not a never Trumper. I get that he's better than the other side, but I've always felt like that's too low of a bar for us Catholics. To those that are given much as expected. Like we may have to.
Sorry to interrupt here. I
ahead.
got some New York Times updates if you want them.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yes.
Pennsylvania, Trump plus 0.5, according to the New York Times.
0.5.
Nevada, Trump plus 0.8. North Carolina, Trump plus 2.1. Georgia, Trump plus 2.3. Arizona, Trump plus 3.5.
South Carolina's definitely going red.
And they've bumped up their electoral estimate to 281 for Trump now.
281.
They called Texas for Trump, and I always laugh because every cycle the Dems are like, I think we can get Texas this year, and I'm always just like, you guys are just
they try
living
hard.
in a
They need
dream
to bring in
world.
a bunch of more Californians in, and there's only so many of those to go around.
They spend a lot of money stumping in Texas because it's Houston, Galveston, Houston area where I live is 7 to 8 million people.
New York Times now up to 285 electoral college estimate and chance of winning has switched from toss-up to leaning Trump for New York Times.
So, okay, well, some of us got to go look at some of what others are saying. Like, what is Fox News saying right now? What is CNN saying right now? We should maybe try to see what without playing them on this feed.
I kind of want to know if CNN is melting down.
Right, exactly. That's what I want to know. So, I don't
Let's
want
not also forget 2020 when I went to bed with Trump basically going to win it.
Right,
Yeah.
but remember, the New York Times is the ones leading the calls for Trump right now. That is that is a massive difference because that is a regime propaganda outlet.
Yeah,
I almost wonder if they're going to just try to hope that the courts do something to him, on the 26th, or if they're going to just play Operation Box Him In. We can wait him out. It's only 4 years.
Whoa.
There's no way that weirdo J.D. Vance is going to be president.
Look at that. New Mexico is super early. We shouldn't get excited, but right out of the gate,
Boom, Trump.
This is Chavez County coming in huge for Donald. It's not even Las Cruces. It's not even Santa Fe or Albuquerque yet. So we're going to get those numbers here in a bit, and it'll go blue, I'm sure. But, man, right out of the gate, doing well.
It's another one of those states that people kind of wonder, can he flip it? Because people say, there's a lot of it's a very left-leaning state. But if you've been to New Mexico, there's no reason that place is blue, except for people not turning out. Really, I mean, I've been to New Mexico. There's a lot of people there who are, we'll call the natural Republicans. It's just Albuquerque and Santa Fe dominates everything there.
Hey, Justin, thank you, man. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Silent Fire 88, good to see you here. Put my vote in for Trump as a Michigander. It would be so beautiful to see the state turn red. Well, I mean, the upper PI, right? The upper PI where real men live, praise be to God. Killing some big deer out
Michigan
in the
to
upper
Trump
PI.
plus 0.1.
Catherine Johnson, hello and welcome. Thanks for being on the team tonight. Appreciate you being here. I agree, Deepai. It is great for New Mexico. It's good news.
CNN's kind of freaking out. They're definitely like they're talking about how like they're. I'm just looking at their website and some of the tweets of their people.
CNN is the most schizophrenic news outlet this year.
Yeah.
They were of the mainstream news outlets the ones criticizing Kamala Harris the most, other than Fox.
Yeah.
So they helped, but it could all be an act from them freaking out. Because when did CNN get their best ratings in the last decade?
When Trump was in office.
Exactly.
This is interesting. It said Trump is only down by 8 points among his Hispanic voters in current exit poll numbers. That would be the best for a Republican since W in 2004.
I saw a report from Wisconsin that he's more than doubled his support among black men.
That would flip Wisconsin. Wisconsin was so close last time. I'm fascinated that your map still has Minnesota red at this point.
I know, right? I didn't want to say it out loud. I don't want to jinx anything.
I know. I'd love Minnesota to flip because I'm a believer that God is an artist and poetry is a form of art.
Poetry,
and
yeah.
It would be extremely poetic for Minnesota to turn red because of Minnesota's role in the Summer of Love and because of Tim Walz's role in all of that and because he's the VP.
The burden is
this
sweet.
It's like one
Good
county,
evening.
basically Minnesota, out in rural. Minnesota. That's right now just for Trump.
Oh, I know.
But I would love it too. You're right.
Yeah, this map doesn't even. It's like a tiny little dot. That's recorded.
Right. So what's
out
going to
there.
happen is Minnesota and Minneapolis and Duluth are going to check in, and then everybody else is going to be scrambling to catch up.
Didn't take long for New Mexico to flip blue, huh?
No, that's probably because one of the bigger cities popped in.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Santa Fe. Santa Fe starting to report. But look at Iowa. Iowa coming in blue. Maybe that.
Yeah, that's
who
the one.
knows? Maybe that poll was right. Maybe we
9% in.
9%'s not much, but Des Moines definitely going to go blue, right?
Des Moines will. No, but almost nowhere else will.
Yeah. The burden is sweet is from Canada, and so desperately is hoping for Trump to win. Yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate it. And we hope that Trudeau at some point stops trying to govern Canadians. That'd be amazing. That'd be really amazing. Minnesota should be red. Well, we'll see, I guess. Therein lies the answer. 20% vote in New York at this time. 69% for Kamala, but it's still got to all just be the Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
It's New York. Thanks, New York City. You're the best, man. But there's a little red dot there from Staten Island.
yeah, that's not surprising.
No kidding. Staten Island. Where's Long Island? Queens, Brooklyn, all blue. Now, have you seen any additional reports about low voter turnout down there? You were talking about that at the beginning of our show tonight.
Just earlier today, I haven't seen anything recently, but there were Manhattan, the voting lines were short.
Look at that, Jake.
Non-existent.
Buffalo's looking a little bit red there.
That's Niagara County. That's that's north of Buffalo.
Close. It's
But
close
yeah,
enough.
Apparently big Republican turnout in Niagara County. Erie County, I expect to go blue. That's where Buffalo is.
Well, the Buffalo Bills, they're dead to me now.
Another dot just appeared a blue dot appeared on the map there.
Yeah, I saw that. Broome County?
Is that Binghamton?
I don't know. Man, you just kind of wish you could hit this like a 2x on that so we can just get, like, I want to see some of these things come in a little faster.
So Newsmax's website has Virginia blue, Iowa that borderline, same with Colorado actually leaning blue borderline, which means Iowa's going to flip back to red because of just how few have counted and 9% in, right? They have Wisconsin as they're only 3% in, but him up 14 percentage points.
14.
And North Carolina is leaning red on Newsmax. Same with Georgia. Pennsylvania is only leaning for Kamala at 22% in. Same with Connecticut. It would be funny if it was Connecticut that flipped.
Do you just want one of them, right? Like New York would be epic.
I want a classic blue state just to put the fear of the electorate back into those guys.
Yeah.
I can't believe Maine is on a border. Like Maine right now, it's still early up there. Like it's taking them all day to count those votes. Like what's going on, Maine? There's 8 people who live in the
talk
state.
about democracy a lot. They're not very good at counting votes quickly.
Did you guys talk about issue 4 in Florida?
We did.
Both failed.
Yeah.
3 and 4 failed. Ron DeSantis announced it.
I mean, that was great. And I kind of want to say that I personally think some of that had to do, I mean, obviously DeSantis had a big part in that, but Trump being pressured by pro-lifers when he first was very squishy on it, and then he got pressured and he said, oh, no, I'm going to vote against it. And I was like, okay. And then I think that really, helped the cause. So
do you think
it just kind of was like that why we should pressure Trump even when he does something, dumb, which he did.
I'm glad you said that because I think that should be our position. Like we got to vote for him because he's better than the other side. And it's not even close. I get it.
So there are observers in Virginia pointing out that no one has called Virginia for Kamala Harris except the Decision HQ.
Yeah, praise God. But we have to pressure Trump. Like it's not good enough that we just have to vote for him. Don't you agree, Eric? Like we have to we might have to vote for him, but now it's time to pressure him. It's time to get his act straight on IVF and abortion and all these other issues. Don't you agree?
Yeah, and I especially thought that was true during the campaign because that's when he has to please us. I mean, it's like, he wants to make sure. And so I think that was very important. And I think that if he wins, that has to be the continual attitude of pro-lifers, of Catholics that, praise him when he does great things, support him as much as possible, remind him that we're the ones who got him there. And then but when he does something stupid, just say, listen, that's stupid. Don't do it. And he does. I mean, for all the braggadocio he has and all the supposedly arrogance he has, stuff like that, he does listen. I mean, that's the one thing you hear stories of when, like, for example, Ramaswamy came to him and explained to him, would talk to him about like Bitcoin or something like that. He would listen. He'd be like, okay, let me hear it. And then he would make a decision. It's not like he's just like stuck in something. So I really do think, and especially if we get the Vance to pressure him, I think in those issues where I'm hoping Vance, at least personally, is already with us, then I think it really can make a difference.
I hope so.
Got to win first, though. Here.
By the way, I wanted to give this a mention here. Missouri, we talked about Florida and Prop 4. Praise be to God, it failed. But Missouri here, they've got a prop here that needs to fail too. It's Amendment 3. And right now it has a 61% vote in favor of it. But thankfully,
does it need 60?
It's 61.7% in favor, yes, for Amendment 3 in Missouri, and 38.3% for no.
I
But
just want to
but
know
does
where all the activist groups are on this and why they haven't been, or the national groups haven't started focusing so much on state level stuff.
This would allow abortion up to 24 weeks.
Does it need 60 in that state to pass, or because that's what it needs in Florida and like Ohio?
I don't
A
know.
lot of these states, you
Scroll
need
back
60.
up. I thought I saw the number. The amendment, which requires more than 50% of the vote to pass.
Well, it's
Meaning
got
the
that.
state cannot- yeah,
Oh,
so
that's not good.
yeah.
That's bad
tough.
news. Bad news from Missouri. I was born in there. Missouri, you're dead to me now. That's terrible. St. Louis, the,
I mean,
the great
Missouri
king.
too. I mean, Missouri's not bad. I mean, they're pretty solid in a lot of ways.
Well, it's kind of like we were saying earlier. Was it Kansas has that weird abortion law? Like you get these conservative states that
I
have
mean,
weird.
Ohio, we got a terrible one.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's come down to America having to decide who it's going to be when it grows up, right? I think that's where we're at. Who are we going to be when we grow up? Are we going to be a people that murders our babies in the womb? Are we going to be a people that tolerate the story hours of the alphabet group variety? Are we going to identify a certain way, or are we just going to be who we are, made in God's image and likeness? We have to decide who we are and start acting like that. That's why I say let's just be Catholic and let the chips fall where they may. These Republicans need to be held to an account. We may have to vote for them because the other side is absolutely bonkers, but we don't stop there. It doesn't just stop there. That's where the battle begins. And now it's time to get these rhinos, get the rhinos out and get true conservatives. Like when's the last time you heard a conservative try to conserve marriage between a man and a woman? It just doesn't happen. You don't ever hear it. The bishops don't even defend
North
it.
Carolina has been called for Trump, by the way.
Praise be to God.
By who?
I think it was Decision Desk.
Okay.
Nothing else out of New York Times?
Nothing yet. New York Times now says Trump is on course to win Michigan by 0.3 points. They favored Harris before. They have now made Wisconsin a 50-50 race after favoring Harris. And that's how Michigan started. Michigan started as favoring Harris. They're going to 50-50. They're going to 0.1.
Over.
And now it's at 0.3. So let's see how Wisconsin goes.
Even if she gets Virginia and we get Wisconsin and Michigan.
She can get Pennsylvania. If Trump gets Michigan and Wisconsin.
Right. It's over.
He needs just one of those.
It's totally over. Eric, I asked everybody else this question earlier. I'd like to get your take on this too. Let's say Trump wins tonight. Okay. Does he get sentenced to go to jail? Does he sit in jail until Inauguration Day?
No, but I don't think he will go to jail if he wins. I think what will happen though is it will make what they did to him in his first term look like child's play. They will pull out everything they can. And as we already know, I said this earlier in my own podcast, assassination's not off the table. We know that from what happened this summer. And I think they will do everything. I just don't think he'll go to jail because I think it's one of these things where we've gotten to a point where they can get away with a lot. But there's a certain level where the American people would be like, wait a minute, we voted this guy for president, and now you want some, like New York or somebody wants to put him in a jail cell? It's just not going to happen.
This is why the House is so important. It cuts off Representative Raskin, who I think should be kicked out of Congress, by the Congress if they have the power to do that, to prevent his thing from happening, which is to not certify the election. No matter if Trump wins by 100 million votes, he doesn't care.
Right.
And if he has the House and Senate, it puts off impeachment until 2027 at the earliest. And then they get to decide if they want to make J.D. Vance an incumbent president or not going into 2028.
How mind-blowing would that be? How old is J.D. Vance? What is he? What is he, 12?
If you want to make him president for 10 years, go for it.
That's amazing. Okay, so hold on. Donald Trump wins tonight. Let's just say Donald Trump wins tonight. We end up with a majority in the Senate tonight. We still retain control of the House, although there's a potential that will now not be true. But let's just say we get all three. The next 4 years for Donald Trump should be fairly straightforward.
There are other things they can do.
And also, don't forget, Republicans, the vast majority of them are weak, and they are rhinos. And so when all of a sudden there's a scandal a day, and they bring up this and that, there's a lot of Republicans who will not be strong and stand up to it and continue to support Trump. I mean, there'll be some that'll be great and will be consistently behind him, but so many of them still to this day, the Mitch McConnell types, not him, but the Mitch, because he's retiring, right?
Yeah,
but
thankfully.
So, but those types, they still exist, and they're still swayed by what CNN says or whatever. So, I mean, it's good. We got to win the House and the Senate, no question. But let's not forget that a good number of these Republicans are still very weak.
Very.
Yeah. This is why I'm a big believer that people need to be active in the primaries.
exactly.
That Turning Point Action, Scott Pressler, and all these other folks need to be working on these people to vote in the primaries and getting America First candidates to challenge these rhinos.
Hey, T-Storm, welcome back. Mimi, Sky, Paul, our friend from Buffalo, Mateus from sunny California, praise be to God. Gus, I see you there. Massachusetts called it for Harris as soon as the polls closed. They didn't even bother to count. Are you kidding me? It's Massachusetts. Like they probably have a constitutional obligation to just go Democrat every time.
Everyone's calling North Carolina for Trump, by the way.
Yeah. What about Senate races? Do we know how Ted Cruz is doing right now?
They're calling it for Ted Cruz.
They are calling. Oh, praise be to God.
I'm very interested in Ohio because Sherrod Brown is our Democrat senator, been here since 2006. I thought there was no chance. I wasn't even caring that much about the race because I just thought it was nothing. And then all of a sudden I saw polls past few days that Bernie Moreno, who's the challenger, has a real chance. And I haven't looked at recently to see what's going on there. It looks like Bernie Moreno it's leaning that towards him. This guy, it's hilarious. Every single time I watch a YouTube video, I got an anti-Bernie Moreno ad, and it all consisted of how he's 100% without exceptions anti-abortion. And I was like, this guy sounds great. I mean, so that would be a big flip. I mean, that's a huge difference between Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno, let me tell you.
Yeah.
So I have gotten angry messages from people. How dare you endorse Kamala Harris? I saw her ad on your channel. And I was like, you live in a swing state.
Right. Yeah.
You're a Catholic.
Yeah.
That's a double whammy.
Yeah.
You're getting those ads. YouTube puts ads on videos. They don't even monetize now. Yeah. I'm not going to monetize the live stream on this channel. A year from now, someone might want to watch it to see what we were talking about, and they might see an ad on it, even though I didn't monetize it.
Hey, Rob B is here. Hello and good evening to you. I see D. Carre.
My wife is showing me an interesting result from Wayne County in Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah, Detroit, Michigan, Wayne County. Trump 61%, Harris 37.4% with 0.7% in.
Wow.
Wayne County.
Wow.
That might be why you're seeing what you're seeing there.
He's not that far off. Hey,
El Paso County, Texas moved 16 points towards Trump this election.
16.
Wow, that's also big.
That's huge.
Yep.
I'm telling you, a lot of these rural counties, a lot of people didn't bother to register to vote, so they didn't think it mattered to them.
Do you think Trump can pull off a round them all up and send them all packing operation? Eric Sands?
Yeah.
Sam, you think so? Sam, you think he can pull that off?
Yeah, definitely.
Where's
I don't know if
he
you
gonna
saw
get the money
the interview with his former ICE director. Guy had the simplest answers to everything. They say
some of those were so heartbreakingly cruel but truthful.
It was hilarious. They say what is it? They estimate it'll cost something like $88 billion or something. He says, I don't know if that's true. And they say, well, what if it is true? And he says, well, how much do you want to pay for national security?
How much do we give to Ukraine? Maybe we just give less to Ukraine next time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't blink about that.
Or Israel.
New York Times has bumped it up to 287 electoral votes estimate for Trump and 69% chance of victory, leaning Trump.
Wow.
BB. Notice it's not tilt Trump anymore. It's lean Trump.
Yes, it's lean.
Hey,
Trump.
Greg. Good morning. Rob B. Good. I say good morning because I'm a morning show guy and I'm well beyond my limit now. So good evening to you is what I meant to say. But I'm glad you guys are here. Lori, I see you there. Thanks for hanging out. Praise be to God. Greg, good to see you here. Divert one check to Ukraine and build the wall. Exactly. just siphon off one single check and we'll be good to go.
So I don't know if you've heard this. Elon Musk has been going out asking, hey, at these rallies, hey, do you want to see me build a high-tech wall for Donald Trump?
Yes.
And I'm like, yes. that metal slat thing that's on the border, that's a good start if you pour a bunch of concrete over it.
right.
Yes.
Well, they just dig underneath it. They got the submarines coming through the Gulf. They've got
Yes, but then this is where
drones.
you get the high-tech part from.
They got the drones going over the top. They got the catapults tossing stuff over. I mean, it's completely out of control. Completely out of control. I had that conversation with Bishop Strickland last week. I'm like, when was the last time at Bishop on the border, Brownsville? I know you were just at the Synod, Bishop. I know you were just there, but maybe you might be able to sneak in a homily condemning the cartels and the evil people who are subjecting men, women, and children to the slave trade. Is there at all an effort to condemn them in one of your homilies? I'm just asking.
Okay, you want
for a
an
friend.
update?
Yeah.
This is what back in my student government in grad school, working with leftists, it's what they called a temperature check. MSNBC is crying about the Electoral College.
No, you don't
They're-
say. Didn't see that
Because
coming.
they can see if he wins Wisconsin, it's over.
It is over.
If he wins Virginia, it's over.
It's over.
If he wins them both, that's what we call padding. And if he wins the popular vote, which he might do, any attempt to stop him all of a sudden loses any legitimacy.
Hey, Newsmax
According
has
to an
got him
NBC
at
exit
210.
poll, this is Charlie Kirk on X 20 minutes ago. According to an NBC exit poll, Trump is winning 18 to 29-year-olds in Michigan by 5 points.
Wow.
Remember, Gen Z is the men in Gen Z are the most conservative generation since Reagan. They're also the most James Martin friendly generation ever. So we're playing fast and loose with what conservative means. This is why I don't call myself a conservative. I typically will call myself a traditionalist. But it's still a positive sign that the generation who grew up, who came of age in the public schools being told men are the most evil thing on the planet, especially if they're white, are conservative. Who didn't see that coming? You push too hard and you get an equal and opposite reaction.
Hey, who is it? Mac? No. Yeah, it was Mac who was worried about Kansas. Hey, look, it's just Kansas City reporting, which Kansas City and Wichita have reported, Topeka's reported. You know, that leaves the rest of the state to report still. There's a lot of room still to go in Kansas. I think Kansas is going to be fine personally. I can't see Kansas going blue.
New York Times has Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan all narrowly in Trump's favor.
New York Times has
He
say
just
that
needs
again.
one and he wins. Kamala needs all three.
Yeah, she can't win. I can't see a possibility of her winning at this point. Daily Wire's got Donald at 210 for electoral votes. I mean, so far anyway, right?
So does Newsmax.
At 178 for Epic Times, and Google has them at 178 as well.
Decision Desk has 210 for Trump as well, but they have Virginia called for Kamala.
So does Newsmax, but nobody thinks that that's accurate at this point, except them.
I mean, what's hilarious
Donald's
is
leading
that
in Virginia.
you look at the numbers at Decision Desk, 61% reporting Donald Trump is in a lead right now, and you look at the counties that have not been called, and they're not the big cities, and yet they're still saying Kamala is going to somehow win. So I don't really.
Trump broke 75% on Polymarket, by the way. You know, people betting their real money on this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
I had
Virginia.
you were asking earlier, Joe, about how the Irish are feeling. My my brother-in-law, who is not of age to place bets, called me this morning, woke me up, and asked me if I could go down and place a bet for him.
Really? Oh, that's great. Oh, man. Well, we'll see, won't we?
Here's your tweet of the night. Florida has already counted 100% of its votes. 2 hours, 41 minutes after closing. Fiscal surplus, no income tax.
Yeah, you think he'll pull that off? You think he can do no income tax and just go straight tariffs?
Oh, make my heart sing. Only if he radically downsizes the government, because people do not understand that the government expenditures are the biggest driver of inflation, bar none.
So maybe we get
That includes all the money we give away overseas, all of it.
maybe we dissolve the Department of Education. Is the
Yeah, and here's the thing.
FBI, CIA on the block? I don't know.
You know, forgiving student loans is extremely unpopular. but they could have forgiven all the student loans in this country for a fraction of what they spent in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that crazy?
They could have
And
done
imagine-
that and had much
imagine-
lower inflation.
Imagine if the Republicans were the ones promising to forgive student debt.
You see New Mexico?
Oh, it's called buying votes. That's what that is. That's what
It is
that's what-
buying votes, and you know what? They can do it if they
Yeah.
find a way to do it that's not on the back of the taxpayers.
Exactly.
For
Yeah.
instance, my radical suggestion is investigate the universities, find out which
Yep.
ones tell people, like lie to them to their face about how employable their degrees are, and then make them pay out of their foundations for it.
You just gut the universities, gut that system, and use that to forgive the debts. Like you will buy an entire generation of votes, maybe 2 generations worth of votes.
And then
Like,
and then if you want to
simple.
give out, if you want the
And
government
the
wants to
thing-
give out
the thing
Pell
is,
Grants
like,
and loans, do it for trade schools and have them heavily restricted to how big they can.
There's
how-
too many. There are
things we
just
can do
too many Republicans, conservatives are going to die on a silly principle of like, well, you signed up for it and you got to pay for it. It's like, okay, so you were going to lose on that principle.
We were.
I can understand losing on
we were
something
lied
like
to for a
pro-life.
generation about
Yeah.
that. That's why everybody did.
Yeah.
By the way, you know that 210 electoral college map number with Virginia still blue. If you actually hover over it, she's leading Trump by 2,500 votes in Virginia, according to that map.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Well, actually, in the
2,500 votes.
decision desk, she's actually losing.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
By
look, I'm
some
I'm on Daily Wire right now. Daily Wire.
Oh yeah, you're right. She is losing.
It
Okay.
has it blue.
My bad.
She's actually down by like 3,000 votes.
It's blue.
Virginia
but-
Project is saying nearly an hour after the decision desk call, nobody else has called Virginia.
Yeah.
So
I'm telling you, oh, by the way, look at that popular vote number. Understanding California hasn't checked in yet. Look at that popular vote number.
He's at 89 million now.
89 million votes. He's passed by 15 million votes what he did.
In 2020.
Yeah.
What,
How are they getting that
Sam,
number,
what'd you say that
though?
number was?
Because like if you go to like the Associated Press, they're at 34 million for him.
Well, this is why we look at all of them, right? Because so we can get
with an estimated
sampling.
29% reporting, Harris is underperforming Biden by 4.9% in Duane County, Wisconsin, a key Democrat stronghold.
Hey, Daily Wire and Newsmax seem to be using the same playbook here. They both have them at 89, whereas Epic Times and Google are playing off the same playbook because they got them at 34.
Could be extrapolating that based on turnout and just
I
using
think
some kind of
they
algorithm.
couldn't have 89 million votes already. Actually counted.
83
83
million for Newsmax.
Yeah,
and
they're probably using some kind of rough
89.
estimate algorithm
Right.
thing to calculate how much is going
They're
to be.
calling on a Republican governor for New Hampshire.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
If he okay, so look.
Oh,
Again,
that's great.
New Hampshire. That keep an eye on New Hampshire.
Yeah, he's
What's
behind
How many?
quite a
What
bit.
percentage? 41% of the votes counted. Trump down 29,000 votes, but that's only 8%.
There's not even 29,000 people living in New Hampshire. I mean, it's a small
You know, there's an
state.
interesting, I follow the libertarian world a lot, and there's a whole libertarian movement in New Hampshire,
Yeah,
and
I
it's called
know.
the Free State Project. Tons of libertarians moved there. And what happened was the Libertarian Party, they nominated basically a super gay, woke candidate. And the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, the official Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, endorsed Trump. They were just like, this guy is so bad, such a leftist and everything. And so a lot of those libertarians there who might have voted for the Libertarian candidate and thus, they're kind of not part of the equation, they're all voting for Trump. A lot
They don't
of
want
them
a
in New
they don't want a
Hampshire.
Portland Democrat.
Yeah, so
They're not made.
yeah, so basically, yeah. And so
I recognized
could-
him for what he was immediately.
yeah, that could swing New Hampshire, just those libertarians who are like, we're voting for Trump this year instead of our libertarian candidate.
New York Times has Arizona at Trump +4.
Look at New Mexico. New Mexico.
1.7%.
Trump is getting 37% of the vote in Queens, New York, and 26% of the vote in the Bronx.
Wow.
Keep
Yeah,
an eye on New York.
he's
Not
got a
because he'll win,
long
'cause
way
I
to go
don't
in New
know if
York,
he'll win
though.
New York. I don't really think he will.
He's got a
Look at the
ways to
margins.
go there. Now that's AP. Epic Times is pulling from AP, which is exactly what Google's pulling from. That's
Yeah,
why
they're
they're
AP.
the same.
Virginia Project says that an hour after the decision desk HQ call, nobody else is calling Virginia.
Yep.
Hey,
With an estimated 87% reporting, Harris is underperforming Biden by 3.3% in Lackawanna County, PA. Key Democrat
Lackawanna.
County and former home of Joe Biden.
Wow.
Hey, this Newsmax's New York has Trump not really that far behind.
That is a devastating number for Democrats, for the state of New York.
Mm-hmm.
And look, Syracuse and, of course, New York City, although they're not showing everybody down there. What is that? Probably Queens?
Well, yeah, because remember what I just told you about Queens and the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
Syracuse.
I mean, yeah, those are still
Albany.
big margins for her, but those are terrible.
But look at this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You notice that the numbers just shifted a little bit more in his favor in New York.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's going to win New York.
But that's only 10 points
saying, hey,
behind in New York.
It's the margins. The margins are what matter here.
Maine
He's
is still not
winning
called.
so far in Virginia by they just upped it. It's
So somebody in the chat asks, why is Missouri blue? Because all they've counted in Missouri right now is the cities.
Well, according
Give it
to
time.
Newsmax, it's red. And
yeah, same.
And it's 50-50 though. It's 50-50. Right now they're
New York-
basically the same.
New York Times now has Trump at 70% chance of victory.
70.
Wow.
Latest
Finally hit
data-
70. First point in the evening. First time in the evening he's hit 70%.
Virginia project update. Latest update shows Trump 1.7% up in Virginia, hitting 50% of the total vote.
Wow.
He is over.
I've got him
he's
at
over Harris by
Leading
almost
by over
50
20,000.
almost
in Virginia.
50,000 votes over Harris.
Yeah. Wow.
What's taking Georgia so long here? It seems like they got most of the state reported at this point.
I'm just telling you, if Virginia goes,
Very,
70%.
very weird. New York Times has Michigan 54% chance that Trump will win it, whereas Decision Desk HQ has Michigan at 57% Harris would win it. They are not. They're not agreeing here.
Man.
If you look at Georgia, that looks pretty confident for Trump. He's
Yeah.
up already, and if you look at who hasn't reported, it's not the cities have all reported mostly. So
Georgia's
I don't
in the
think there's
bag.
gonna be a
a Virginia elections observer, someone who's been crunches numbers, this Christian Hines person, or Haynes person, if you're
Yeah.
following them, just tweeted, "We are about to experience the greatest mental health crisis in the history of Western civilization."
Right as you were reading it, that's great.
There are going to be some contortions going on. Where's that meme of that lady screaming at the Trump Tower when you need it most? That's what we need to figure. I need to refresh my X feed
yeah,
here.
someone's saying is Rachel Maddow is already almost crying.
What
And
did
if you
they
look
expect?
at Georgia, one of the interesting things is you'll notice Trump is actually outperforming. He's up like 25% among black voters in Georgia. Like he's got not up by he's at like 25%. That's to hit 25% support for a Republican candidate, especially like right in there. Kamala's really been campaigning down there heavily.
Oh yeah. So one of these elections,
huge.
one of these kind of online commentators I follow, one of the people who said by 8:30 Central you'd be able to see which way the direction was breaking, and it's 8:48 Central.
Wow.
Yep.
Saying I think we can all see which way this
Hey,
election is breaking.
I'm going to
right
bed
now.
then, guys. There's no reason for me to stay up late. I mean, if it's a done deal. I mean, Mark Cuban's freaking out. You know it's a good night.
Joy Reid has called Florida an extreme right-wing fascist state. You want to see the clip? Do you want to see the clip?
I wish I hadn't moved away. I used to live in Florida.
You want to play
I know
it?
they make these guys make these places sound way here. Let's hear her in her own words. It's 13 seconds long.
You want to share your desktop?
Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
I got to tell you, Ron DeSantis is the nicest fascist I've ever heard of. He's
I
like
know.
the nicest one.
Oh my goodness.
Kyle Becker saying Kamala Harris is dramatically underperforming Joe Biden in critical Dane County in Wisconsin. Doesn't look good for Kamala in Wisconsin. DC Drano. Poll watchers, do not leave unless everyone else leaves too.
Yes.
No one leaving for fake pipe bursts or other BS excuses. Democrats cheat when they They're unsupervised, so do not leave. Well,
Do not leave until it's called. Do not leave until it's called, and until
With an
there's
estimate-
concession speech, or until the Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Eric, did you hear my Joe Biden wish list?
This is so
No.
good. I hope
I
this-
want Trump to declare victory tonight, and then right before Kamala Harris goes on to say, "Oh, we're not done yet," I want Joe Biden to get on television, congratulate Donald Trump for winning the election, and call for a moment of healing, and to ask Trump to remember the people who didn't support him in this election as he moves forward in his next administration. Because I am convinced that Joe Biden has been on his revenge tour since
Yes.
August.
Yes.
That would be the greatest thing ever if Biden did that. And the thing is, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
He's not at her election watch party.
Yep.
He's not there.
I mean, yeah. If he does, if
Which was a
Kamala
mistake
didn't
on their
send
part, by the
handlers
way.
to his wherever he is, she made a big mistake.
His handlers might be his people.
Right. That's what I mean. If Kamala
There's
didn't
so many
send her
leaks out of their
people
White
to
House.
control him, that was a mistake because I could see him. Oh, that would be the greatest thing.
That would be on the Trump 12-year highlight reel at that point. But by the time he leaves in 2029, it'd be on the 14 years that Trump's been in the public eye as a politician highlight reel.
Poly market 78% Trump.
78%.
78. That tells you. I mean, it's resolving. Like basically, people are like, okay. This is we know what's going to happen here.
With an
They're putting
estimated
everyone-
48% reporting, Trump leads 52.4 to 45.7 in South County, Wisconsin, a county Biden won with by 1.7% in 2020.
CNN is reporting that Kamala's victory party crowd is getting anxious.
Yeah.
The New York Times keeps raising Trump's Pennsylvania margin now at 1.1%.
We need video footage of the Kamala victory party venue.
Oh, I know. That was. Is Schadenfreude a sin? And the reason I ask is because when Scripture tells us that it makes it sound like it's okay to rejoice when evil is defeated. But the average person in that room were just gaslit into believing that the other side is the most evil thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
I will have no shame in rejoicing in Harris's sorrows on this. But the average person in the street who literally thinks that their James Martin type friends are all going to lose their rights, I don't rejoice in their sufferings because they have been warped.
You know, you just reminded me, there was I was scrolling through X, I think it was just yesterday actually, and there's a Catholic, I won't mention who they are. They are someone who was very much in the, high up in the Church of Nice in America, all besties with Supich and all the rest. And this person tweeted or X'd that, hey, I see some of my Catholic friends who have written articles, criticizing Kamala Harris for her position on abortion. Am I going to see any of my Catholic friends, and this is a Catholic by this saying this, am I going to see any of my Catholic friends writing articles about Donald Trump's racism? And I'm like, no, because he's not racist. Like,
Right.
The NAACP gave the guy awards.
right. It's like,
But I think though the
First
sad thing
supremacist ever.
is they sincerely. I know who tweeted that, by the way, but I think these people they really sincerely believe Donald Trump is a racist, which has always been. I did not vote for Trump in 2016. I opposed him, but I knew then he wasn't a racist. I mean, you can have criticism of Trump, but racism is not one of them. Not even in orbit. I mean, Kamala is a much bigger racist than Trump is. So it's but I think they really believe it.
So here's an update for you. According to exit polls, Trump has won the Catholic vote 56-41.
praise be to God.
Nationwide?
Apparently, so far. I don't know how they
So
get
far.
some of this in some places. I haven't really reported in yet.
Yeah, because I wonder if California will swing that a little bit, but still, that's great.
Right?
Now, by the way,
Because, and I would like to know, and we'll never know the answer to this. What effect did Cardinal Burke have when he wrote his, frankly, a little too high language, above most people's heads, plea for people to vote for Trump? He never mentions Trump once, but he makes the case that the lesser of two evils is actually something the church has taught. And when he released that, people found preconciliar writings of theologians saying exactly the same thing Cardinal Burke was saying.
Right.
And I'm wondering what effect Cardinal Burke had on people's decision making, and we may never find out.
And this is kind of crazy, but I also wonder what Pope Francis' impact had when he basically said, like he said lesser two evils. Now he suggested that in some ways they were equivalent, but he did explicitly call out Kamala for abortion support. I'm talking about those kind of the Catholic, the average Catholic who still has a high opinion of Pope Francis, or at least thinks of, doesn't think negative things about him. And they're kind of not sure. They're the most likely to be maybe switch their vote. I wonder if like him being like not being 100% behind Kamala, like we'd expect, might have influenced people to say, "Oh yeah, I guess I can vote for Trump because I think lesser two evils would be Trump."
Yeah, I tell you what, when Pope Francis said that on the airplane ride, he tried to equate these two. Oh, they're both anti-life, right? Because Donald Trump backtracked on abortion. He supports IVF. So they equated these things. And so therefore, he insinuates Kamala, like you just said. Well, I'm like, hold on. Supporting most restrictions against abortion, allowing some, and supporting IVF and contraception isn't the same as wanting to kill children up to birth with no restrictions.
But
do you want something a little lighter than this? I've got Rachel Maddow I got Rachel Maddow going a little unhinged. If you want to see it,
yeah,
I'll remember to share my screen this time.
let me stop sharing mine so you can share yours.
Yep, it's sharing. We've got.
All right.
So it's more even than we have previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became a president.
Not true.
Never, ever.
Previously mentioned.
That's just not true. I'm sorry, but we had nonsense like this in 2016.
Yeah, I'm going to step up for 1 second. I'll be right back. Continue.
We've had nonsense. Anybody remember the Weather Underground? Anybody remember all these groups? How about Antifa?
The communists bombed the U.S. Capitol, everyone.
Yeah,
the communists
twice.
bombed the U.S. Capitol.
In
And the
83
Pentagon.
and one in the 70s. And then those guys got jobs in Democratic administrations.
Yep.
So it's
Well,
not.
remember,
it's
history
not
for them is like 2 weeks ago. That's
the
all of
American
history.
right is, with a couple of very minor exceptions, pretty passive.
Yeah.
The American right tends to get a little touchy when you try to come after them on their property. But otherwise, we'll call it, actually proactive action is not something the American right usually does without some prompting.
Yep.
There are some questions about, Oklahoma City and certain agencies maybe being involved in that. Something you got to be careful about talking about in my state. People get very touchy about that subject for good reason, I think. But, the right, as a general rule, doesn't do this stuff. But it's sort of like there were people trying to blame conservatives for burnt the ballot boxes that caught fire in Oregon. That wasn't conservatives doing that. Law enforcement found out later. They identified the car as being connected to known Antifa people. Now, why were Antifa burning ballot boxes in Oregon and Washington? We might find out, because here's another poll that I've noticed in the last day or so. Oregon is a lot closer than it's been in a presidential election in 40 years. Probably not swing state level close. And I've seen a few times where it looked like it was going to be close and then it wasn't. But the chatter on the ground is that it's close. And as I said at the beginning of this, for those joining late, my wife and I this morning, we were taking care of some errands. She got onto her phone and started accessing the state of Oregon, because that's where we're from originally, their website. And she found that according to the returns, the deep blue counties where most of the people in Oregon live, their returns for their mail-in ballots, because that's all they do there is mail-in ballots, was, as of last night, in the low 40% on average in those deep blue counties. And the deep red counties were averaging in the mid 60 percentages.
Yep.
That does not mean Oregon's going to flip. We are talking about such a lopsided population density in that state. but it does point to the overall trend that we are watching play out in real time as these returns come in.
Because don't forget, and on the left, I mean, I think I saw where 50% of Democrats say what Israel is doing in Gaza is a genocide. And so they're very unhappy with Kamala still being basically essentially, still saying she's pro-Israel and stuff like that. And I think in fact, I think on some of those burned ballot boxes in Oregon, there was like pro-Gaza messages. So there is definitely among the left a dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party. And I thought maybe Jill Stein might pick some of that up, but she never gained any. I mean, she's just like the perennial candidate. I don't think she has any energy. But I do wonder if it caused that kind of decrease in enthusiasm for them going out.
So here's an update from the New York Times. The New York Times now has Trump projected to win Pennsylvania by 1.6 points. That's as of a minute ago. Christian Hines says this is one of those regional poll observers. They've been focusing mostly on Virginia, but they've been paying attention to Pennsylvania. They say that they're tracking the returns in Pennsylvania and can tell you it's so over here in the Keystone State. Trump is crushing it in the mail-in vote across the entire state. 15 to 20% swings almost everywhere, meaning from Biden to Trump swing, 15 to 20% swings. And that should not surprise a single person who's been paying attention. Over half of Philly's mail-in votes are in. All of Allegheny's mail-ins are in. Harris is rapidly running out of votes to bank, and she's barely leading statewide with only 2.5 million votes cast.
Welcome,
guys, I'm gonna close out here myself and leave, but I just want to say one thing before I go, and that is Trump right now being so far ahead and so obviously on the path to victory. If they try to pull a 2020,
it'll be obvious.
It would just, yes, thank you. It would be so obvious that I think even normies would say, wait a second, this is clearly not legit. I mean,
my wife just showed me Harris is only up by 5,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, okay, gentlemen.
Eric,
well, hopefully tomorrow we'll have President-elect Trump.
Thank you, Eric.
God bless, Eric.
Appreciate having you on crisismagazine.com. Check them out. Really appreciate
it. And welcome Rob
Morrow.
Morrow to the team.
Robert Morrow.
Yes, Rob, are you with us?
Good evening.
Can you hear me, Joe?
From sunny Pennsylvania, it's good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Praise be to God.
And I wanted to, by the way, let people know on my channel that you and I have been talking about having you come on soon to pitch your Christmas book to the audience, which I've shown.
Thank you, Anthony. It just came out today.
Oh, I saw it on my desk.
There you go.
I have my copy as well. It's sitting right over there.
They are now 12 seconds ago. Donald J. Trump captures the lead in Pennsylvania, leads by 10,000 votes.
He's up by looks like about 40,000 little over 40,000 in Virginia.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to sharing my screen again. Hold on one second. Rob. So,
yes, sir.
From sunny Pennsylvania.
Oregon is checking in nice and red.
How are you feeling right now? Pennsylvania, according to at least Epic Times, which is pulling off of the AP, it looks like, is not looking all that bad, really. It could go red. What do you say?
I think Pennsylvania has got a better than even chance of going red and staying red, but I think it's going to be, if that happens, it's going to be an incremental process. It's going to take place overnight. I don't think there's going to be 1 minute where it's, slightly purple and then bam, solidly red. There's a lot of Pennsylvania where, a lot of the counties are either sparsely populated or you're not going to hear for a day or two what their results are. And I think that could prove to be the difference for former President Trump in his favor.
Anything surprising to you about tonight at all?
Frankly, yes. I think because there was a lot of coded language used by Kamala Harris during her campaign. And what surprises me is her electoral college strength, given the fact that, I shamelessly fought communism for a large part of my professional life. And one of the biggest things that the communists always had going for them was the concept of class warfare.
Yeah.
And Kamala Harris was just shamelessly pitching over and over again, it's the millionaires and billionaires against the rest of us. And, to be blunt, that's a tactic out of the Marxist-Leninist playbook. Stalin used it to great effect in the 1930s against the middle class, what he called the bourgeoisie Ukrainian peasants in the Holodomor genocide. And, it truly is a very accurate axiom that those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it, except my proviso would be those who are ignorant of history are doomed to repeat it.
Now, for those that are in the audience joining us tonight, we just want to say thank you again for hanging out with us. Praise be to God. I've got a great crowd looking up here on the YouTubes and X and a bunch of other platforms. Of course, Return to Tradition, big, huge channel. Glad to see you guys here. Thank you for doing that. Hey, if you want to send a super chat their way, hey, please do. That'd be amazing. But if you didn't know, Robert Morrow is a very interesting character. He's a very interesting guy, to say the least. I mean, of course, he was CIA. I mean,
character. Thank you, Joe.
The eye patch would give it away that you were once CIA. I mean, I think
I got to say, the eye patch look, if you get the proper picture taken for your book
right
that you're working on, on Malachi Martin,
so good.
On the back of that dust jacket will increase your book sales.
Yeah, tremendously. But
go look at the story Stephen King had for Richard Bachman about like the short bio that he included in all of the books under that pen name, and the bio helped sell those books. So I'm just saying, you can lean into it.
I would. Malachi Martin, that's the name you just mentioned there, Dr. Stine. And Robert Morrow was one of the last people on planet Earth to ever talk to Malachi Martin before he died. Good friends with Father Malachi Martin, and spent a number of years with Father Malachi Martin. So we've had some wonderful conversations with him. We've learned a lot about Father Malachi Martin and so much more through our relationship with Robert. And we're grateful for your time tonight. Again, thank you for being here. So one of the things that I wanted to ask you about was, there's a lot of people who think, okay, America, we're going to vote for Trump, and that's it. Okay, our work here is done. Like, we fixed everything now. We can just move on. Like, the battle is really just beginning, isn't it?
Can I interrupt really quick with an update here from New York Times? They are giving Trump 75% chance of victory, estimating 291 electoral votes.
Has Kamala left the country yet? Have they reported that? Just curious.
I'm just loving Oregon being pink right over there, and I'd really love that to just become actually red.
Should I screenshot that for you just to save that for future?
Yeah, that warms my heart.
And by the way, New York Times is also predicting Trump to win the popular vote, 0.4.
Wow.
0.4%.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Mr. Raskin.
Amen.
Can't stand anybody who would be like, I don't care how the voters decided. We're gonna just.
Sorry to cut off your question there, Rob, but we needed to get some updates in there.
Yeah.
No worries. What was the question again, Joe?
So I think a lot of Americans are thinking they're happy right now. There's probably a lot of Americans that are just feeling elated because it came out in waves. Looks like a huge red wave. Looks like a Donald Trump victory. Our work here is done. There's nothing else to do. Donald's going to fix everything, isn't he? I don't think it's going to be the answer. I think it's not going to go that way. I think the next 4 years will be pretty turbulent, but our government seems so off, so bad, so down the wrong road. I can't see the next 4 years fixing that. What would you say to that?
I would sincerely agree. I think you're going to need at least 8 years of a combination Trump then Vance presidency to make any appreciable kind of dent in the problems that beset the United States. But, I think it's also, and it's ironic given my government background because I'm going to fall back on scripture here, but it's in the New Testament where it says that our battle is not just against the powers of this world, but the principalities and the power of the kingdom of darkness. And while they have their share of representatives in the political sphere, that has managed over the past 6-7 years to really soak into the American fabric. And I would include within that the hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church in the United States. In fact, the Roman Catholic Church around the world. Joe, I don't know if you saw it or any of my colleagues on the panel tonight saw it. However, today, Francis went and he visited a woman named Emma Bonino.
I'm going to talk about that in my live stream in the morning, assuming I'm able to.
Yeah, I saw that.
Do you not want me to steal your thunder, Anthony?
Oh, no, it's fine. I'll tell people. She's like the most notorious Margaret Sanger wannabe in Italy.
And he went to her house.
Exactly.
Today.
He went to her house, and except she actually performed the procedures. I don't think that Margaret Sanger ever did that herself.
That's insane.
That's right. She's claimed that she was responsible for having 10 million abortions in Italy performed and having actually herself performed over 10,000. And, you know, Pope Francis, the gift that keeps on giving, today he went to visit her. And once again, he heaps accolades on this woman.
He should give her an appointment to the Pontifical Academy for Life.
He hasn't done that already? Are you kidding?
It would be the synodal thing to do.
Don't give him ideas.
Exactly.
Stop it. He's listening. He's probably in the audience.
So,
but to get back to your question, Joe,
I want to give you a suggestion here. It's that there's a real reason not to go to sleep once Trump wins, because part of his coalition will absolutely not be going to sleep after he wins, and that's the RFK Jr. side of things. And I love those people, and I agree with them 100% on food issues and chemicals in the water and air, all that stuff, 100% on the same page. I just wonder what other issues they're going to try to leverage. This is why you can't let up.
Well, I think to Anthony's point, and that's actually a very good point. I think to Anthony's point is also the fact that in the United States, you're going to have, hopefully not if, but when President Trump wins re-election, you're going to have a very large percentage of the American episcopacy, led by Cardinals Supich and McElroy, actively opposing him as part of their agenda towards this so-called synodal church. And, you know, it's perfectly in lockstep with a lot of Democratic Party values in the name of compassion and mercy. And I would argue that if you look back over traditional Catholic social teaching from the past 150 years, because we're the ones that invented the phrase social justice, but it meant something very, very different at its outset. And if you look at that, they're going to hammer that home pretty heavily, but in doing so, they're going to use it as the camel's nose under the tent for much every heterodox issue that they can push, all in the name of, you know, fighting Orange Man bad.
Hey, RA, what is the audio problem? Can you specify? Because we're not detecting an audio problem on our end. If anybody else is having an audio problem, let us know. By the way, not to change the subject or interrupt you, Robert, but I was just noticing Virginia kind of stalled. It's sitting at 1.4 million each.
Fox News is now talking constantly about it. My suspicion is the election officials there don't want to make the call.
They stopped counting.
Well, what percentage is in? 68%?
Yeah, but I checked 10 minutes ago and it was 1.4 each. They're half and half, and it's been that way for at least the last 10 minutes. What's up with that? PA is on the border now. Look how much red.
Yeah.
He's almost got a whole point on Kamala in PA.
Go take a look at Oregon. I'm curious. Go take a look at Oregon because it was pink on one of those maps earlier.
It was the Epic Times one. Hold on, let me go back over there. Where happened to it?
Sure, it's got to be back to light blue now.
You'll see riots in Oregon if it goes red.
You'll see riots in Oregon even if it goes blue.
Where was that?
You'll just see riots in Oregon because that's what they
It
like
was
to do.
pink, and now it's not. They took it away. They took your color
Maybe
away.
they were like, no, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, people. We're,
like,
you know,
we don't want to get carried away.
we don't have to
here.
rebuild downtown Portland again.
New Mexico's gone back blue, but Arizona, I'm a little, well, not too concerned. He's less than a point
Trump's going to win Arizona.
off the lead there.
The organization down there is crazy good. Like,
Man.
Charlie Kirk's going to deserve a lot of credit if he flips Arizona and Wisconsin, because Turning Point Action has focused on Arizona and Wisconsin, and he and his organization are going to deserve a lot of credit, and we'll probably be getting a lot of calls in the coming weeks asking how to bring that kind of organization to their states.
Look how much lead Trump has in Maine.
Maine?
He's leading Maine by like 4 points, 5 points.
Only 7%.
I thought they had called that for Kamala.
Well,
they divide their electoral college votes up, but it's not
okay.
inconceivable
It's
that he could get
early.
most
They're
of
only
them.
saying 7%. So I guess they're taking their sweet time.
Trump has received a record 43% of the Jewish vote in New York, highest share for a Republican presidential candidate in decades.
I wonder why that is.
Yeah. Bitcoin has reached an all-time high, by the way.
Again, the most Bitcoin-friendly president.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved when Kamala Harris started trying to pander to African Americans with Bitcoin.
Man, T-Storm.
Hey, Joe, let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
Has anyone spoken or mentioned the foreign policy implications?
We did. We were talking about this earlier. I'd like to get your take on that for sure. Hold on, pause this. I would like to get your take on that. We were talking about that because I mentioned I had Jason Jones on, and he works a lot with folks out of the Middle East. Not even all of them Christians, and they're all like Trump's the better option.
So I want to bring this to your attention. It just has come out of Center County, Pennsylvania, that the Republican National Committee's integrity task force has forced Pennsylvania officials to keep counting ballots throughout the night after they planned to stop counting. Anybody with a memory of back to 4 years ago understands why that's important.
Yep. Remember the ballots they pulled out from
Seeing
underneath
a
the table?
report that Decision Desk has retracted their call of Virginia.
Wow. Praise be to God.
What did they call it? Did they call it for Harris?
They called it for Harris, yeah.
They called it for Harris early, but Trump is currently up in the votes there.
Hey, Don Franco, good evening. Jane, over on the Facebook. June Ybarra, a friend from West Texas. You going to get up early with me there, June? Patty, you guys going to get up? I got to be up at 3:30. Y'all getting up early tomorrow for the show? I hope so. Hey, iCatholic Mobile is on the team. We love iCatholicMobile.com. Good friend of the program. Good friend of our apostolate at the Station of the Cross. Thank you, iCatholicMobile.com. Mimi, good evening to you. Massachusetts is sad, David. I totally agree with you. Man, oh man, they got us in trouble with the American Revolution, and here we are still paying the price for their sins. Hey, Robert, a minute ago you brought up foreign affairs. So this is interesting because as critical as I've been on Donald Trump on the abortion issue, IVF marriage, which he has failed us on, gave $1 billion to Big Pharma, warp speed all the way, baby. And they turned around and stabbed him in the back in 2020 and stabbed everybody else along the way. Have fun with that one. But it was Donald Trump that pulled us out of Syria. It was Donald Trump that was trying to get us out of Afghanistan. It was Donald Trump that was trying to pull our troops out of dozens of countries around the world that we don't even know as taxpayers that we're even in, but we're in because that's how we roll. What do you say about that?
Well, from a foreign policy perspective, I think a lot of America's adversaries, and I'm speaking of the top 5 in Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, Venezuela, countries like that. They're probably, if they ever got religion, they'd be getting it tonight because they'd be praying for Kamala Harris to eke out a victory. Because I was talking with a friend of mine that I used to work with when I first joined the government. I was a military analyst, what was called a Warsaw Pact ground force. And we were just kind of gaming this scenario out, that if and when Vladimir Putin prevails over the Ukraine, right now his country is on a war economy footing. He's had well over 2.5 years to do so. And it doesn't matter whether or not the West has superior weapons, because there's a maxim that says quantity has a quality all of its own. And we were talking about, well, what would it be like if we jump into the future? It's 3 or 4 years from now, and Vladimir Putin has several large tank armies on the Polish border. And he says, look, I don't want to go to war with the West, but you're leaving me with no choice. However, I'm willing to sit down for a summit with the American president in Geneva. In one scenario, he's sitting across from Kamala Harris. The other scenario, he's sitting across the table from Donald Trump. As soon as Kamala Harris lets loose her first nervous giggle, he turns to the aide on his immediate right and whispers something, which, if we could hear it, would be, launch the bombers. That would not happen with Donald Trump.
So I'm going to interject here. The New York Times has given their final estimates for tonight. You've given Donald Trump a 79% chance to win the presidency, to win the popular vote by 0.6%, and to win the following states by the following margins: Wisconsin by 1.1, Nevada by 1.8, Michigan by 1.9, Pennsylvania by 1.9, Georgia by 2.6, North Carolina by 3.2, and Arizona by 3.9.
But not Virginia.
They don't have Virginia listed because most people aren't paying attention to it. Because for some reason, a lot of the media outlets stay dialed in to the traditionally agreed upon swing states for the cycle. And Virginia wasn't on anybody's radar until about 3 weeks ago.
Well, it's neck and neck there right now. And they did just add a few more votes.
Their New York Times' final
that was their final one, yeah.
Now on their website, they're up to 81% chance of victory for Trump.
81?
Now they're up to 81. Well, okay, well. It could be the final estimates could be for like the particular states.
Oh, perhaps. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean the win odds. I mean, at some point tonight it's gonna hit like 99%, and then they're gonna officially call it, and they are the paper of record.
Hey, Robert, what do you think about the bombers, the B-1s? I think they were B-1 bombers, right? That flew up to North Korea. I mean, isn't that the kind of show that you just talked about? But that happened under the Biden administration.
Yeah, but all it was a show. It was just a demonstration. You're talking about the flying the B-1B Lancer bombers.
Yeah,
up near North Korea.
Right.
It was just a show, because they know when push comes to shove, this administration does not have the intestinal fortitude to do anything than occasionally talk a good game. Because what they're doing is they're taking as their key model the way we ran with our tail between our legs out of Afghanistan. There's actually a joke. It's kind of gallows humor in the Pentagon, where it said, that the United States, it was said at the time that the United States was not going to depart Afghanistan with its tail between its legs and seeing Americans being evacuated from the roof of the U.S. Embassy, which in fact in Kabul is exactly what happened. So now the joke is, what's the difference between our withdrawal from Vietnam versus our withdrawal from Afghanistan? And the answer is, oh, well, in Afghanistan, we ran away using bigger helicopters.
No, we left our helicopters, don't you remember? They're all.
Can I share something?
Oh, yes, we did. Bagram Air Base.
On the screen here. I want to show you something that's indicator of what's happening here in real time.
Go for it.
In this election. So I'm going to bring something up here on the share screen. Shared on Twitter by a Catholic account some of you may know, called Classical Theist. He's a Thomist, kind of a conservative Catholic. Do you have this on your screen?
I do. I can see it.
Yes.
Do you see those arrows?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand what they mean? The red and Democrat-friendly arrows are blue and point to the left. Republican-friendly ones are red and point to the right. And what do you notice so far about this? Now, obviously, not the entire country is on there yet, but what do you notice about it? The Florida effect isn't just Florida. It's Georgia. It's North Carolina.
whole
It's
eastern
Virginia.
seaboard.
It's even a little bit Maryland from the looks of it. The whole country is shifting to the right in a very, 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 very real way.
It'll be interesting when we start to get some of the reporting back from California and Oregon and Washington to see. That was pink a minute ago.
Pay attention to the margins on that.
Now, a poly market has them up to over 90% now, Donald Trump. So I think it's a foregone conclusion at this point. New York Times needle is now at 81% for Trump, according to Andrew Torba.
I just saw it go up to 82.
82%. Like what? Okay, what do you think Kamala is thinking now? I really want to know. I want some video footage. Where is she? Someone needs to track her down and put her on some camera.
Did you guys see what? Did you guys see what Russell
This
Brand?
is a family-friendly show, Joe. I can't say what she's really thinking.
I want to know what she's thinking right now. What?
Did you guys see what Russell Brand posted 3 hours ago?
The MAGA hat? He said,
Posted
"God
a
bless
picture of
America."
himself. No, but it's a "Make Jesus First Again" hat.
Amen.
Kind of neat.
Russell Brand. That guy's on a.
Say a prayer for Russell Brand, folks.
That guy's on a journey.
No one is
I don't
beyond.
see him on Twitter at all.
Around.
He doesn't show
Yeah.
up for me.
I see him there. I pray he comes all the way. That'd be great.
Joe, I wanted to go back for a second
Go for
to
it.
what you were talking about with the Catholic vote. And, there was a study from George Barna at Arizona Christian University where he basically found that there were about 19 million Catholics who were planning to sit out the election. So,
19
with
million.
estimated 56% of the Catholic vote going to Trump, I'm wondering how many actually did sit out the election. If they just decided, to go with the lesser of two evils. I thought, Burke's exhortation was strong. It was good. And one of the things that he pointed out was, that you have to have hope that you can actually make some kind of difference, that you can communicate with somebody on their poorer policies. And, like we said, I think Trump's demonstrated that he's open at least to listening. I wonder how many actually did sit out. That's going to be interesting to find out.
Yeah, it will be. Now, Dr. Stine reported, 45 minutes ago or so, that the Catholic vote came in hard for Trump.
Yeah, by at least 5 points. By the way, Newsmax has Trump at 242 electoral votes.
Wow. What do we?
That's
So
not
As
counting
of right now,
Pennsylvania,
Anthony?
Wisconsin. Yeah. That does
Yeah.
not count Pennsylvania because they only have Trump up by 2.5 points there, but 54% in. Wisconsin is at 47% in. Trump is up by 0.2 points there for the time being. They have Arizona, Harris up by 1 point with 52% in Arizona, but I don't think she's winning Arizona tonight.
So if we go back to our spitball and map, this is where we were earlier thinking about how it all play out. Like she would have to win. She'd have to have all of this, and even still, she's not there. She'd have to have PA, New York. She gets Virginia, and maybe she gets one of these two here. That's the only way. That's the only way she can win at this point. She has to have either Michigan or Wisconsin.
And I don't see it.
And she'd have to have Nevada. She'd have to have Arizona, which she's not going to get.
At some point, the New York Times is going to call the race for Donald Trump.
And she's not going to get Minnesota, it looks like, at this point either.
I
mean,
almost wonder if the New York Times is not going to let this drag on for days. It's a weird thought, but there's going to come a point tonight where they're going to project him to be the winner. And then you're going to see a bunch of dominoes start to fall at that point.
Yeah.
Christian Hines on X said, even if Democrats win 100% of the remaining mail-in ballots in Philly, Harris would still be down 116,000 from 4 years ago in a state that Biden won by 80,000 votes.
Going
there
back
are not
to
enough votes in Philly to get that 700,000 that she needs.
Yeah.
New York Times now has Trump predicts Trump to win the popular vote by 0.8%.
Wow.
Gone up.
So Kamala
Decision Desk recalled their Virginia call.
Kamala needed 700,000 in Philly County, She doesn't even have 300,000 at this point. She's a long way from where she needs to be there. I don't see it. I mean, it's a foregone conclusion at this point.
They have him at 296 electoral votes as their projection. The New York Times does.
Wow.
296. That's a landslide, right?
No, I tend to think 312 was a landslide.
312. You got to get all the way 312. So
I'm going with 312. That's kind of the number I want to see hit.
296
If not,
is
that's still
honorable
fine
mention.
victory. By the way, on the Newsmax thing here, New Jersey, at 64% in, Harris is up by 6 points in New Jersey. And Connecticut is still within 2.5 points for Harris. 4,600 votes separate the two of them in Connecticut with only 8% counted. I'm just saying, New York, she's up by 15 points, which is not very good. I believe Biden won that one by 20 or 25. In Minnesota, on the Newsmax map, nothing counted in, nothing reported. And I'm beginning to wonder why, because this is after when they should have reported in.
yeah.
Maybe they don't want to report yet.
Maine finally flipped blue. It was red for the longest time, but now it's starting to go blue. We expected that, though.
I expect he'll get the very conservative congressional district there. And that's about it. New York Times just bumped PA to Trump +2, Michigan to Trump 2.3.
Boy, he's got a strong lead in Minnesota. For only 4% reported, so forever to go. But man, that's a pretty good lead so far. New Mexico's back to pink. Tight race in New Mexico. Who knew, man, that he could flip that? That's possible. If we go to New Mexico, like Santa Fe, and nothing else is like on the board.
So somebody should let Eric Sammons, I think it was Eric Sammons, know that Bernie Moreno has defeated Sherrod Brown to become the next senator of Ohio. That is 2 Senate pickups now.
That's huge.
That's actually the flip. The Senate has flipped.
Yep.
That's huge.
Yeah, that also
That means pardon my interruption, Anthony. That literally means if Kamala Harris were to somehow pull this off, she would get for her cabinet approved by the Senate.
And she would not be able to stack the courts.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or
also,
get rid of the filibuster.
It also means that Trump could, if he gets in and he has if you see in the news that suddenly Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas have been seen speaking with him in the White House, that would be him giving him the heads up that they're going to retire.
Could you imagine getting 2 more Supreme Court justices on the bench in his second term?
I'm kind of the selfish guy who wants to see him, have Sotomayor realize that her health is just really bad, because it is, and that she maybe would rather just relax on a beach for the rest of her life, and that deciding that it'd be better to spend time with her family or whatever, and that she steps down, and then Trump gets to really remake the court at that point. Because
instead of pulling a Ruth Bader wheelchair.
I've never called her that.
Weekend at Ruth Bader's.
But no, I mean, she's diabetic. People don't know that. I believe she's diabetic, and she's in her 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Trump now up to 83% chance of victory, according to the New York Times.
Arizona went back to being pink. Virginia went back to being light blue.
Yeah.
But
still neck and neck. It's still just a split decision. She's got like not even a percentage point over him there.
The Virginia Project says currently Virginia is Harris plus 16,000 votes spread with 885,000 votes left to count.
It's a long way to go.
That's the thing. We said like near the start of the night, basically, that if Virginia is too close to call for the whole night, that pretty much bodes well for Trump across the board.
Virginia Project is also claiming that New Hampshire is actually too close to call.
Whoa. Back to New Hampshire. I don't know. Right now, according to the AP,
right?
It's not so
yes,
close.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
They still got another 40% to go. But she's got a pretty good lead over him there right now anyway, according to the AP. Now, the Daily Wire's got Donald up to 242 right now on electoral votes.
Yeah, Newsmax does too.
That's ooge.
So are you gentlemen insinuating that it could be over before this podcast is over?
Oh,
It could
I'm
be-
going to
this
bed
could be
because
over-
it is
This
over.
could be over by midnight.
It's totally over right now. I'm not
Because
going to bed. We're
the
teasing.
polls should be closing in Oregon anytime now, in California and Washington. And those are going to go blue. Those are going to net her about another 70 electoral votes. But after that, we don't know. There's that part of me that wants her to stay below 200 electoral votes. Not because of anything against her in particular, but because then a message needs to be sent to the left that they have completely lost the plot.
Someone said, so whoever tweeted about Decision Desk retracting their call says that they're not actually sure that Decision Desk has retracted their call. So they
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, he's still predicting.
So they don't. We
will take Virginia.
We called it. We're not calling it, but we're not sure if we're not calling it, so we're calling it. So that there you go, clarity. It's a good time. Replace Garland ASAP. What do you mean replace him? I think we should put him in jail, personally. Merrick Garland. How much damage has Merrick Garland done to innocent Americans? I mean, my good friend Mark Houck got raided in front of his kids. Thank you, Merrick Garland, for that. That was amazing. You're awesome.
Yeah,
How many
this is why
pro-lifers have gone to
It was
prison
not
now?
hard for me to support Trump because I want spies out of our parish and I want pro-life activists to stop getting arrested.
Yeah, exactly.
This isn't that hard. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Trump
Well, you
now
know,
84%.
Anthony, it's very interesting you say that because I was actually approached by the Bureau 2.5 years ago and asked to be one of their informants inside my Latin Mass parish. And
did you describe anatomically impossible things they could do to themselves as a response?
in a very polite way, yes. In a very polite way.
If they needed some suggestions, we'd be happy to help out. We're here to serve. Man, yeah. The key, I think there's something interesting going on in Virginia in the sense that when they do increase the numbers, they always seem to increase them by the same proportion.
So remember what the person in the chat said who lives in Virginia, that towards the end, those big blue counties will dump a bunch of votes in. That doesn't necessarily mean it won't go red. They have a Republican governor who's very popular. He won in that kind of environment. But remember, in Nova, the people are turning out in large numbers because their jobs depend on Trump not winning. Entirely why they're doing it.
That's right. And they are, Anthony, they are the definition of the deep state.
Oh, I know.
Tough spot to be in.
Because a lot of people have a misunderstanding of what the deep state actually is.
Permanent bureaucracy.
It's the bureaucratic holdovers from Democratic left-wing administrations that it's not that they do anything nefarious. It's just that whenever there's a Republican who takes the executive branch, everything that's important to that Republican in the White House gets put to the bottom of the action pile of the inbox. That's all.
Yeah.
And sometimes it never sees the light of day again.
There was a Supreme Court case 3 or 4 months ago that reminded people that the executive has the absolute right to do whatever he wants to the administrative state because he is the executive. The administrative state is part of the executive branch. He can fire any of them on a whim.
Georgia,
right. It's like at-will employment.
He could remake the federal bureaucracy with some restrictions based on what laws Congress has passed, but he can remake the administrative state in his own image if he wanted to. And I suspect there's a lot that can be done for government function with advanced technology that you could severely downsize the federal government. And they know that too. These people know it.
I think it terrifies them.
We have a bureaucracy that was basically developed in the 40s in its modeling, in its structure.
And is quasi-socialist to begin with.
Look at this.
Well, there's that too.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, PA.
What's the percentage of Minnesota?
It is 40. Oh, they're only showing 4%.
Yeah.
But the
Trump
huge
is now
lead
at
so far.
86% chance of victory, according to the New York Times.
Wow.
I'm telling you, the New York Times is going to have him. They're going to call a state for him that will put him over the top, even though this map, if it plays out, puts him over the top. and they're going to declare him president.
Daily Wire doesn't have anything on the board for Minnesota right now. They got Wisconsin in play, Michigan.
They still have Arizona as leaning blue.
And Michigan as well. They still got Maine leaning red. I mean, if that's accurate, that'd be nice. But
Trump is up on Kamala Harris by 5 million votes. That is going to change rather dramatically when California checks in.
Oh boy,
Yes.
yeah. What do you think the spread will be in California? How bad would it be?
It will be 8 points worse than how Biden won.
8 points worse.
I can see that.
Georgia.
There's an irrationality to California and the voting populace at large that just beggars belief. It can, the state is
What
it's
I mean
being
by that
flushed
is
down the toilet. Go ahead,
Trump is
Anthony.
going to reclaim some of them. He's going to reclaim 8% of the vote from Biden. That's what I mean by that.
See, look, Donald. I got an image of Donald Trump's from 6 minutes ago, hanging out with Elon Musk, and what's his name, who runs the UFC?
Dana White. I just saw that.
Yeah, hanging out, having a good time. Where's the picture of Kamala Harris right now? I just want to know. What is she
Who
doing?
tweeted that?
She's in the bunker with Joe.
That was Jack Posobiec. She's not hanging out with Joe. Joe
of-
is not
as of 10
hanging out
minutes
with
ago-
her.
As of 10 minutes ago, Fox News is reporting that AP Votecast projects Trump winning 23% of black men nationwide.
20.
So
Literally Hitler is winning 23%.
Hitler.
CNN 5 minutes ago had the Latino vote in Michigan, Trump 60%, Harris 35% in Michigan with Latinos.
Yeah, I saw there was a post earlier on X.
Oh,
that
there's
said
that picture.
In Florida Latinos went hardcore shift this election towards the Republicans. Absolutely baller.
I want to know what kind of input Dana White's going to have in the administration.
Oh man, that's murder for you.
I mean, at this point, I'm not a UFC guy. If I'm going to watch any of those kind of sports, I'll stick with classic boxing.
Was it the other day that I saw a post about Herschel Walker having something to do with the administration?
It wouldn't surprise me that if you got a lot of these Republican candidates from the last couple of years who people think should have won, maybe finding themselves in some like lower administrative position or like upper assistant
This
position.
has been part of my problem with Donald Trump in the first 4 years. Look at the people that he put into his cabinet. Because I get it. When you run for something like a president, you don't get there unless you have powerful, very wealthy friends. And so you win, and now it's time to repay their favors. So you give them cabinet positions. But that's not always the smartest move.
No, this is why I say that I want Hung Kao to be in the administration somewhere, because Hung Kao, listening to him speak, the man is clearly very intelligent and he is successful in the areas that you might want to have somebody be successful, and he's military. There are a lot of things that make me want him there. Hey, go watch it. Go to his X feed. There, he has an ad on there that he's got, I think, pinned to his account.
Iowa's on the board.
Watch that.
It's excellent.
It is excellent. It's one of the best political ads of this entire cycle. And it's too bad that he did not get attention until the last few weeks.
Catholic vote. This was from an hour ago, similar to what you had mentioned earlier. According to exit polls, Donald Trump won the Catholic vote 56-41. 15-point margin for Trump. Man,
I think that's actually disgraceful.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have been that close.
It's moving in the right direction. I remember in like 2012, Obama winning Democrats or Obama winning Catholics. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, he
By the way,
did.
people are now saying on Twitter that they think Joe Biden would have performed better tonight, and I think they're right.
I saw that.
He would have.
Joe
He wouldn't have
Biden
been
thought
awake
so.
to see the results, but he would have performed better.
Joe Biden was also thought so. He told that to Barack Obama just a few weeks ago, and Barack Obama said, "Don't worry, we still got time. It's okay." Yeah.
Poly Market has Trump now at 80.8%.
Trump is winning in Wisconsin with 95% reporting. He's at 54.7% of the vote. It wasn't even a close race. This is the referendum on the future, and the future looks bright, according to Ian Miles Chong.
Remember what I told you about what he needs. He needs the Sun Belt, which it looks like he's going to get.
Mm-hmm.
And he needs one Rust Belt state, one of them.
He's
Wisconsin
got two, three.
was the closest pathway he had. If he gets Virginia, he doesn't need any of them.
He might be
if
wrapping
they're
up
at
the entire Rust
95%
Belt.
counted, and he is up by 6 points or whatever you just said.
Yeah.
There was apparently there was a Dearborn precinct that went 332 votes for Trump, 81 votes for Harris, and 293 votes for Jill Stein.
You're kidding.
That was a precinct
Jill
in
Stein
Dearborn,
for the
Michigan.
win.
So those are Muslim voters with a long memory who don't trust any Republicans because of how they got treated after 9/11. I don't blame them for being that way.
Yep.
That's them.
Although, you know, Anthony, part of that was offset by Kamala Harris bringing Liz Cheney on stage with her. That infuriated a lot of Muslims.
Oh, I'm sure it did. And also, they're not dumb.
No, they're not.
Harris's big mistake is thinking her voting base was dumb, because she would run an ad in Pennsylvania talking about how she'll always stand with Israel, and then she'd run an ad in Michigan saying how what's going on over there right now is all wrong and how she'll intervene and defend something aimed at the Dearborn population. She forgot that the internet exists and that it's not hard at all to send people campaign ads. It's not. And that YouTubers exist who will play them side by side and go, what's going on here?
Nate Cohn.
Well, you know, Joe, another thing I would point out that kind of slipped under the radar today, and that was the fact that on the day that the United States presidential elections were held, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister. And this is in the middle of a regional war against those countries that are seen as Iranian proxies. And he fired him because he was seen as too dovishly aligned with the not so subtly stated aims of the Biden administration vis-a-vis Israel. And Netanyahu obviously wasn't as optimistic as we all are about President Trump. And he decided to strike while the iron is hot, knowing that if Harris got in, that he no longer could count on unqualified U.S. military support.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is an interesting topic just because this is what I talked to Jason Jones about, which was, big Trump fan. He's on the stump for him in PA right now. We talked about that earlier. He definitely feels that Trump's the better option when it comes to foreign affairs, certainly for Christians in Gaza that are caught in the middle of all of this. I mean, as I said on that program, I'll repeat it just because I think it's worth repeating. I don't stand with Hezbollah or Hamas. They're terrorists. I don't stand with them. I thought it was atrocious what they did October the 7th, 2023, Al-Aqsa flood. But is the answer to flatten a city, is the appropriate response to see 20,000+ people die as a result of that? That seems like
I want to say for the record, I wasn't laughing at the horrible things you were describing. I was laughing because of some of the really crude tweets I'm seeing on Twitter right now about the election.
And I do want to give a quick update here from the New York Times chief political analyst, Nate Cohn. For the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency.
Likely.
He has an advantage, not lean,
Likely.
now likely. He has an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There is still a lot of vote left, but in the voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead.
It's over.
Trump is
By the
likely,
way,
according to the New York
CBS is right now, as of 25 minutes ago, warning the audience, hey, it's going to take a long time to count all this. We're talking days. That doesn't mean nothing. No, there's nothing nefarious going on. Simply because we delay all of this.
The
for
RNC
days.
has an army of lawyers out there right now.
Yeah, buddy.
And I kind of get the feeling that you're going to have some forces say, don't drag this out. We have other ways to prevent him from doing the things he wants to do. Because you can't, it's not plausible. He's leading the popular vote. He's going to win the popular vote probably by 1.5 points, maybe 2. Remember,
Which is
it started
amazing.
out as a 0.1 popular vote, then 0.3, and then now it's 0.8 according to the New York Times.
We didn't think he was going to win the popular vote starting out this night.
It's actually exactly 1.
Yeah.
Is the rest.
Now it's
Yeah,
1.
exactly
See,
1 point.
and
Yep.
which means it's maybe he'll get to 2 points popular vote. The big barrier for them is the number of mail-in ballots that were not requested, because tons were not requested.
How many get dropped off tonight? That's the question. That's the big X factor in all this. How many box loads of ballots all of a sudden show up at midnight and now need to be counted?
And the lawyers will swoop in like the wrath of God on them.
I hope so. I hope so.
I hope so. By the way, Joe, can I just inject a little moment of levity into the discussion?
Oh, please.
How many votes did President Trump get because of Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon?
Oh, man. Yeah, I know.
Do you
That
guys
was a
know what I'm
crazy
talking
story.
about?
What is wrong with you New Yorkers, by the way, Jake?
So
Why
my
don't-
hopes
what
and
do you
dreams
think-
have been dashed. Jack Posobiec reports that a White House official has told him, because he's got White House contacts, that Joe Biden went to bed at 9:30.
Oh,
He's going to get up. Don't you
My
worry,
hopes
Dr.
and dreams have
Stein.
been shattered.
Don't you worry.
He'll tweet something without the presidential seal.
That's
yeah,
right.
exactly. Yep, just like he did when he endorsed Kamala.
Exactly.
I just-
I'm gonna
Bug
hop
Hall,
off
5
here,
minutes
gentlemen,
ago.
but it's been great talking with you guys.
Hey, thank you, Sam. Appreciate you hanging out.
Thanks
and
for having me on, Joe. God bless everyone.
burning the midnight
God
oil.
bless.
God bless you from sunny
night.
Ireland.
So here's Bug Hall 5 minutes ago. All the boomer box media is melting down. Last time they stayed smug while continuously mentioning how the mail-in ballots would save the day. None of that is going on right now. I'm calling it. We're going to have a fun night. That's the big difference. For those of you worried, and forgive Bug Hall for his boomer comment. He's Bug Hall. If you follow him on Twitter, you know what he does. You know kind of how his spicy takes. But that's the big one. 4 years ago, they kept talking about how there'd be a whole bunch of mail-in. There's not a lot of that talk going on right now. And in their meltdowns, they haven't been bringing that up. I just want people not to be so anxious about this.
No.
Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. But the trend is pretty obvious. Remember that map I showed you? That's what's happening across the whole country. It's amazing what happens when you devalue the currency. Oh, here's an update from my own little state of Oklahoma from the local news station. All 77 counties in Oklahoma go red. That includes Oklahoma City and Tulsa.
No
Oklahoma-
way.
Yeah, Oklahoma
Oklahoma
County
City,
had a
too?
close race for president. Oklahoma County is where Oklahoma City is. Former President Donald Trump defeating Vice President Kamala Harris by a few thousand votes. So every county went red, including the cities. And you know why that is? Probably because Trump wants to unleash American energy production. You can
Yes.
bring down the cost of energy, you can bring down food costs.
So at the end of the day, what you're saying then is the majority of Americans aren't as crazy far left. They really just want money in their back pocket, and they're willing to sort of compromise on their political ideologies to kind of improve their overall status.
Yes. And okay, another update from Jack Posobiec from his White House official. The U.S. Secret Service is preparing to mobilize additional resources to Florida. And why do you think they're about to do that? Because they do that for the president-elect. They give him the security as the president of the United States.
Eric Sammons just tweeted, for the past 2 months, every YouTube video I've watched started with an attack ad telling me that Bernie Moreno, the GOP candidate for the Senate, is anti-abortion without exceptions and too extreme for Ohio. He just won the Senate seat against a rabidly pro-abortion incumbent. Congratulations there, Eric. Thanks again for joining us. Praise be to God. That was fun. Man, I tell you what.
Makes a good point. Somehow Trump, promising mass deportations, built the kind of coalition the GOP establishment thought they could build by promising mass amnesty.
That also reminds me. About 30 minutes ago, I saw a tweet of some data from Florida. Trump made massive gains with, drumroll, the Puerto Rican voters.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, I mean,
I think most people can take a joke.
well,
Yeah.
Especially when
Exactly.
the joke, even when tasteless, is rooted in reality.
but it
If you
wasn't
know the
him making
situation,
the
then you-
joke. It was
Especially
this
when the
comedian
joke is,
dude.
I mean,
He's a-
he won at least with people who left Puerto Rico and are here, right? So,
Right. Well,
Yeah.
the joke is based on things in the news that are publicly known about the problems
Yes.
that Puerto Rico is facing from landfill problems.
exactly.
So, hasteless joke, absolutely. That kind of comedian is not the kind of comedy I go for.
Mhm.
But I think they can take a joke because it's rooted in reality. And maybe the joke didn't matter to them because they're like, oh, Trump didn't say it, then I don't care.
Man, oh man, I tell you what, it's been the most bizarre time to see the kind of I don't know. This is a good question for Robert, because you're probably of you have the most vintage. Let's just say I'm a close second, but you have more vintage. In your lifetime, has there ever been a political campaign as I don't even know what the word is, but like this tit for tat of just ugly smear? I mean, like, politics always feels that way, but this feels like it's on a different level. You know, smears, attacks.
Joe, I would
personal
agree with you.
nonsense.
I still remember, I started my professional career, if you want to call it that, back in 1980 when I attended Catholic University down in Washington. And I remember that I was a White House, a very junior, for the last 6 months of the Carter administration, and then the first 6 months of President Reagan's administration. And I was a glorified gopher. I'm not going to make more out of it than it was. However, that was marked by an era of civility that you don't see today. I mean, when the cameras would turn off, there were many times when Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House from Massachusetts, would come to the White House, and he wouldn't go to the Oval Office. He would go over to the executive residence, and he would have a drink with President Reagan, because the two men, although they were at polar opposites on the political spectrum, they could still be civil and cordial with each other, and get business done. And now it's, pardon the bad pun, given my past associations with Father Maliki, but it's demonize your opponent at all costs.
Right. That was one of the red pill moments for me too. By the way, I recently watched that movie, Ronald Reagan, and they depicted that relationship with Tip O'Neill in the film, and it was endearing. They played politics.
It was rooted in reality too.
But they were civil and kind, and Tip O'Neill came to visit him. I just thought that was very endearing. It was nice. It was nice to see. I enjoyed taking my wife on a date night and watching that film. But I remember when W was running. Who was he running against? I think it was his second term. It was his second election, trying to get reelected. And vilifying his opponents. And I just listening to Bill Clinton vilify him, and, all of these things, all these people just at each other's throat on the campaign trail. And then all of a sudden you see him, with pictures, and they're like, they're besties. They hang out, and you learn, like, when they get interviewed, oh yeah, me and Bill, we were good friends. Me and Bill, we hang out all the time. Bill's such a good guy. Like, listen, I understand when you're on the stump, you got to say, listen, I like Bill a lot, but Bill's wrong about X, Y, and Z. Fine, fair enough. I can deal with that. But when you vilify Bill and you act like he's the enemy in your speech, but then you hang out with him like you're his bestie, I think you're a fraud. And now I discount anything and everything you've ever said to me, because you're not a sincere person. I don't take you seriously at that point. You have lied to me, and I hate being manipulated. I hate the feeling of being someone's pawn in their chess game. And I definitely felt that way with the George W. Bush campaign. And I felt bad because I supported the Iraq invasion at first. I remember thinking this is probably the right thing to do. There probably are a lot of terrorists there that are training, and it's probably a good thing to clean this out. I remember thinking all those things. In hindsight, I just feel like I got manipulated by it all. And especially now that you see, oh, look at the cards now all on the table. Look the Cheney family, who orchestrated the Iraq invasion, who frankly, they wanted to go all the way to Tehran, but thankfully somebody stopped them from going all the way to Tehran. Cheney certainly wanted to. And now look who they're supporting. The Bush family came out for Kamala Harris. The Cheney family came out for
I actually
Kamala
think
Harris.
the Cheney family might be what cost them a lot of votes. The Cheneys coming out might be why the Democrats are not voting in the numbers that they need to be.
It's crazy. It's absolute bonkers to me. It was John Kerry. Thank you, Christopher, for reminding me. I'm old and it's late now. It's way past my bedtime at this point. So
no, guys, they called California for Kamala.
No, I didn't see that. I mean, 0% counted, but they've already called it. Oh man, it's impossible. There's no way for her to win at this point, in my opinion. I can't see unless there's just something severely changing in the Rust Belt, and even then, let's go back to our wish list map here.
New York Times just bumped Trump up to 89% chance of victory. Popular vote estimate 1.1 Trump.
He's going to win the popular vote and the Electoral College.
I'm telling you, I kind of get the feeling the New York Times is doing this to push things in to get it done with.
Get it over with.
Yeah.
Anthony, I think you're right there.
Don't be surprised if a lot of these states that say they're going to take their sweet time to make announcements.
Yep.
Call things by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I think they're going to cut their losses. Why waste more time and resources on it? Gear up for, the next round of, like, oh, Trump is about to put us in camps. Just watch. He's been president for 2 years and he's about to put us in camps.
Yeah, the guy with RFK Jr. on his side and Tulsi Gabbard on his side.
Exactly.
No, exactly.
Come on.
I think they're going to cut their losses, stop wasting the money and resources, and just call it.
And maybe Hollywood, key part of the regime machine, is they were showing signs already of wanting to wash their hands of wokeness. Maybe they're going to get the memo too. That all this weird stuff they're doing is really harming things.
Maybe.
Well, I have to confess, based on the trends tonight, tomorrow morning, it's going to be a really strong temptation to not watch The View.
That might be the best episode they've done.
It's going to be so fun to watch.
Because you know that if you tune in, you're literally going to see heads exploding.
I think you're going to end up you might see people, popping medication on television.
They're gonna.
Well, Georgetown University tomorrow, they announced this afternoon, classes are optional because if President Trump wins, they have set aside special anti-trigger centers with, and I'm not kidding, milk and cookies and coloring books to help students cope with a potential Trump victory.
Oh, man.
I want to thank them for making the case for us that higher education needs to be radically defunded. Georgetown, by the way, is a Catholic school.
Is it?
Exactly. It's a Jesuit school.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. By the way, look at Oregon. Look at Oregon.
Fox is saying that the Harris campaign has basically gone dark on them. No answers to
Fox
questions.
has said that. CNN has said that. Jack Posovic's sources have said the same thing, that they're all diverting everything to Wilmington. Wilmington.
Wow.
Where's Wilmington again?
Wilmington.
Delaware. Hi, Delaware.
Daily Wire is up at 246 right now on electoral votes, and at 47 million votes have come in for Trump, according to the Daily Wire.
He's at 5.4 million votes over Kamala because they don't know how many votes California's bringing in. But again, assume a depressed turnout among Democrats. They're going to win California.
Of course.
There's no wasting resources.
How
there.
come
But Oregon?
How come we're not seeing
Oregon? I want that one to be the surprise state of the night.
You're going to move home, aren't you? You're going to sell and you're going to move back to Oregon if they go red.
No, because one time's a fluke.
But if they win twice, then you'd consider it.
No, but I maintain that Oregon could be one of those states that you could do if you had a Scott Pressler type and an election integrity type from the Virginia Project working together, you could make Oregon competitive. It's one of those states where a lot of Republicans kind of just check out. Yeah, they're Republicans. They listen to conservative talk radio. They do all that stuff, but they don't always vote.
Wow.
That's same as New Jersey, Anthony.
NBC's got him at 214. NBC's having a meltdown right now. That's awesome. I'm looking at. I'm trying to find some of the others. We're gonna get Brent Haynes here in a minute.
Again, for the people blackpilling about 3 a.m. ballot drops and everything like that. Remember, the mainstream media outlets were not freaking out on election night 2020.
Yeah.
They were not freaking out like this. They were not losing their minds. New York Times was not dropping this. You know, New York Times was not projecting Donald Trump to win the popular vote in 2020.
I've got footage of the Harris campaign crowd. I wonder if
Newsmax has him at 246 electoral votes. Yeah. 54% counted in Arizona, leaning red. Trump up by 0.2. He's going to win by more than that. I'm wanting to see how Nevada is. Because at this point, it looks like he's going to sweep the swing states.
Preliminary data suggests that Atlas Intel was the most accurate pollster of the U.S. presidential election.
You said that this morning, didn't you, Stine?
Yep. Called it.
I asked you this morning which poll was your favorite, and you said...
I said Atlas Intel and Rasmussen. Rasmussen has been going on there and jokingly apologizing to people.
Really?
Jokingly.
So they never apologize for being wrong, do they? Like, it's not a thing. They just keep doing
well,
what they're doing.
Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen just said, okay, folks, wrap it up. We'll pick up counting again tomorrow.
I got to get this on.
That's a joke.
I got to put this on Associated. YouTube. I got to get this feed up from the Associated Press. They're the only ones. They're the only ones who have live footage. They're the only ones who have live footage of the Harris rally. Let me.
Associated Press.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this up for a second here, and I paused it. I don't know if I'm gonna get stuck with a, something sort of a strike, so I paused the video. But like I have it on my phone, and I zoomed in just so you could. It's in this bottom left corner. This bottom right. It's hard to tell with what we're seeing here. Bottom right is Trump. Bottom left is Harris, and the looks on the faces are not quite yet to Hillary Clinton campaign. All is
reality
lost.
Is setting in.
Yeah, but there is no thrill. There is no happiness. But there is a lot of people there, so that's very fascinating. Of course, everybody's milling about on the Trump side. They're milling about. They're casual. They seemed optimistic. But on that Harris side, they look a little stunned. But it hasn't quite set in. I don't see tears. I don't see desperation in the looks in their faces yet. So I'm going to be watching that.
Well, they're not passing out the Kool-Aid yet, Joe.
It's also because they don't believe their own rhetoric. That's why.
Maybe someone lied to them and said, "Oh no, it's going to be fine. Trust me."
Trump's odds soared to 94% in Polymarket.
246 now.
A bit late for people to be dumping money into trying to stretch that the other way.
And then there are now people retweeting progressives melting down, like they're meltdown tweets.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing
some of these. I can't read to you on or put on screen here because they just got like nasty language in them.
Yeah.
Progressives and nasty language. Shocked, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
All right, where are we at in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania, 72% of the vote, and he's got what? 3.5% lead there? At least a 3% lead in Pennsylvania. He's going to win your state, Robert. How do you feel about that? That feels pretty good. Did you think that was going to happen?
I kind of had an inkling that it would, only because I voted as you're aware, my mother had a rather horrendous slip and fall and injured herself.
Yeah,
I spent 5 hours on the road today, so I didn't get a chance to vote until close to 6 p.m. tonight. I'm up in Schuylkill County, and the voting place, the polling station, was at my local firehouse. And the line was out the door, and I have to estimate that at least 90% of the people in line were all wearing bright red "Make America Great Again" hats.
90%. How many men versus women?
I would say probably 60-40 in favor of men. There are a lot of women.
So I want to give you
women.
I want to give you an update that goes back to what we talked about at the very beginning of the stream. We have numbers from Iowa. You remember why Iowa is pertinent to this conversation right now?
Because of the poll.
That poll. Ann Seltzer, who for like 25, 30 years has put out an Iowa poll from in the summer. It'd be sort of a midterm report. In the summer, she'd go to the fair, the Iowa State Fair, and you'd get numbers that were applicable to Iowa, but also gave you great insight into Wisconsin. She had a big Trump lead at that time. She then did another one in September that was a little closer, but it was still good numbers for Trump. 2 days before the election, she leaked to the Democrats that she had a Harris +3 in Iowa. The Democrats crowed. Everyone else laughed at her because nobody in their right mind thinks Harris is going to win Iowa. Trump is up in Iowa by 14 points.
So you're saying
That's
the poll
not a
was
miss
accurate
on her part.
You were saying the poll was
did she? I
spot
honestly
on.
wonder, was there an offer made to make her retirement more comfortable? Because you can use these kind of polls for gaslighting. To
Spot
drive
on.
down and drive up your turnout.
Suppression.
Decision
A suppression and motivation poll.
decision desk only just now called Connecticut for Kamala, by the way.
Wow. That took forever.
Yep.
That's a little weird.
Yeah.
Look at the color on your map, by the way, of New Hampshire.
I know it. I know it.
Blue.
And that's
4%, 4.5%, 64% reporting.
there's still hope. In fact, the video over at Associated Press's live feed, this is Derry, New Hampshire right here. This is the fine folks at Derry counting those votes right now. Remember the hanging chads? That was a good time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bring back the hanging chads. But see, okay, what gets me about this crowd down here in the left corner of Kamala Harris is, like, if I'm reading their body language, I'm saying they still think there's a chance. But I can't, for the life of me, see where there's a chance. She loses.
Here's the other thing, because his lead is now approaching 6 million votes. I have to ask a basic question. Most people for the last couple of weeks have had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen tonight. And I don't think it was just Republicans or just Republican-aligned people. I think a lot of Democrats knew.
Yeah.
They were hoping for a miracle. They were hoping for 2016, but for them, right? They were hoping, because nobody in 2016 really thought Trump was going to win.
No, nobody did.
To the
Not
point where
even
Trump didn't have
Megyn
a speech
Kelly
ready.
would thought that.
That they were probably hoping for that. This
Hey.
map looks suspiciously like one of the maps that was deemed plausible. By the way, Oregon just flipped back to red. It'll probably flip back. to
You're
blue
not
in a minute.
excited about that, are you?
Oh no, my home state, that was a progressive hellhole my whole life.
It's-
Pardon the language, but
You got they're only in at 9%, so you got a whole long time still to go before.
I know Portland is yeah.
But
But
he's-
again,
it's
remember what I told you about turnout.
He's 4 points
I don't
up on
expect
him.
Oregon to go blue or go red.
Well,
I do expect it to be the closest presidential election in probably my lifetime there.
Besides Portland, the rest of the state is definitely
It's
more
not just
conservative.
Portland. It's Portland, really Multnomah County, which is mostly Portland, and then a few satellite suburbs. It's Washington County, where I grew up, which is west of Portland. And it's Lane County, which is where Eugene is. And I want to say one other place, whatever county Salem is in. But
Okay.
you'll notice
Anthony, remind me which state up there is the one where the eastern counties want to split off? And,
that's Oregon. That's Oregon, and to a lesser degree, Washington.
All right,
But
we
I
got
totally support the Greater Idaho Project.
yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, stop the insanity.
We got Brent Haynes calling in tonight. Praise be to God. Brent is a friend of the show. And Brent and I have spent many a time arguing. In fact, we had a great epic argument out in front of Holy Rosary Catholic Church years ago about Donald Trump running for president. I thought, you're out of your mind. I don't want some reality TV star as my president. Absolutely crazy bonkers. We sat there and argued for like 2 hours. And so every few years we argue about Donald Trump, but he joins us nonetheless. Praise be to God. Brent, good evening to you. How are you?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Brent is an attorney. He is a Catholic freedom fighter, and we're grateful for your time today. So how are you seeing this? What does it look like from your perspective, Brent?
Well, as the lawyer and as somebody who is frequently accused of being a pessimist, I'm having to remind myself that it's not official yet. And to that end,
are you saying you're giddy?
My suspicion that Atlanta would turn out in greater strength for Kamala Harris, because that is the capital of Black America. There are a lot of Black colleges and universities there, including Black women's universities. Kamala Harris is outperforming Joe Biden in the Atlanta area. And in Milwaukee, I'm sure, I haven't heard all of the conversation this evening. I'm sure you've heard about the snafu with the voting machines. If Donald Trump doesn't win this election, and if there's a problem with Milwaukee, we're never going to hear the end of that. But they're recounting tens of thousands of votes there. I've heard as little as 31,000. I think the Epic Times map is probably maybe a little premature. I'd be a little more cautious on some of this, those states being pink. But having laid that pessimistic predicate, I'm very hopeful. This is my 12th presidential election.
Wow.
I organized, I've been to campaign schools in Washington, D.C. I organized a birthday party in the White House with other people, with Ronald Reagan in 1982. So I remember staying up late in 2016 and 2020. And the other interesting thing is it's clear now that, because they've run some numbers, they've already broadcast some numbers, Trump is outperforming with Hispanics, which means Kamala Harris is underperforming, and outperforming with young voters compared to how Harris did. Harris is underperforming compared to how Biden did in 2020. If that trend holds, then Trump probably wins.
By the way, Craig, I agree with you. I don't trust lawyers either. But nonetheless, I like Brent, so that's why we have him on. Praise be to Jesus. Hey, Chesterton just said NBC just called Oregon for Kamala, so sorry, Dr. Stine. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I wasn't expecting her to win.
It is interesting, though, Brent, when we were spitballing this on our, customized electoral map here, I can't actually see a scenario in which she wins at this point. I really can't. I mean, well, I've given her PA.
She has to get Pennsylvania.
I've given it to her.
Michigan and Wisconsin, possibly Georgia.
She's not going to get both Wisconsin and Michigan. Right now, it's not looking good for all three of those, but I gave her Michigan, I gave her PA, I gave her New York, I gave her Virginia. Of course, all of New England, she got that too. She's got New Mexico, Colorado, California, Oregon, and Washington. She's got all of those, and she still loses.
Yeah, she has to hold the blue wall, or if she loses the blue wall, she has to substitute somewhere else. She had the easiest path to victory. And so, yeah, I
don't want to interject here just briefly. Pennsylvania has 74% of the vote in, with Trump up to 3.1 points. When Pennsylvania goes, it's done.
Yeah, if Pennsylvania goes to Trump, his chances of winning are like 99%.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to compare the voting numbers from 2020 with 2024, what we have tonight in Bucks County and Philadelphia and Allegheny County, which is where Pittsburgh is. And it looks like Kamala Harris was, on pace or slightly behind, but it looked like Trump was slightly better than what he was doing in 2020. So there's a reason that there's a lot of doom and gloom at that Democrat Kamala Harris party that you showed a few moments ago.
I thought Georgia got called for Donald Trump. It's still like on the Epic Times, which is really just the Associated Press. They still have it pink and not red. I find that interesting. Newsmax has got it pretty red there. Arizona's still on the line. Washington's coming on board now. Nothing from Nevada. Why aren't we seeing anything out of Nevada?
They just closed.
Oh, they just closed.
Okay, so you want to hear this?
Closed at
you want to hear this?
Eastern.
This should give you some hope for the future. According to Fox News exit polls, Kamala Harris is only projected to win the youth vote by less than 8%.
Right.
Biden won it by 25% in 2020. That's a 17-point swing towards Republicans in 4 years.
That's right. And with Hispanics, Trump has really cut into her lead with Hispanic men and also somewhat with women. And she can't win and the Democrats can't win at all if they keep losing those ethnic votes. And this is a positive development for the country because we have to get away from this tribalization.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I remember when I became a Catholic, a friend of mine commented 20 years ago about how racially diverse the Catholic Church was. So, you know, I would pay attention to that sometimes when I went to mass, even in a really wealthy area, and I would see a working man, you know, an electrician, you know, in his janitorial or his, you know, his utility clothes, and I would see, you know, lawyers and doctors and nurses and, you know, people of all stripes, because the Catholic Church really is universal. Well, as a political entity, the United States really needs to focus more on being, with everybody being an American, not being a Black American or Hispanic American or trans American or anything like that. We need to focus on being an American. So the more Trump or any other candidate cuts into these ethnic divisions politically, the better.
Can I share something here?
Go for it.
This requires some internet knowledge for people to understand this. Do you know who the Young Turks are? And who Cenk
Sure.
Uygur is?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
He has left his own show an hour ago.
What?
He left his own show an hour ago. And I don't mean like, you know, he's got to go use the restroom. I mean, he left. And you notice that Anna Kasparian, who has, by the way, been a refreshing voice of reason on that show recently, she kind of looks smug there.
The Young Turks meltdown in 2016 was one of the truly legendary ones. They were raging for like 3 hours straight that night. That's one of the best meltdowns from that evening.
That is insane.
By the way, Joe, if you want to talk about anecdotal
information,
about the youth vote in Pennsylvania, I had to, if anyone's aware of the New Jersey corridor into Pennsylvania, is Route 78. And when I was driving out from seeing my mom today, out Route 78, passing through Bethlehem and passing through Allentown,
sure,
from all of the overpasses, it was 20-something college students that were hanging banners off of the overpasses.
Wow.
And the banners read, "Honk if you love Donald Trump." And it was nothing but a cacophony of cars and big rig trailers honking their horns.
Really? Wow. That's hopeful, right? Praise be to God. Mexicans can't stand her even in California, says Craig. Oh, man.
I guess New York Times decided that earlier number that they were calling was final wasn't final because now they have Pennsylvania for
Not
Trump
so
1.7, Wisconsin, Trump 2.2, Michigan 2.4, Georgia 2.7, Nevada 3.1. I don't know where they're getting that number from since there's been no reporting on that yet.
Yeah.
North Carolina 3.3 and Arizona 4.6. Yeah.
Trump flipped Nassau County, New York.
What?
With 72% of the vote in.
Oh, that's big.
With 72% of the vote in, he's up 4 in a county that he lost by 10 in 2020.
Scott Pressler on Twitter. President Trump won more votes out of Lancaster County than in 2020. The Amish have delivered.
Yes.
The Amish.
That's like
I find it somewhat apropos that the most militantly religious people in the United States are the ones who turned out in the most public force for him, by the way. And that's the Amish. Militant being an odd choice maybe for it, but nobody ever questions the orthodoxy of when it comes to upholding basic Christian morality of the Amish. In fact, maybe some people criticize them for going a little too hardcore, but
yeah,
they came out in force and they flipped a key county. And that could be what becomes game, set, match for the Rust Belt.
The Rust Belt is not looking good for Kamala Harris.
No.
It really isn't.
Are any of you able to figure out which way or what color Schuylkill County, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I can look at that.
The U.S. Secret Service has dispatched a full presidential detail to Mar-a-Lago. This is coming from another news source.
What? Where do I find that county?
This is all over. This is just all over X at this point.
No, I'm Schuylkill County.
Oh.
Where part of PA is that?
It's central eastern Pennsylvania.
Central Eastern. Jefferson, Indiana,
Okay,
Somerset.
here's this one. Bad news.
Bad news.
Sarah McBride, Democrat from Delaware, has been elected as the first confused about the reality and immutable nature of the flesh person to the U.S. Congress.
You're kidding.
I am not kidding.
Schuylkill County with 79% in, 70%, 76% for Trump, 24% for Kamala Harris. It's basically 44,000 to 14,000.
How come I'm not finding this county?
That's my county.
Nice.
You have delivered. And we are a grateful nation.
We are a grateful nation. Yeah, I can't even find it on the map. You got too many counties there, and it's like as bad as Texas. Good
With
grief.
79% reporting, Harris is underperforming in Chicago Metro, Cook County by 12% compared to Biden's
Let
lead in
that
2020.
sink in. It is over. Like that's a referendum.
Well,
this is a referendum.
getting
This
ugly.
is a referendum on Barack Obama. That's what this is.
This is the end of, I would hope, this is the end of, I think, the biggest mistake in this country's recent history in terms of who to elevate to a position of political influence. Obama has been a disaster for this country. Unmitigated. Things are worse. Our relations as Americans to one another are far worse than they were before he took the stage. Ironically, given that he made his name for himself on a speech about uniting Americans and how there's no red states and no blue states and all the rest of it.
That's entire that doctor that is entirely
Mac, you're
correct. The America hating Obama's world apology tour, saying America is not an exceptional country. All of that, in terms of how people look at us abroad or how we look at ourselves as a country, and then that internal divisiveness. You're exactly right. Before Obama, it wasn't racist to quote Martin Luther King Jr. Now it is.
Isn't that something? Mac, you were right. I was going out west instead of east. You could tell it's late. It's 10:30 for me, bro. And boy, this is way past my bedtime. So that's funny. Thanks for correcting
MSNBC
me.
is reporting that Harris expects tens of thousands of votes to come to Philadelphia for Harris soon. That
Tens
won't
of
help
thousands?
her. I'm sorry, it won't help her. Trump is expected, by the way, according to Alex Jones, to declare victory within the hour.
Hold on. She's gotten 418,000 votes in Philly County.
She is roughly on pace to get what Biden got, but it looks to me like Trump is outperforming from 4 years ago in Philadelphia County.
She would need 700,000.
Tens of thousands isn't
Not
going to
happening.
make the difference.
Not
Tens of
happening.
thousands is going to will barely move the needle for her.
Biden got 600,000 votes in Philadelphia County in 2020, and Trump got a little over 132,000. And look at how much Trump already has. Trump with 77% in, Trump is already at 118,000. So even if Kamala Harris does as well as Biden, Trump is doing better than he did 4 years ago.
All right, so here, Christian Hines, 75% of Philadelphia is already in. There's an estimated 172,873 votes remaining in Philly. Even if Harris won 100% of these votes, she would only lead
Not
Trump by
happening.
less than 8,000 votes statewide.
Yeah.
Hardly any of Cambria is in, and less than half of York is in. These are overwhelmingly Trump counties, and there's thousands of votes still to be counted in other large red counties like Luzerne and Carbon.
That's right. And those people have long memories because Biden put them out of business vis-a-vis the energy world.
Right, and others are noting now that it's too late for them to stop the counting. That it's too late. They can't stop the counting now because they know it's too big.
Wow, there's a decent crowd out there at the Harris campaign rally. Of course, there's a somber mood, you can tell. But what's fascinating to me is the Trumpsters don't look like they're kind of still silent. They don't look like they're milling about too much anymore. They're not really talking.
Everyone's nervous from 2020 still.
Yeah, nobody's going to take this for granted.
There's folks
Once bitten,
folks in the
twice
chat.
shy, gents.
Yeah, there are folks in the chat who are convinced that all these swing states are going to flip blue, like between now and 3 a.m. or something like that.
Well, they have to count the absentee ballots still in many of these
This is
states.
why Trump is going to declare victory within the hour. Remember, multiple reports of the Secret Service now being dispatched to Florida to give him the presidential detail.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Wow.
Yeah, but do you have any good news, Doctor?
I don't think they'd be doing that if they were planning some sort of late night thing, if they thought they could get away with it. My contention here has been this whole time that they are going to try something. They will try something else, including something that I started hearing reports on last Christmas, which was that Congress had been in the process of quietly passing bills to prevent a likely next Trump presidency from being able to do certain things, like from being able to withdraw the United States unilaterally from NATO and that kind of thing. Passed with a broad bipartisan support at the time. What little did they know that he would barely even talk about that stuff close to the election, that his big issues would be essentially tearing down the administrative state entirely and imposing tariffs and things, that he would barely talk about NATO at all.
I think it's funny that today, one of the most contentious elections of recent memory, crazy times that we live in, wars and rumors of wars, cataclysmic weather patterns, and all the rest. Oklahoma's setting records for tornadoes on the ground. Spain getting flooded. Gnats probably destroying crops right now as we speak in droves, and hypersonic missiles being shot off, but President Joe Biden went to bed.
I want Joe Biden to have only gone to take a nap and for him to get up and congratulate.
Like, oh, is it jello time? Like, what is you dog pony whippers?
You know, I'll tell you, gents, do you know when I knew that Kamala Harris had a serious chance of losing the whole enchilada? When Saturday Night Live turned on her.
Yeah, that was a sign. It was almost like a memo went out.
Yeah.
It's over.
And then they brought back Dana Carvey to make fun of Joe Biden, and he was frighteningly good. He'd probably make a better President Biden than Biden himself.
Michigan has flipped to Trump, 39% in. He's up 17,000 points, 17,000 votes. Wisconsin is leaning Trump at 71% in, and he has a 80,000 vote lead on her.
And what kind of electoral votes we talking there, Anthony?
Michigan, I think, is 15, and Wisconsin is 10. He needs the Sun Belt. It looks like he's going to get that, and then he only needs one. Wisconsin would get him across by itself.
Yeah. Minnesota's blue. They got 10 on the board.
Yeah, I don't see that on the Newsmax one, but I tend to think you're right. I mean, again, I was hoping for Minnesota, but just because of the poetry, it would be how poetic it would be to see that
poetry.
happen.
All right, so if we give it back to Kamala.
Oh, you just love Schadenfreude, Anthony.
We give it back to Kamala.
Well, at the end of the day,
he still wins.
Tim Walz was directly involved in a lot of the worst events in this country's recent history. Directly involved. And it would have been apropos for Minnesota to turn on him. Instead, he will go down in history as as possibly the worst vice presidential pick since the Admiral. You have to have a long memory to remember who the Admiral was.
Joan, thanks for hanging out with us. Joe Marie, hello and good evening. Mark, I missed you. You changed on me. Mark O. Della Vuta? Hopefully I got that right, or at least close to it anyway. Glad you're here. Thanks for hanging out. Janet Meyer, hello. Amanda Ybarra, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Praise be to God. Staying up late with us. Deborah says it's too early. Don't say that, because it's like 3:30 is coming soon. It's going to be time for Jake and I to go to work. Tomorrow's going to be really
continue
interesting.
Streaming. I'll just have to start a new live stream over. The Watchdog live stream or something.
Oh, man. I tell you what, PA Trump lead down to 200,000. Well, in my straw poll here, in my how this thing all plays out, I gave PA to her anyway.
Right, like I say, he only needs one of these, and one of the Rust Belt.
It went away. I must have clicked.
Well, it looks like he's going to sweep them. I mean, we don't have Nevada has weirdly not called in anything yet, and they're way overdue. Like, come on, guys, give us some information. Arizona.
Any further update on Virginia?
No, I've seen nothing on Virginia. They still have it for her. She's up now by 130,000 votes.
Yeah, it's from Nova. Right?
That's Nova, right? Like the person, like the viewer in the chat said. That's Nova.
Yep. She's got a pretty good lead there now. 79% votes counted. It's not looking good for Virginia, but I gave it to her anyway. North Carolina, yeah, we already knew that.
Michigan is at only 39% in still. Wisconsin is at 72. Yeah, Trump should declare victory at any time now. Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen.
What's the next, Anthony? What do you think the next states are they're going to declare?
I would guess it'll probably be one of the Rust Belt ones. So Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen on X reports that asks the question, why are people leaving Kamala's watch party? There are so many more votes to count.
California is not even reported yet, right? Like, if you're going to have hope, that's your biggest gain, is you're going to gain a tremendous boost there with California numbers. You're going to feel good about it, and you're going to feel like you have hope. You don't. You have no hope because the numbers are never going to work out for you. But, maybe they know that already. Maybe they don't. Maybe they know that California doesn't much matter at this point.
So another insider person who reports, who claims to have connections to the Kamala Harris campaign, take it with a grain of salt, but says now that Harris and Walz are having tough end-of-life conversations with advisors who are expressing that a path forward is improbable and that a concession scenario is likely.
Whoa.
Harris is not expected to speak to her supporters tonight. A somber atmosphere settled over the campaign watch party at Howard University, where attendees are beginning to disperse. And remember, Rasmussen, one of the pollsters at Rasmussen, has said, asked the question just a minute before that, why are they leaving? People are noticing that they're leaving.
Shades of 2016.
They've got a good camera angle right now because I do see people milling a little bit, but I don't see a lot of people walking out, kind of like at her rallies, how they would all walk out after.
It could be the camera angle too, though.
Yeah, that's why I said they got a good camera angle.
They just heard that Beyonce won't be singing.
That's right, exactly. They were like, what? What are we here for? Dang it. We're out of here.
Yeah, they're going to get Willie Nelson again.
Raymond Arroyo is on X reporting NBC's exit polls about Catholic voting. Take that, 56 for Trump.
Man, oh man.
Initial estimates find the Ann Seltzer Iowa poll underestimated Donald Trump by 16 points. Wow. That's not a miss. That's not a miss.
No, that's payola, Anthony.
Willful.
Right. That's why Jack Posobiec tweeted a joke at her expense, saying that the Trump campaign has announced that his presidency will protect the Social Security and retirement savings of retirees like Ann Seltzer, because it's clear that it looks like that this was a suppression poll. What a way to go! What a way to end your career too.
I'm seeing people calling New Mexico for Harris, with her underperforming Biden by 5.6%.
What if you're Liz Cheney right now? What are you thinking?
You're kicking yourself. You're crawling into a hole and pulling the dirt over yourself.
That's right. I think I read something in scripture about that. Craig says, imagine Harris commander-in-chief of the United States. That would have been end times for sure.
All right, so
Craig, it wouldn't have been her. It would have been Barack Obama.
Why nobody has called anything in Nevada? Because state law in Nevada says that no results can be reported until the last county closes, and that's Nye County, which is a Trump county. And I saw there's a picture on here of a fairly long line to get into the elections office.
Wow. So we got a ways to go for Nevada then.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's not much. Is there any chance? Okay, so he's got a pretty decent lead in Wisconsin. He's got a decent lead in Michigan for sure. He's got a better lead in Michigan than he has in Wisconsin. And, he's doing okay in Pennsylvania. Not amazing, but okay. 3 points. 3 points in PA. He's got 6 points in Michigan. And he's got 3 points in Wisconsin. So it looks like he could tie all three of those up. Virginia's probably going to be lost at this point. Arizona, it says tie here, but they're a 50% vote count.
I think Trump's going to win Arizona.
I think Trump will win Arizona. I think Trump will win Nevada. It's
right,
over.
Which means he needs one Rust Belt state.
He's going to get 3.
Yeah. So I'm going to show you something here, just to lighten the mood a little bit. Hold on. I want to make sure I get the right one. Right here. Two people I'm not particularly fond of. Cardi B saying we need a Hail Mary. I hate when people use that as a desperation.
She's going to get hit by lightning.
Yeah. Right. And then David Hogg. This is the bad place.
David Hogg? You pulled David Hogg out?
Oh, good
man.
Lord.
It's late. We can tell. We're desperate now.
No, I just think it's funny that guy is still relevant. Like, why is he like...
Whoa, what's going on at the Trump rally? All of a sudden, people are clapping and cheering.
He might be about to make his announcement.
I wonder.
There are still 500,000 votes out in Wayne County, Michigan. And that's good. Those are going to go for Harris. But probably 2-1.
Yeah, guys, I'm thinking really, really evil thoughts you don't even want to know.
About David
Really?
Hogg or Wayne County, Michigan?
I'd have to go to confession Saturday if I told you.
Okay. Oh, man. Well, there's all of a sudden, there's a lot more excitement on the Trump side. So something's stirring on the Trump rally right now.
It's probably they're probably playing his entry music or something. It would
Joe?
not surprise me if he comes out and declares victory.
Hey, Joe,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if right now, in some obscure chapel in the Vatican, Bergoglio is looking up at a statue of Baphomet and said, I did everything you told me to do, and they're still loose.
You said if you told me you'd have to go to confession.
Yeah, but it was worth it.
It's worth
Just seeing
it.
the look on Anthony's face.
Donald Trump has become the first Republican since 1892 to win Starr County. Where is Starr County?
Texas? Going to Texas?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm saying Trump won Starr County, Texas, most Hispanic county in America at 97% by 16 points. The last time it voted Republican, 1892.
Back when it wasn't a very Latino
1892. Oh, man.
That was before the Pancho Villa raids.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Deborah says it's too early for Trump to make an announcement. I agree. I think it is too early for him. I don't think he should make that announcement until he crosses the 270 line.
Yeah.
Not that that's going to change the outcome of anything. I don't think it will or can. But nonetheless, I think he should wait till it crosses 270.
Now, AP and Fox are both being very cautious. People are beginning to ask why they're not calling things like Virginia. At some point, like even Virginia Project is now saying, I'm seeing the spread widen, not in a good way. So unless what's left is mostly deep reds holding the reporting back, I think we fell short.
New York Times has just called Virginia for Harris, but Trump remains at 89% chance of victory, estimated 298 electoral votes, and popular vote by 1 percentage point.
New Mexico to Harris. Por la chicho, mi amigo. We knew that was going to happen. We knew that New Mexico was going to go to Harris. It's unfortunate. Hey, how's Carrie Lake doing?
I'm seeing some people saying they don't want to ever hear her name again.
I kind of don't like her either.
I kind of would like maybe to see her become press secretary or something, given her media background and her willingness to fight. But beyond that,
I thought Sarah Huckabee was the best ever.
Oh, yeah, she was really good, but she's also kind of busy as governor.
She might be governor, yeah. Governor of Arkansas.
Yeah, Kerry Lake hasn't tweeted anything in 2 hours.
That's not a good sign, is it?
Stay in line was the last thing. Do not believe the mainstream media when they call these elections. If you were in the line to vote by 7 p.m., stay in line. 2 hours ago. Lots of tweets 2 hours ago.
Nothing now?
Nothing since.
Once Milwaukee comes in, that'll cut Trump's lead in Wisconsin in half.
Milwaukee's not in yet?
Only half in.
You're kidding.
Remember they had to recount some of those votes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not suspicious.
No.
Well, they did. They counted them badly in an unsecure place, and it was they're being recounted because the Trump lawyers are demanding they recount them.
Trump team that said we want these recounted.
Yeah.
But here's the really good news in Wisconsin. 93% of Dane County is in. That's where the University of Wisconsin at Madison is.
Hey, Jake, I was going to say your audio is cutting up. I'm not sure, but when you talk, it really sounds cut up. I don't know why.
Connection issues?
Yeah.
New York Times estimates Trump to win Texas by 13 points.
It looks like the Kamala Harris rally started dancing all of a sudden.
They could have put on some music for them to
liven up, people. You're looking pretty somber out there.
They don't look happy dancing.
They look like this is a boring party. Can we just go home now?
This tweet might sum up the election tonight. Dudes, rurals, Hispanics, working class Americans, all sick and tired of it.
Yeah.
And that's pretty accurate, I think. So the person who runs the TIPP poll is projecting now that Trump will sweep all 7 swing states. And they are recognized as the nation's most accurate pollster, apparently. I don't know who recognized them as such. The Nation's is a good qualifier because Atlas Intel is actually not an American polling company, which is actually really points in their favor. They're like, we don't really care who wins your election. We just want to report on it accurately. And they go and do that. They do that for a lot of countries. They say but this guy's calling it a clean sweep, led by Latino and African-American men. A crushing defeat for Obama in the media.
Atlas Intel is ranked as one of the top 4 most accurate polls in the 2020.
Yeah, they're also they're a foreign pollster. Oh, Trump is looks like Trump is taken to a mic. Oh no, he's not. Never mind.
The National Pulse is projecting Donald J. Trump as the 47th president.
So they're starting to call it.
I want to know when the Station of the Cross is going to call it, Joe.
Right before I sign off and go to bed.
Minnesota Senate races between Democrat Amy Klobuchar, the incumbent, and Republican Royce White. 38,000 votes in. I don't know what the percentage is, but Royce White is leading that right now. An African-American Senate candidate, 51.9% to Amy Klobuchar, the incumbent's 45.9%.
I'm surprised. I'm looking at the faces of all these people, and they're not doing what the Hillary Clinton campaign did. They're not crying. They're not sobbing. They just seem bored.
Well, here's the thing: is in 2016, states started to get called for Trump. CNN was calling states for Trump. They're dragging some of these out very long, even though they're almost certain to go Trump. They're not.
The New York Times is reporting that people are heading for the exits at Howard University, where Harris is holding her election night party.
New York Times is.
New York Times.
That's crazy.
Well, remember the scandal or apparent scandal of when Arizona was called early, wasn't it, in 2020? And then they got a lot of criticism. Wasn't it that they called Arizona too early?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, none of these networks are going to call until they're 95% certain. I think looking at Wisconsin, as best I can tell, there might not be enough votes left out there for Kamala Harris to catch up.
Including just manufacturing them. So here's another bit of bad news.
Man,
Representative Adam Schiff, who led the prosecution of Donald Trump's first impeachment, won California's open Senate seat.
Yep.
Adam Schiff. Shifty Schiff.
And he's young too. He's young. He'll be there as long as he wants.
Until he runs for governor.
Yeah. President. Well, let's hope. Let's start a shift for California governor campaign tomorrow.
Let's start a shift for president one, just because it'd be funny.
Oh man! Yikes!
Yeah, but where does that leave Gavin Newsom?
Running for president himself soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the French Laundry.
At the French Laundry. Having a grand time. Yeah, buddy. Oh, man. Policicho, Virginia. Yeah, Harris is going to get Virginia. I think it's clear now.
Yeah.
They called it. They
Trump-
Associated Press called it for Harris.
The Times now says Trump has a 91% chance of becoming the 47th president.
New York got called for Kamala Harris by the Associated Press. So we're down to it now. PA is still out there, but Trump
Ron
has
Paul
the
is
lead.
tweeting about Trump's cabinet.
Who is?
Ron Paul, warning against neocons in the cabinet.
Exactly.
He's it's funny. He hedged his. He did an over the top hedging of his thing. Is like, now that it appears slightly more likely that Trump will be the next president.
Slightly, kind of.
Time to start worrying about his cabinet.
Potentially,
Pennsylvania
yes.
is at 82% reporting in. New York Times estimates Trump as up 2.3 with a 74% odds of winning Pennsylvania. I think what they're waiting for is Pennsylvania to be called before they make an announcement, because Pennsylvania gets called, the whole thing is over.
It is over.
Yeah.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin should be called before Pennsylvania.
Yeah, because Trump is up 210,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
They have
His lead is actually growing.
Yeah, that with Milwaukee County, it's been stuck here at 54% votes of the votes in. Kamala Harris, 165,000. Donald J. Trump, 77,000. So let's say they double that. She gets about 315,000 and he just gets, oh wait, they just updated it. They just updated 58% in, 176,000 to 84,600.
For what? Wisconsin?
For Milwaukee County. So let's say she let's say she finishes with about 300 to 315,000 votes in Milwaukee County, and he finishes with, roughly 150. She can net 100, she'll net 150,000 votes there, but that's not enough to overcome his vote lead right now. It'd be close. Well, it could. No, it would. No, it would It would. Yeah. Yeah. So depending on how Milwaukee County comes in, she could still take Wisconsin. She's less than 100,000 behind now.
If he wins Pennsylvania, that puts him at 265 electoral votes on this map that I'm looking at. But yeah, if he wins Pennsylvania, that's probably what he's waiting on before he makes an announcement. Because Arizona is just being stubborn. But then Nevada, they could call any time now.
If he gets Georgia, he doesn't need Nevada or Arizona.
The Georgia Secretary of State just announced that Trump has an insurmountable lead and will take Georgia.
Is that the same thing as he won?
Yes.
He's got an insurmountable lead. We just don't want to say it out loud. That's all.
That's what I was actually banking on, by the way. That remember the whole too big to rig thing, right? That the entire point was make it so they can't delay announcements. And the vibe out there had always been, for the last few weeks, that this country was ready to be done with all the problems. And I think the only salient issue Harris had was abortion. The only one. And
I think that was overplayed, Anthony.
It was. I think it was. But still, it's salient for them. And it shows really just how deep and dark this culture has gotten. That to the point where people were making memes about this. I showed you the demon one, didn't I, Joe? The demon comic?
Yes.
The comic, I don't have it handy right now, but it shows a demon at a lectern giving a campaign speech about bringing pain and suffering and destruction to the country, and people watching on TV looking horrified. And then he gets this kind of pensive look and raises a finger and says, but abortion will be legal. And he goes back to the couple on the couch, and the young woman is going, I was suddenly considering.
All of a sudden, it's not a bad deal. Hell forever
and her
in
husband or
exchange for
boyfriend are going,
abortion.
seriously? because that's accurate. That is practically what has been promised.
I pulled up the streams independently just in case like Trump takes the stage or whatever. We could actually try to listen in on that and it help us to sort of see the crowd. Like this is Trump. This is the Trump rally right here. And
yeah, well, that's because everybody still has sort of the PTSD of 2020. That's why
they're all just standing around. This is the Kamala Harris.
I mean, if you look at Wisconsin, what I said earlier might not hold true. There are easily still enough votes out in Milwaukee County for Harris to win the state.
Don't say that, Brent.
It's just the math.
Trying to go to bed at some point.
But yeah, I'm happy that the Secretary of State in Georgia has said he has an insurmountable lead, because that was one of the ones everybody was waiting on. Arizona needs to get its act together. Hopefully, they haven't updated their numbers in a while, so hopefully they will. There'll be a big update from 55 to 80% soon or something. My map's
Anthony, if he wins Georgia, how many does that give him?
Hey, Patricia, you're amazing.
On my
Thank
map
you.
Here on the Newsmax app.
If he gets
weird,
Georgia,
it's red. Like he declared winner because they just got the memo, but they still have him at 247 electoral votes.
Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania giving the presidency.
Right. So all he needs is Pennsylvania now, or Arizona and Michigan, or Arizona, Nevada, and Wisconsin. This is why 80% in for Pennsylvania, Trump with a almost 4-point lead at this point in Pennsylvania. 80% counted.
That's too big to cheat their way out of.
Right.
Hey, Patricia DeBro says, I'm in Texas and they played the same doctor ad saying how Ted Cruz would change the care of women over and over and over, totally ineffective. I think it is. It's also tone deaf. I think many Americans are kind of backing off the whole abortion thing. Like it really is not something they want to be on. They're not comfortable with.
Michael Matt really confuses me. All the stuff he's been saying recently, and now he tweets out, "Hey George, Alex, what about this? The American people are rejecting the woke Christophobia of Kamala Harris and your Novus Ordo Seclorum," except he uses the word YouTube hates. I'm very confused by this. Up until like this morning, he didn't seem all that thrilled with Trump. Even though Lila Rose bent the knee. I don't know if you saw that, but she bent the knee yesterday.
I didn't see that yesterday.
Christian Marino says, somebody on Twitter says, okay, they stopped counting votes in Georgia. They're definitely cheating. They just called it for Georgia. No.
Fox called the Senate control flip, by the way. The Republicans take control.
Wow.
Yeah, that was expected.
Dude, good news.
Yep. Trump leads grows to 93,000 votes in Wisconsin with 75% reporting, according to Matt Batzel.
In what state?
Wisconsin. Evodio.
Eric Erickson is reporting Harris's senior team is beginning to tell Democrat leaders they do not believe she can win.
They're just starting to get the picture. It's like
people are now starting to post pictures from like screenshots of
this.
Harris fans' Twitter accounts that are locking their tweets.
I want to know where Barack Obama is right now. I want to see the video footage of Barack Obama hanging out at the Harris rally. Where they've zoomed into this gentleman in the camera. I don't know who he is. I don't know anybody knows who he is. But like, why are they focused on this one guy? Show me Barack Obama. That's what I want to see. What is the look on his face right now? That's all I want to know.
There's this tweet that is unfortunately funny in a kind of sad way for some people, maybe, that's going viral from Christian Hines. Trump is going to go down in history as the man who stopped the first female president twice.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which is a much nicer way of saying it than I had thought in my head, in a way that if I said it, I'd probably have to go to confession. And no, I'm not going to indulge.
That's funny. That's so hilarious.
It's a little spicier take on the same thing. That
I saw that Eric Erickson tweet there. That is good stuff, man. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, one foreign policy element I wanted to add is that I was talking to a couple of my friends down in special operations down in MacDill in Florida, and they actually confirmed that Ukrainian forces have in fact killed North Korean combat troops.
Not surprised. Not at all surprised. You ever watch Ryan Macbeth, Robert? You ever heard of a guy Ryan Macbeth?
I've heard of him.
He's got the YouTube channel. You know, he always comes out and tries to debunk anything that doesn't go along with that mainstream media version of stuff. So his claim to fame is he's big against disinformation, and so he downplays the whole North Korean element. I mean, I think it's clear that Putin has given North Korean soldiers an opportunity to get combat experience under their belt, and I believe that's because he's thinking 2, 3, 4 chess moves ahead. Because there's going to be a wider area conflict, and you're going to need some combat vets to fight in that wider area conflict. Do you think that's fair?
Yes. They have one of the largest armies in the world, largest standing armies in the world. They have antiquated equipment, but, you know, I think I mentioned this before. Quantity has a quality all its own.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. My brother's in the Frozen Chosen. You know,
a Democratic congressman, or former Democratic congressman, is a guy named Rick Taylor from Ohio. He's a former Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate. He has this to say on X: "It looks like we are going to lose the House and the Senate. I shudder to say the rest. There's no way that Americans are this far gone. For the past 4 years, I warned everyone what the lack of accountability would bring. Everyone assured us it would never happen. Here we are." There's your dispatch from the mirror universe.
Andy Now is saying Seattle police, this was from an hour ago, Seattle police shut down the Antifa election night riot in the area near former Chaz autonomous zone occupation. So your friends from back in the neighborhood were putting on a party tonight.
Yeah, and the cops were
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
I'm guessing maybe some of the Democratic governors around the country are like, look, we know who's going to win this now. Shut this down before he makes up, gains political points on it. We're going to pretend to play ball with the guy. Shut this down.
Ooh, Project Veritas from an hour ago. Eyes on Detroit. It's 11 p.m. Why are boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates?
I expect any kind of stuff like that happening is happening independently.
Mm-hmm.
Like we talked about earlier. I am not even thinking about Michigan. I'm keeping my eye on Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
It would feel
especially
better
since Georgia went bright red.
Mm-hmm.
I would feel better if we got both.
Oh, I would too. And it could very well be that those won't move the needle at all.
Maine is still in play.
They're giving Decision Desk is giving Democrats a 62% chance to control the House. However,
then if that happens, then they're not going to confirm the election. They promise that.
Yep.
They will burn the country to the ground before they let that happen.
Yep.
I don't know that they will have the spinal fortitude to actually pull that off.
I don't think they're going to keep that. I don't think they're going to win the House. And let me put it to you this way: the GOP do not deserve to win the House. Okay.
Yeah.
The last 2 years have been a dumpster fire in the House.
Oh man, Maine! Come on, Maine! Join the team, Maine. Shame your neighbors, the New Hampshire Granite State Libertarians, for what they failed to do. That would be a nice treat tonight, Maine.
Joe, can I make a bad pun?
Please.
Maine, if you don't go Republican, you're not on the team.
That's right. You're not on the team. You might as well be Canadian at this point, Maine. I mean, I'm serious about that.
They are Canadian, Joe.
Practically. You can't get there from here.
You want to know what Trump's vote looks like in Butler, Pennsylvania?
What's it look like?
2016, he got 35,844 votes. In 2020, he got 36,851 votes. And in 2024, he got 39,101 votes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Same old this rally. Like, what in the world? Like, why are they focused? Who is this guy? Is he somebody? Because
they're on fentanyl, Joe.
I guess. But look at the Trumpers. They're just sitting there like locked in. Like,
yeah, that's because they're afraid.
Yeah, they're afraid of the steal. And because they're holding off on calling states. Remember, 2016, they called states right away.
wow. They're just not sure, are they?
Once burned, twice shy.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Joe, they need to dial into this podcast.
Should we call it? Can we call it? What's Jake? Should we speak on behalf of the Station of the Cross and call the election? He's sitting at 247 right now. If we went with the Daily Wire, 232 at Fox, and 230 at NBC. What does the Epic Times got him at? Epic Times has him at also at 230. Mac says I can't call it. Darn it, Mac. Lavender. Good evening. God Almighty protect President Trump.
So Trump is now, Pennsylvania's now at
Mantle Mary,
83%.
Alexandra.
And Trump leads her by, I'm tired. I can't even think right now.
I
He has
know, right?
3,012,000 votes. She has 2,845,000 votes. He's at 50.9%. She's at 48.1%.
What did we say Trump got for votes in 2020? 70
Remember,
million?
he's projected to take Pennsylvania by about 2%, 1.5%.
A win's a win.
Michigan is at 51% in, Trump up by 2.2.
In Michigan, Wayne County has not reported any more votes since I last brought this up, which was probably half an hour ago.
Yeah, that's where that video of the box is coming in.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Wisconsin is at 79% in. Trump is up almost 100,000 votes there.
But Kamala Harris can overtake that with Milwaukee. So
Yeah, but-
Wisconsin is still at risk of going to Harris.
But would she have to
And
get
Arizona
all of
hasn't
Milwaukee?
moved the
And
needle at all.
Milwaukee's got a lot of votes already on the board.
There are over 100,000 votes out in Milwaukee, or maybe 150,000.
Yeah, she's only got 61%. They only have 61% in Milwaukee.
And she's not going to get all of those, though, Brent.
She'll get about 2 to 1 in here. I'll tell you what she got in.
I mean, she got about 2 to 1 already. So if you just assume she gets 2 to 1 more for,
It's not. No, it's closer to 3 to 1. In 2020, Biden got through over 317,000 votes, and Trump only got about 134,000.
Well, I'm looking at this right now. She's got 176,000 to his 84,000. That's about 2 to 1. And so that's in Milwaukee. So if she gets 2 to 1 more, she gets 60,000 and he gets 30,000. That puts him at 114 and puts her at 230. So that boosts her margin by 170, which then what does that do to the whole thing?
He was up 100,000 last time I saw it. Yeah,
that would by itself would probably flip the state if that happened.
Yeah. Look, this is like what they used to do in Chicago.
I'm looking at some of these other counties though. Racine County is only at 48% in. Waukesha is only at 92. Washington County is at 70. Ozaukee County is at 78. So Sheboygan is at under 80. Calumet is at 58, and he's winning her there 2 to 1 over her. Brown County is only at 36. So there's a lot actually for him to play with there.
2 minutes ago from Josh Kraushar, whoever that is, the Harris campaign just shut off the sound on the TVs at her watch party and replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. That is why they're dancing. That's why they're jamming over there, because they cut off and they just started playing music. That's why they look happy and
All right, so Nevada, their first cartridges from a polling station are now coming in to be counted. So Nevada numbers are going to start coming in.
Did they have California plates?
Oh, man.
When I did election security training about 25 years ago in Houston, the one time I went out as a volunteer to observe, Houston, like a lot of major cities, of course, has a highway loop. And they told us all these different stories. This was back in the days of paper ballots, and how in one precinct, a woman would file down one of her fingernails so that it had a very fine point so that she could alter the ballots as she went through them. And one of the other stories was that they would load the cars, load the ballots in the boxes, and then they would literally drive around the loop in circles until they got done messing with all of the ballots.
Isn't that something?
I mean, there's been election fraud since, Adam and Eve got chased out of the Garden of Eden.
Allegedly. You need to add allegedly on that. Allegedly. Election alert. New York Times now projects DJT wins the popular vote by 1.1%.
And also, there are now some independent observers starting to call Pennsylvania. None of the official ones that we give weight to, like media outlets for some reason. Nobody can explain to me why we take media outlets seriously when they do that, by the way, why we gave them that authority to do it.
Because they're
fading anyway.
Yeah, they're the bosses, man.
Kornacki on MSNBC is currently breaking down how Harris is underperforming Biden everywhere in Pennsylvania. And now this person, who is a political commentator, is saying, call it, 85% have reported in Pennsylvania.
Hey, Brent, did you think that Trump would win the popular vote tonight?
Well, I mean, there were, we all knew it was a close election. There were suggestions that he might. I was certainly hoping that he would, but I just didn't focus on it. I'm a big believer in the Electoral College anyway. It's an important mediating institution in a democratic republic. It helps to strengthen the small states against the large states. It helps guard against a homogenization of the country, which would really mean that the country is ruled by the elites from New York and California. So that's my short answer, Joe. I didn't think about it that much. I mean, I hoped that he would. Look, I'm a lawyer. I hope for the best. I prepare for the worst.
Trump takes the lead in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, with 56% of the vote in.
Yeah. They're virtually tied in Bucks County.
That's my old grounds. I used to live in Doylestown. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, they both have 112,000 votes in Bucks County. Trump is ahead by less than 400. And it's still only 58% of the vote in.
Isn't that something? I'm sad to see Minnesota go. Knew it was probably going to happen.
Remember, 4 years ago, there were 6 Democrat mayors up in the Iron Range that endorsed Trump. And there was a thought that he'd be able to flip it 4 years ago.
Well, I enjoyed seeing it pink for a time anyway. That was good.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said that's what I meant when I said the Epoch Times map was a little too optimistic.
Yeah. It is a little too optimistic.
There's no way those Canadians that just happen to live south of our border were going to ultimately go for Trump.
They're using Associated Press data anyway. Hey, Servius DA74, you're amazing. God bless you. Thank you. Says, Christ have mercy on this nation. Saints in heaven, pray for us. Sanius Christi Ablunos. I probably butchered that, but I'm not great at Latin, and it's late. But I am grateful for you. Praise be to God. Thank you for your generosity. That was very kind of you. Mac Thompson still hanging out with us tonight. Drew Black, if you've never commented before or on this channel in particular, we're live streaming at a bunch of places. Dr. Stine's Return to Tradition. If you're hanging out there and you've never commented before, you've never subscribed before, smash the like, hit the subscribe, leave a comment, let us know where you're from. We would love to have you on the team. If you're on my channel, the Joe McClain channel, would love for you to do the same. We're also on Facebook. We're on X. We're on Rumble. We're a little everywhere. I haven't even, what's going on in Rumble? I haven't even, looked over there, Jake.
We've got a few folks over there.
Who's hanging out tonight on Rumble?
Lynn Pine,
Lynn.
Kyle K, Delawana.
Hey, good evening.
5. Robert DeBruce is over there.
Robert.
Queel says it's hard to breathe. I sympathize.
Amen to that.
Fetish Mom. Anyone else? Annel Villar says Schiff is a crook. Ugh.
Shifty Schiff. Doesn't he have the creepiest look on his face? Seriously, creepy look. I feel bad for that guy. I mean, if anybody deserves some plastic surgery to have a better, less creepy look, it's him. It's that
Who's
guy.
that?
Shifty Schiff, Adam Schiff. He's got such an evil villain look to him. I feel my heart breaks for the guy every time. Hey, Desert Rat 44, we flipped the Senate. Yes, praise be to God. Oh,
But the House, there's a 63% chance the Democrats take the House, and that's when the nightmare begins.
Hoorah,
Yeah.
Mac Thompson.
And that means an end to all of the excellent investigations the House Judiciary Committee and Weaponization of Government Committee have been doing. They're the ones that really uncovered all of the details about the Biden money, about how millions of dollars came in, about how it was spread out, about how it was spread out through LLCs, how grandchildren were getting money. All of that will end with the House going over to the Democrats, and we wouldn't have known about it if the Republicans hadn't won. Now, hopefully, the Senate will pick up with their own investigations, but the Senate is always much more reserved and genteel than the House.
Hey, brothers, what was it? Brothers Angelo Bustamante. God bless you, my friend. Thank you for hanging out. Lady Blue, Lynn, good evening to you. Nancy, thanks for being on with us tonight. Sandra Diaz, praise be to God. Mary Elizabeth Rochelo, hello. Thanks for hanging out. Red Wolf, Christy Eckler. Hey, guys, I'm a Catholic wife and mom in Washington County, Oregon. That's your neck of the woods there, Dr. Stein. So disappointed with my state. I voted red all down my ballot. God bless you all. Well, you got to keep voting. You got to keep doing your bit for king and country. That's for sure. You know, who knows? Maybe with God's grace, half of Oregon will split off and join Idaho, and it'll all be a better place. Although a lot of Californians they've been exporting to places like not just Austin, Texas, but Idaho too. So Idaho's gotten an influx of California as well. A Rogue Wave, welcome back. Hello, good to see you. I'm still holding out for Joe for Holy Roman Emperor. Please, I'm going to ask you, vote for me twice if you can for Holy Roman Emperor. I identify as a Habsburg. I have the chin to prove it. You can't see it underneath my beard, but trust me, it's there.
Trump has gained an electoral college vote on Newsmax. I don't know where it came from.
Who did?
Trump did. He gained one electoral college vote, and I don't know where he got it from.
That's probably Maine. It's probably Maine.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be Maine. It's only one electoral vote he can get. He's not going to get the Omaha vote.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he will. He's doing well in the other areas.
Well, hold on. Let's go see.
Wayne County, Detroit, Michigan, still sitting at 17% of the votes in.
Trump is still up 100,000 votes in Wisconsin with 79% in. No updates from Michigan. Pennsylvania's at 84%.
Apparently, Republicans flipped the Puerto Rico governorship.
Really?
That's hilarious after that insult comedian's performance.
I tell you. Hey, Millie, hello. You're from California. No surprises there. They never wake up. Yeah, I agree. I honestly don't see California going back to anything normal. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, most of the population in California is very secular at best, right? You know, let alone liberal or progressive. They're just secular people in general. And with a people like that going more and more secular by the day, I don't have any hope in it. I just don't. Patricia, hello and good evening. From Iowa, I keep singing the song "Be Still and Know That I Am God." Nicholas Gleason, Vivat Jesus. from Michigan. Melissa's from Michigan. Praise be. How do you feel tonight from Michigan? Michigan still got a lead here. Not a big one. It's actually not bad. 49% counted according to Epic Times anyway. And he's looking what?
Looks like someone
6%, 7%?
Media figures reporting, and somebody, figures close to somebody who used to work for Mitt Romney in his campaign, connected to the media, is saying that someone's going to call Pennsylvania very soon. One of the media outlets is going to take the leap.
Which they didn't say which one?
No.
He's still 2% up in Pennsylvania. Which
is right in line with what the New York Times has been projecting for him.
86%. It's almost 3%.
What's the Times saying now?
I haven't seen anything from them.
They've been holding steady at 90% chance of victory, estimating 301 electoral votes for Trump, 1.1 percentage points in the popular vote for Trump.
Okay, so Trump's at 230 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it depends who you ask.
Okay,
if you're asking NBC,
I think that's the most conservative number.
Yes.
So the New York Times has him at 230. So if he gets Pennsylvania, that's 249, right?
The one I'm looking at is him at 248, but that's not the New York Times.
Yeah.
I put him at 267.
Google and Associated Press have him at 230 right now.
Okay, so let's say 230 plus Pennsylvania is
249.
249. He gets the one in Maine, that's 250. He gets Georgia, that is 266. He gets Alaska, that's 269.
And then the House chooses the president if it stays there.
But they don't choose it on a straight individual member vote. They choose it according to state delegations.
Yes, so that means he becomes president.
Yeah.
Which might be ironically the workaround for a Democratic Congress to not be able to certify the election. And
Wouldn't that be humiliating for them, though? That would be bad for the country. It would be good that it shows that our democracy works and that the founding fathers set up an ingenious system.
Ingenious.
But
I don't know.
The public just wouldn't trust it.
Make the king great again, I say.
CBS News is reporting officials are saying Kamala's path is too narrow for victory.
Yes.
CBS, there it is.
Yeah. I think no one wants to. People are afraid to be the first one to call it, but
yes, they are, aren't they?
Yeah, but that's how they're.
This is not. We're holding out for a steal. This is where we're terrified of.
We
being
are
the first one.
so afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the problem at this point looks like it's going to be Arizona. I mean, let's assume we lose Michigan and Wisconsin because of Milwaukee and Detroit. Then the issue is Arizona. Look how close it was last time. Look how close it is now. And it's going to take them 2 weeks to count all their ballots because of their stupid system.
I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think we're going to get Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA tonight, and it won't matter. I think we're also going to get Nevada, and it won't matter what Arizona does.
We could get Wisconsin and Michigan. We could get both of them. It just depends on those big city votes and
depends on what those boxes were that they were getting the ballots. What that was about. Those could legitimately have been a USPS drop off at a post office that they were bringing in.
Mm-hmm.
Where is my map? Darn it. See if it lets me do that.
Arizona's two most Hispanic counties. Santa Cruz, 83% Hispanic. In 2020, Trump did 31.7. In 2024, he's doing 36.6.
You should win with that.
Yuma County, 65% Hispanic. In 2020, he did 52.3. In 2024, he's doing 64.2.
All right.
God, how could it be that close with those results?
New York Times 5 minutes ago. There is still no sign of Harris at her rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could soon be speaking to a nearly deserted campus if she doesn't appear.
That's why they got it only on that one guy, because they don't want to see us to see anything else. But I got the
What are you seeing?
The Associated Press feed is showing a crowd emptying out.
This is the media telling you who won without declaring it.
Yeah, they're trying not to declare
These
it. I think
guys aren't
They don't-
allowed to
they're
leave.
trying to goad each other into making the decision. I
someone's
would
saying
love
they-
it if it was the
someone's saying
Associated
they're
Press
trying to goad
because-
Trump. Someone's saying they're trying to goad Trump into declaring victory early so that they can accuse him of trying to steal it.
And I think he's savvy enough to not do that.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, let's see if we can spitball this again.
Oh, yeah. I'm starting to see photographs from the rally, and nobody looks happy.
Yeah.
Which rally?
Harris.
Harris's.
Oh,
Well, I'm waiting to see what the crowds are going to look like in front of Trump Tower tomorrow.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall in Judge Merchan's chambers. He has to sit there and decide: is he going to try to put the sitting president-elect, who won the popular vote, in prison, or is he going to go and point and look at and use his escape card, his get-out-of-jail-free card, which is, oh, all these people kept saying there's a constitutional problem with this case. I'm going to issue a statement that says, upon further examining this, I'm declaring a mistrial.
I don't know. I think they still punish him. They hate him.
Oh, I know they hate him, but at this point, they're licking their wounds too.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's whether or not, I think it comes down to whether or not it's an irrational hatred.
I think they realize J.D. Vance will just.
The criminal case in New York is so unfounded.
Yeah, it is, and it's the one that most holes in it.
It will not withstand appellate review.
No, it won't, and that's why it would be in his interest to save face with that, because by declaring mistrial, I'm now seeing tweets from people demanding CBS, NBC, and ABC declare a winner.
I mean, look at this map. Okay, so if we give her Michigan,
Give her Wisconsin.
Give her Wisconsin too. Give her the whole.
Yeah, give her
Rust Belt?
Wisconsin because of Milwaukee.
She's not going to get Wisconsin. I'm telling you.
She might.
She's at 255 with Wisconsin.
What was the margin of victory in Wisconsin in 2020?
Well, forget about that for a second. We give her
Forget about that. Evidence.
I think he's going to win Wisconsin personally. But anyway, we're giving her Minnesota. We're giving her Wisconsin. We're giving her Michigan as well. She's got Virginia. She's got all the Northeast. She's got all that. And I've given her Arizona. She still loses. There's no path to victory for her. Because I guarantee.
What Alaska? Did you leave Alaska out?
Oh, yeah. I didn't even count Alaska, which is obviously going to go red. There's no way she wins. There's just no way. He's going to get Wisconsin or he's going to get Michigan, and he might get both.
Donald J. Trump, Erie County, Pennsylvania, which was won by Biden in 2020.
Yep.
Say that again.
Donald J. Trump flips Erie County, Pennsylvania, won by Biden.
There you go.
And I read an article yesterday. Was it yesterday, Jake? We read that article that said he who wins Erie wins the election.
Yeah, they've said that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. New York Times has him up to 93% chance of victory now.
I didn't even. Oh, hold on. I didn't give her Hawaii. Forgive me, Hawaii. Mea culpa. But she still loses. She loses. There's no way for her to win this race.
No, she has to win Michigan.
She can't. There's no possibility she can win.
You're giving all of Nebraska to Trump. You can't do that.
All right, whatever.
You've got to give that one delegate.
I didn't give her DC either. So let me give her one.
Yeah, give her DC. See, there you go.
I gave her DC. I didn't take one for Trump out of Maine. So let me take one from Maine.
Give that to Trump.
So all right, she's got one from Nebraska. He's got one from Maine. I gave her DC. She still loses. There's no way she wins.
Well, that's because you're giving him Michigan and Pennsylvania.
He's gonna win both.
Have you ever been to Detroit? I graduated from Michigan.
He's got a very nice lead in Michigan at the moment.
Detroit has only reported 17% of its votes.
Okay.
Here's the way it works. I mean, those who've read about, say, Illinois and the Cook County machine history know how it used to work in Illinois. The Cook County machine, the Democrats in Chicago would hold back their ballots. Meanwhile, the Republicans, who are also corrupt, downstate, they would try to hold back their ballots. And there would be a contest
Red.
between them some elections to see who could hold back their ballots the longest so that they would know how many votes they had to stuff in to try to pull the election their way.
How come?
Now, I'm not saying that there's
Isn't that the origin of vote early, vote often?
Oh, yeah.
I'm very familiar with that phrase because I lived in Chicago for 9 years. And I'm not even saying that there's corruption. I'm just saying, look, those are heavily Democrat areas. They're very congested. It takes a long time to cast the votes. There are hundreds of thousands of votes out in Detroit, over 100,000 out in Milwaukee, and they're going to go heavily for Kamala Harris. It still doesn't mean she wins, but she could pull those 2 states out.
You are
Trump really
very
just needs
optimistic.
Arizona and
I thought you
Pennsylvania.
said you were pessimistic. You're being very optimistic tonight.
I warned you at the beginning that I might actually have to be optimistic, but I'm still very cautious.
I don't know. There's still a crowd here for Kamala Harris. They're obviously on your team, Brent. You guys must be like on the same page here, reading from the same notebook. Oh, don't worry. We're gonna get Michigan. We're gonna get Wisconsin. Don't you worry. Heck, we may even get Arizona.
Just remember how close it was 4 years ago.
I barely remember 4 years ago. It was too crazy.
So I saw
11?
so MSNBC is apparently saying that Harris has a chance, while their own Chiron on screen says that Minnesota is now something that Trump can win.
Minnesota's back in play.
That's
That'd
what
be
that's what
awesome.
MSNBC is hinting at.
MSNBC?
Well, yeah. So right now, according to Newsmax,
I don't know. She's got a good lead.
54% is in. She has a 7-point lead, 7.6% lead in
That's
Minnesota.
a big lead.
So I'm kind of skeptical.
Breaking.
When I
Kamala
click
Harris-
on, let's take a look at this map, though.
Kamala Harris will not speak at Howard University tonight, campaign official says. Large crowds have already begun to leave. CBS is reporting that.
Minneapolis, so Hennepin County, 95% in. That's Minneapolis. Dakota County, 95% in. Cook County, 23% in, but there's virtually no votes there. I think that's a Chicago suburb or something. And Clay County, those are the blue ones, 95% in. Here are the counties that have not even reported in. Lake Woods, 0. Marshall, 0. Polk County, 0. Monoman and Clearwater, 0. Becker County, 0. Hubbard, Wadena, Todd, 0. And it just goes on and on. There's a whole lot of Minnesota that hasn't even called in a single vote yet. Now, I'm guessing a lot of these are really tiny rural counties, but those are going to be lopsided results for Trump.
I'm just trying to see if the crowd is going to start to exit. I don't know that the crowd has been told yet that she's not going to be speaking.
Isn't that shades of Hillary in 2016?
Big
Not
time.
making a statement tonight.
Yeah, but the difference is these people aren't crying like it's the end of the world. Hillary's
could just
team
be-
Cognitive dissonance, Joe.
is
It
that?
could also
yeah.
be that they knew this whole time.
Yeah. Axios has them at 230. The Georgia Secretary of State just revealed that there are only 100,000 votes left to be counted, and Trump's lead is well over 100,000. All right, so we knew that already. The wreckage of broken soul. Buck Sexton. This is Buck Sexton. Yes, currently joyriding in the wreckage of broken souls on MSNBC. They've learned nothing. They know nothing, zero accountability for their horrific candidate or awful campaign. But their slow motion mental breakdown is the most entertaining that I've seen on TV in months. That's savage, man. That is super savage.
There are people
I don't know
on
who I'm
Twitter
going to watch tomorrow morning, Morning Joe or The View.
There are people on Twitter saying that they're aiming for the 3 a.m. steal in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Okay, in Michigan, Wayne County's finally reported some more votes. So last time it was 17%, 26% of the vote reported in Wayne County. Kamala Harris, 126,600. Donald J. Trump 185. Strike that 85,000 plus. So
There's
that's
also-
with a quarter. That's with a quarter of the vote in, and she has a 40,000 vote lead. So somebody do some math there. Just let's
There's
just multiply
also-
this by 4.
There's also several counties in Michigan that haven't even reported in yet. Mason County, Ogama, Montmorency, Emmett County, Alger County, Menominee County, Ionia, Saginaw hasn't reported in at all.
NBC's got him at 246. That's close to Daily Wire's 248. Montana Republican Tim Sheehy has defeated incumbent Democrat Senator John Tester.
Yeah, that's good news. That was expected.
This is something you said an hour or two probably ago, Dr. Stein. The Secret Service has moved an entire full security detail to Mar-a-Lago. That's a sign, right?
The Quartering, a YouTuber who I watch and whose coffee that he sells is delicious, by the way. He is now reporting that Democrats are now openly blaming African Americans. He's just using it in a more blunt language than that.
They're to blame for all of our troubles, I guess. Oh, come on, man. They're tired of it, too. Everybody's tired of it. Tired of the shenanigans. Tired of the progressive craziness. I mean, that's the thing that gets me about this whole darn thing. You didn't even pick, Brock. You didn't even pick somebody who had a chance. You picked the most left crazy liberal you could possibly find to replace your other candidate, Joe Biden. And then
what they did was,
and then you picked Tim Walz, another crazy. Like you didn't even find anybody in the middle.
It's almost as if they kept hearing people say, "Oh, it could never be a worse candidate for president than Hillary Clinton." And someone said, "Hold my beer."
Exactly. Here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, watch this. Hold my beer. Yeah. Good grief.
Apparently, NBC finally called Georgia. They hadn't called it yet.
Well, welcome to the team.
Harry Sisson,
oh no,
is he's saying it's really depressed to see how many people voted for the felon, the redacted guy who does Rupnik things to women, will say, fraudster who lies constantly. Many Americans failed their fellow Americans tonight. And people are laughing at him.
BNO News is reporting breaking: Arizona approves constitutional right to abortion, overturning state's 15-week ban.
Ugh.
That's horrible.
Again, I'm wondering where the organizations were.
Yep.
God have mercy on your souls.
Trump to speak to supporters soon at watch party.
I think he's going to just go for it.
No, really? I think he's going to get up there and go, well, it's looking very good. I don't know about you. Yeah. These are big numbers. Some say the biggest. He's gonna go
huge.
Huge. It's huge.
That's not bad.
Michigan is now at 62% in. Trump's still leading by almost 4 points. So that number is climbing, but his lead is not shrinking.
Mm-hmm. Jeff Burrier, my friend, good evening to you. Thanks for hanging out with us today from sunny San Antonio today. Ryan Hillard, Missouri Amendment 3. Too early to call. I have been checking on that on occasion. Let me go back over there real quick. It was not looking good.
So the reason Wisconsin hasn't been called is because Douglas County has not reported anything in. Not a single vote. That's probably why, because when you look at Milwaukee, they're at 63% in. Maybe you could flip Wisconsin, maybe, but the margin is, in terms of percentage, pretty big. And there's an entire county that hasn't called anything yet. And I'm wondering, come on, Nevada, just give us your results.
Yeah, not looking good there. Crowds are still kind of looking pretty chill. Oh, there's some clapping going on over at the Trump side. Is there somebody on stage? Can I unmute that? Let me just see if I can get some audio out of this and see what's being said.
Yeah, there are like professional election watchers now saying it does not look like Wisconsin has a real path in Wisconsin. Because there's estimates how many ballots are outstanding, and it's unlikely that she'd be able to win that.
To that, but in the meantime, let's go live to Greta Bronner.
Let's check in on the battleground states, Peter, before we do that. In the state of Wisconsin, watching this one closely because you can see the former president in the lead, and it's still close, 82% of the vote in. We'll see what happens when more of the vote comes in throughout the night. Then we'll go to Michigan.
I like that. Well, we'll see. She's not winning yet, but don't worry. We'll see.
46%,
Michigan's not lost just yet.
You just heard Alyssa Slotkin say we're not going to know anything in her race, likely not know
so C-SPAN has them at 2:30.
Race in Michigan
so that's the very conservative one.
Moving on to
2:30. That's the most conservative one at this point. Fox News has them at 2:32.
And again, the former president leading there, 51 to 48, 86% of the vote in. We told you earlier
Pennsylvania's
that
going to be a
one of these
win.
battleground states was.
Pennsylvania's going to be a win.
Yep.
Pennsylvania is going to have to call it, and maybe Josh Shapiro will get the ultimate act of getting even.
Yeah.
By declaring Pennsylvania for Trump.
Milwaukee County is reporting 61%. Kamala Harris is up to 182,000 to Trump's 88. But I wasn't a math major in college, but it looks like maybe she'll fall a little behind what Biden did.
Yeah, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin will end this.
Oh, Deborah, thanks for reminding me about the hurricane. You're the best, you know? Well, just when I was starting to feel good, in spite of the fact that Brent being the optimist for Kamala Harris, I was reminded that there's a hurricane headed our way, Brent. Isn't that good? Isn't that amazing?
No, you know, I remember I was so busy at work. When was the last hurricane we had? A couple of years ago, not this year.
And we had one earlier.
At work, like I found out the hurricane was coming like a half a day ahead of it or something, which is not good when you work in the Gulf Coast.
No, especially you. I mean, like your office is practically on the beach. It's good to be an attorney, I suppose. Yeah, still all quiet on the Western Front here with these two rallies. I'm surprised. Nah, it's all right. I'm only teasing you, Deborah. It's fine. It's reason number 7,483 why I want to leave Houston, Texas. Just, I don't want to deal with these hurricanes anymore. John B. Good morning.
So Trump is now up 200,000 votes in Wisconsin, in Michigan. 213,000 in Michigan.
He's going to win Michigan. He's got Michigan in the bag. That's why I'm saying there's no path for victory for Kamala at this point. He's going to win PA. He's going to win Michigan. I gave her Wisconsin just for you, Brent. She's got that. Congratulations. I even gave her Arizona. I mean, they want abortion. They might as well have Kamala too. And she still loses.
Yeah, but Joe, I heard she's going to get a job at McDonald's.
Well, she's got the experience,
I heard
right?
she's going to get a job driving a garbage truck.
Ouch. Dang. I doubt the union would allow her to do that, just so you.
Ba-doom.
Even the union has standards, you know.
Wayne County is still only reporting 25% of their votes.
Jamie Alvarez said, so you're telling me I can finally go to sleep? I'm telling you cannot go to sleep, because the one caveat to all of my hopefulness, and I am not a hopeful guy, I'm the pessimist in the room, generally speaking. But I would say the issue is we don't know what's going to happen in the dead of the night. All of a sudden, cars start showing up with California license plates. Boxes are unloaded. Ballots are counted. Just happened. Hey, we just found these. Just found them. That's the one thing that's probably why everybody at the Trump rally is looking like, ay.
Mm-hmm. So Pennsylvania is at 87% in, but Cameron County has not reported anything. So we go to Pittsburgh, 95% in. Cambria County, only 21% in, but it's a tiny county, so it doesn't matter in this. Harrison County, or Harrisburg, which is Dauphin County, is 76% in. And let's see. And then all the town areas around Philadelphia are in the 80s and 90s for percentage. Cameron County in Pennsylvania has 0 in.
With more than 6 million votes reporting Donald Trump has a 78% chance to flip Pennsylvania, according to Decision Desk, which is performed flawlessly tonight.
That's why they never redacted the Virginia call.
That's right. That worked out great for them, didn't it?
Yeah. No one in Virginia has reported anything at all. Not a single thing. Or new Nevada.
Here's the thing with Wayne County and Detroit. Yeah, because we don't know which precincts are reporting in any city or county or state, right? So it's not representative. But if the 25% in Wayne County is representative, then Harris would fall about 100,000 votes short of what Biden got in 2020. And that's astonishing. And then she could not win Michigan.
Do you think that'll hold?
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, we don't know which precincts are out.
Whoa. 5 minutes ago, press has been told to turn off the lights at VP Harris' watch party.
Apparently, media is now placing fault on who this is. They're saying it's toxic masculine white men, and of course their Stepford wives.
They're talking about you, Brent.
Bughall's spicy tweet.
That's on you, bro. I'm slightly tan, so it doesn't count. Except for my bald head. Other than that.
And yeah, the AP is confirming that Harris is not going to speak tonight.
But the audience is still there. They've not told the audience because they need them for the camera shot.
They're streaming out of her headquarters on the outside. They see people leaving. They have people. Yeah, people were flowing out.
CNN has called Georgia for Trump.
Finally.
10 hours later. So brave of you, CNN. So forward thinking.
Harris campaign memo is saying you have to wait until 3 a.m. We won't know who won until then.
Everyone is speculating on why she's not showing up, and I'm just going to go there. She's probably been hitting the sauce.
Mm-hmm. Like the hot sauce? I mean, what kind of sauce are we referring to here? Like wasabi or like
the kind that comes in a box at the grocery store? They have to be 21 to buy.
It comes in ice. Man, I just like the box stuff. It was good. It wasn't bad.
Hey, Gallo.
Wisconsin is at 85%.
Oh, there's dancing going
counted.
down on the Trump stage.
A Gallo is? What?
No. Gallo made the best box wine.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm dating myself.
Yeah, buddy. They're starting to get a little bit of a party spirit over on the Trump side of things.
Yeah,
they're preparing.
Somebody's approaching the thing.
We really just need one more state or two called tonight. The Harris campaign memo is trying to say we won't know from Milwaukee until 3 to 5 a.m. when we can get more ballots in there and this, that, and the other thing. But I think if they call another date here, they might just about do it.
23 minutes ago, the Vigilant Fox reports the energy has been sucked out of the room as MSNBC's Nicole Wallace admits the Democrats have a lot to learn from this election. She pointed to the fact that voters felt no magnetic pull from Dick Cheney's endorsement of Kamala Harris.
God, that's just pathetic.
Like, that didn't work, huh? I was sure that was going to do the trick. Are you kidding? Are you positive? I mean, it was Dick and his daughter, right? It wasn't just one. It was both. We got them both. It was a 2-for-1 special.
So they're definitely giving them an update as to what the delay is going on. It looks like Muskegon County, south of Grand Rapids, and Ottawa County they're waiting on them, I guess.
Can you believe we're gonna have 4 more years of Trump press conferences. It's gonna be,
and not just that, because here's what's going to happen. More than likely, J.D. Vance gets a nomination in 2028, and Trump goes to the campaign trail for him, which means we get rallies.
Which means you get rallies too, yeah. Somebody's walking.
Donald Trump.
Somebody's walking out to the podium for Kamala here. Is he going to make a statement, or is he just?
Fox News just called Georgia.
Yeah,
well, that was brave of them. Wow.
Yeah,
that's bleeding edge.
Sure is. Hold on. Is this guy going to say something? I don't. No. All right. Darn it.
Pennsylvania's at 88% in now. Trump leads by 158,000 votes there, and which is about 2.5%. 88%. We're getting into where they can't delay it much longer there.
The Spectator Index is saying there is no realistic pathway to a Harris victory given current results.
Oh, thanks, pal. I think I said that about 20 hours ago.
Alaska's checking in, 8% in. Trump up 15.
Hold on. Why do I have one feed that has somebody on stage, but this feed doesn't? Oh, what?
Oh, get rid of that picture.
What?
It's over.
No.
Live.
What? AP calls the race?
No, AP race calls.
Okay. Where is the live feed of them being told that they need to go home? Let's see.
Yeah, Michigan looks like it could be getting out of reach for Kamala.
Then the responsible thing for the media to do is to call the race.
Well, I would wait until
Anthony,
more.
When has the mainstream media ever been responsible?
They need to start thinking about things like, can we get a press pool access for our networks?
This is not
in
what
the
I
coming
need.
Trump administration, and little things like calling the race.
Everybody's leaving Kamala Harris's rally now.
But here's the thing, though. Right now, they're saying 26% of the vote is in Wayne County, Michigan.
I missed it.
And with a quarter in,
I've got 42% on Newsmax.
Oh, okay. Well, then they're ahead of the New York Times. Let me refresh.
Okay, hold on. Let's listen to this. This guy's about to say something. This just happened. It's already over, but let's see what he has to say. This is Kamala Harris's guy.
Good evening, Howard.
That wasn't too
Good
exciting.
evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America.
Here we go.
We still have votes to count.
Okay, all right.
We still have states
Not over.
that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted,
Some of them twice.
that every voice has spoken. So
That's
you
not
won't
confident.
hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris.
Go
Thank you
Harris.
all.
That is not confident sounding.
New York Times.
Go McGovern.
Go McGovern.
Hey, what did the Times just do?
New York Times just bumped it up to 95% chance of victory for Trump. It's almost into very likely territory, and estimating 306 electoral votes for Trump.
Like I'm saying, they're gonna have to call it.
They're dragging it out as long as they possibly can, but I think it was too big to rig.
Because
Yeah,
here's the problem with all the late night ballot drops. The system would have to be in on it, and the New York Times doesn't want to destroy its reputation by giving him a 95% shot. They did that once with Hillary Clinton. They don't ever want to go down that road again.
Yes. They're trying to maintain credibility. There's just, yeah.
248 Fox has got him at
update here.
Which is now the same as Daily Wire, 246 over at NBC.
Well, here's
Some
the
in Kamala's
interesting.
camp wanted to see if Biden could do a quick national address to ease nerves, and Jill shut it down. He's still asleep, per White House officials, says Jack Posobiec.
Jill's like, there's no way he's getting out of bed.
No. I love this idea. You already know my thought of Joe Biden addressing the nation, because this has gone so well for Kamala Harris each time he's done it.
Oh, man.
Now, here's the interesting
Joe,
thing,
you knew all the answers to all the questions.
You're so good, buddy. You got a gold star. Yes, you do.
There
We're
are
just gonna
people
put that right there.
There are commentators on X right now saying that what we just watched looked like the concession speech, but done by a subordinate, just like Hillary Clinton did.
Just like Hillary.
That's what I said. It looked like 2016 all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing, though, about Wayne County, Michigan. If these projections are correct, there will be 100,000 fewer votes for the Democrat candidate coming out of Wayne County, 500,000 versus the 600,000 that Biden got. I mean, that's extraordinary, which partly makes me a little suspicious of that. You know, why did they say only 25% of the votes in? But if that's true, that's just an extraordinarily lower amount. And at that rate, she could not catch him.
So Hung Kao has conceded his race, basically.
That's too bad.
Here's what he said. See how this sounds compared to what we just heard from Kamala's subordinate. He said on X, with 70% of the votes in already, there's still 30% out. But the chances are insurmountable right now. It's mathematically almost impossible. But I will not call Senator Kaine until 100% of votes are in. And he goes on, right? So that sounds a lot like what her campaign subordinate said.
Hey, Sharon, hello and good evening. Too bad to see New Hampshire fall to the dark side again. But you got a Republican governor, so who knows? That might be good. Praise be to God. Hopefully you're feeling well. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. iCatholic Mobile, David. Breaking news: ANX forecast Trump will win Florida. Seriously.
Pennsylvania's at 90%.
That was like 5 hours ago.
All right, Josh Shapiro, time to just declare it, because there's only 10% of the votes still left to count, and Trump is up by 3.3%.
Gunslingers in the house.
215,000 vote edge.
The New York Times has it as 92% in, with Trump having a 221,000 vote lead.
Yeah, at this point, call it. Call Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's time for Josh Shapiro to put on his big boy pants.
This is time for Josh. This is time for Josh Shapiro to show presidential leadership, to put himself on the national stage and get his name out there for the 2028 run that he wants to make so badly. Plus, this is a little payback for him.
He can come out and he can say, first, I want to thank Kamala Harris for not choosing me.
That would be vicious.
Because I could have delivered Pennsylvania, but I don't know about Wisconsin and Michigan.
I just want to. I'm so grateful to Kamala's team for not bringing me on board, because man, that would have ruined my career. And I'm just glad to not have that.
Let's face it, Josh Shapiro is going to look like Ronald Reagan compared to Gavin Newsom.
Ooh.
That's why I really hope that the nominee next time is either Ron DeSantis or J.D. Vance.
It's going to be JD, right? You think it's going to be
probably
JD?
I think it probably will be. I expect to see Ron DeSantis as his vice president or in an administration. And I expect you'll see Ron DeSantis try again, and hopefully he'll have more self-confidence and won't wear those silly shoes. Do you have any idea how much that destroyed him, those silly shoes he was wearing?
Mm-mm.
Who was wearing the shoes?
Ron DeSantis. He was wearing these shoes that gave him like an extra 6 inches of height or something.
Are you serious?
But it was obvious that they were like, that there were these boots that he put his feet in, and it looked like he was like tiptoeing away around like high heels, but they were designed to look like real boots.
4 minutes ago, Debbie Lesko, Republican County Supervisor, won Maricopa County. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
1 minute ago, Kamala had a historic, flawlessly run campaign, according to Joy Reid on MSNBC. Flawlessly run campaign. That seems legit. Seems
and then points
legit.
to endorsements from Queen Latifah and Taylor Swift as examples.
Queen Latifah's still alive?
Let's read.
I haven't heard of Queen Latifah in years. I didn't know she was still alive. That's amazing.
She acts.
What?
She was the star, if I'm not mistaken, of a remake of The Equalizer, where she played the Equalizer.
TV show.
Yes. The TV version of this.
That's
and
kind
a
of
role
scary.
Denzel Washington perfected recently in a remake of an 80s TV show.
I love Denzel Washington
With
as
Robert
an actor.
McCall.
Yeah. She's playing Robert McCall, basically.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I like Denzel. Denzel's a great
I'm
actor.
dating
man.
myself when the original 80s Equalizer.
I grew up on that. I loved that one. The Jaguar, the Jaguar. I mean,
So Wisconsin is up to 88% in.
And Milwaukee has 61% of its votes in.
Can we admit it now that he's going to win Wisconsin?
Every county in Wisconsin has reported in, has got numbers in now. It's time. It's time.
According to the AP, 84% of the vote has been counted in Wisconsin, and he's still up by 3 points. He's going to win Wisconsin.
Right. So here's if you give him the 19 electoral votes from Pennsylvania and the 10 from Wisconsin, that's 29 plus the 248 that I'm looking at on Newsmax puts him well over 270. It's time.
They're just dragging it out.
Well, they're just dragging it out in Arizona too. That's been stuck at 55%.
They're going to drag out Arizona for two. They're going to drag out Arizona for
New
2
York
more
Times.
weeks.
New York Times just updated it to over 95% chance of victory. Very likely Trump.
Very likely. Good chance. There's a good chance.
Yep, they're like
They just won't be. This is like, you know what? They should start writing encyclicals because it's equally ambiguous. You know what I mean? Like, just give me the fluff language. I like the fluff language. Like, good grief. Hey, by the way, Mike Johnson won his re-election in Louisiana, so he gets to go.
Is that the House Speaker?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth Warren won her re-election to the Senate in Massachusetts. There's a shock.
You're just a barely
Pocahontas
good news
won.
Yeah.
The chance
She got
for
like she got over 61% of the vote. I don't know how you could ever live there, Joe.
I don't know either now.
the chance for the Dems to control the House went down a percentage point.
Kamala Harris put out a memo that says we won't have complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah, this is where you get the campaign. This is where you get the campaign watchers who form a human wall around the actual places where they would try this.
Well, 34 minutes ago, there was a report of large trucks carrying ballots arriving in Philadelphia.
Oh, I know. Good luck
There
to
was
them
a
on that
report.
one.
We don't know if that was true. It's Twitter.
Right.
It's
Again,
on Twitter.
I've always
My
told people
lying
you will
eyes
see
are lying to me?
irregularities every night and a lot of fake news.
This is being reported by the local news there. NBC News affiliate is what it looks like.
Yeah, but the New York Times is already reporting 89% of the Philadelphia County vote in.
Yeah, that's the problem. You're getting the mainstream media basically making it impossible for that to be plausible. Right now, CNN, there's meltdowns happening on CNN. Like, you can't drop off all the. Remember, you yourself said that in 2020, the tone from the media was very, very, very different.
Wait. Here's a news flash. With 150% of the vote in Philadelphia, Harris has flipped Pennsylvania.
150% of the vote in.
They couldn't sell it.
Don't speak too soon, because I'm seeing that Trump just bought Greenland, receiving its one electoral vote.
Trump has a 70,000 vote lead right now in Michigan with 67% in, 88% in Wisconsin. He's up by 120,000 votes. Pennsylvania's at 91. You can't, with the media acting the way they cannot plausibly say, oh, look, we just found all this.
They're being petulant is what they are.
Right. Well, they're also afraid because they remember 4 years ago when Fox called Arizona for like way early, like 3% of the vote was in.
Wesley Hunt won re-election in Houston. Good times.
I think I met that guy.
Box trucks in Pennsylvania. Box trucks, man. How many ballots do you think can fit in the back of a box truck?
Many as you need.
Exactly. How many does you need again? Oh yeah, we got that. Don't worry. Don't you worry. He's coming back.
And that's what the lawyers are for. And their lawyers have been very good about everything.
Yep. They've been preparing. They've had 4 years to prepare.
I would guarantee you what they're going to probably have is law enforcement show up there and look at those trucks and look at how those ballots violate state law. You know, Pennsylvania law does not allow them to stop counting. Right?
Jack Posobiec just tweeted 36 minutes ago that they're playing P. Diddy music at Kamala's HQ event, or they were before they got shut down. Like, talk about tone deaf. Like,
breaking news: New York Times is apparently predicting that Trump has won Pennsylvania. Somebody can go verify that.
It's over. Put a fork in it.
I think they just had it at a very, very high percentage.
It's done.
They haven't called it yet.
Yeah. They have it at 89%.
People are saying, wake up a judge for Allegheny County. All vote-by-mail votes have been posted. 9 precincts will not be reporting their election day totals tonight. We will make every effort to secure the results for this outstanding results and post them tomorrow. Tomorrow there will be no media or observers at the warehouse. Staff will start to inventory the poll bags that return to the warehouse tonight and begin to get a count on how many provisional ballots will need to be reviewed and processed.
Nevada's looking really good.
That's from Jackson from the Epic Times. And so now people are saying, wake up a judge. And I guarantee you that is exactly what's happening right now, is that there's a judge being woken up.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything for Nevada.
I'm seeing it at 75% votes counted. He's got about a 3% lead in
what
Nevada.
Website are you looking at, Joe?
That one's Epic Times, and it's Associated Press data. He's at 247 on the Epic, 251 on Daily Wire, 246 NBC, and 248 Fox. California got called for Kamala Harris.
Oh, it's over, guys.
It is. He didn't even she crushed him there. I was hoping for a tighter margin.
It's astonishing how lost California is.
Yeah, I was hoping for Mateus's sake that there'd be a tighter gap there. Tonquin Park Villa says, "Hey Joe, we are at the end time generation and must not let up, even if Trump wins." I couldn't agree with you more, my friend. This is something I've been saying. I've been criticizing His Majesty Donald Trump quite a bit over this campaign. Friends like Brent Haynes give me a grief over criticizing Donald Trump. But what I say is, okay, fine, we got to vote for him, but what are we going to do to make him into a saint?
Well, and here's the big issue is that the side that just wants to be left alone is always going to lose to the side that wants to win and crush the other side. Conservatives have to stop wanting to be left alone to mow their lawns. Catholics have to stop wanting to just be left alone. We just want to have a seat at the table. We want to be one of the gang here in America. We're all Americans. We're all this. We're all that. You need to start wanting to win and conquer and take over and make what's right. And whether you're doing that within, a system, or whether you're deciding the system doesn't work, so you're going to change the system, that's the goal you have to have. And whether it's, I sympathize with Steve Cunningham's approach of, you really need to actually treat the American system the way that the founders treated it, and work locally and treat the states like they're little nations, because that's what they were originally designed to be like.
Is that Robert F. Kennedy in the audience?
There's so many, there are different approaches. You can debate those approaches, but you need to start wanting to win, not to just be left alone. Because the other side doesn't want to leave you alone. The other side wants to crush you.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jacob. When I do my legal talks and political talks to Catholic groups and people who don't follow the news like we do, and then they learn in shock and horror that some parent had their child taken away from them because they didn't affirm their transgender identity. Mm-hmm. And I show them the other horror stories. I point out to them, how did this happen? I say, while you're going to work every week, while you're raising your family, while you're going to mass on Sunday, the other side is doing this.
Yep.
Because this is their religion. And in that sense, we're always at a disadvantage because this isn't, politics isn't our religion.
Yeah.
But this is their religion. And it's the most important thing to them. And so they go out and they work for it. So for us, in a way, it's a sacrifice to give up time and to go get involved. But we have to think of it as self-defense. If we don't get involved, you're right, we'll lose.
Yep. Hey, by the way, Father Matthew Schneider, LC, not one of my faves, but anyway, he pointed out that he said, quote, some sad news tonight. Abortion won places that it was on the ballot. He's linking to New York Times here, but he's got a little screenshot here.
75% of the Nevada vote is in.
He's got a little screenshot here. Maryland, question 1, right to reproductive freedom. Yes, it won 75%.
Yeah, Newsmax has it at 53, with Harris leading by 1.6%, 1.8%.
Missouri,
I don't think that's going to hold.
Missouri passed their abortion amendment. Colorado passed their abortion amendment. New York passed its equal protection of law proposition. Florida, of course, stood their ground, said no. Arizona said yes. Montana said yeah. Montana, let that sink in. Nebraska, yes. South Dakota stood their ground, said no. Nevada, we're waiting to hear.
You're not going to solve this. I don't think people are going to solve this problem with legislation, and this is where I break with most other people on our side of things. That this is an evangelization problem.
Agreed. It is.
Catholics and Christians more broadly have decided to become part of the "we just want to be left alone" crowd, and this is the price you pay for that.
That's exactly
Tucker
that's exactly
Carlson's
right.
in the house.
I was talking with
you can ban it once you convert the culture.
Right, exactly. I was talking with a friend of mine who's evangelical, very religious, a few years ago, and he said something to the effect of, and a lot of evangelicals have this attitude. He said something to the effect of, "It's not my job to save a sinful, fallen culture."
I don't know about that.
Well, whose job is it?
New York Times is giving Trump a greater than 95% chance of winning PA.
This is why I gotta keep saying, when are
Why
they
don't they
gonna
just
call this?
call it? It's over. It's just to say it. It's okay.
They are again.
Admitting
they are
it
trying
is
to
the
drag it out,
first
and they don't
step,
want to be the first.
and you just feel better when you just admit. Just let it out.
Michigan is at 70% in. Trump has a 99,000 vote lead in Michigan, 70% in. Wisconsin is at 89% in. Trump has a 111,000 vote lead, 89% in. Nevada's at 67% in. Harris has a 0.3% lead. That's down already from when I looked at it a minute ago.
The AP has 75% of the Nevada vote in, with Trump in the lead by about 35,000 votes.
Yeah. So, look, this is an electoral victory for him. They just got to call it. Right now, Newsmax has Trump at 251.
This feels exactly like 2016. They did not want to call it. They just refused. They were like, "Well, we're still going to see."
I think 2016 went way past midnight, as I recall. Legitimately. It was extremely close.
It's 1:13 in the morning, East Coast. They have.
Here's something interesting. Minnesota's at 62% in. Harris is up by 2.7%. Actually 3.7%, but her lead is only 75,000 votes. And there's still a ton of counties that haven't even counted in yet, including Olmsted County, which has Rochester in it, as well as some of the commuting counties around Minneapolis. So, yeah, I'm not too super hopeful.
Mm-hmm. I've switched to the AP website. It looks like they have the fastest numbers, which they should, since they're supposed to have correspondence all around the country.
Kamala HQ has shut down their Discord chat as of about half an hour ago.
It's over.
There's a sign for you right there.
They were getting sleepy.
If they wanted, I know that's. I think shutting down their chat, that's like Joe shutting down his Telegram chat. That's like if they had it in their heads that they were going to keep rallying support, for something or the other, I think they'd keep it open.
Yeah,
that's like they're raging and they just shut it down. They're like. They're going to go hide.
I guess I'm wildly optimistic that I don't really, if I went to bed right now I don't expect to wake up to hear crazy stories about ballots showing up in the middle of the night. Like
well,
we
did you hear the press release that the press statement Kamala Harris's campaign made that said that Wisconsin won't be called between 3 and 5 in the morning?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I heard that earlier, but I don't know.
Which raises
Carrie
the
Lake
question
finally
of
tweeted.
What'd she say?
It's time for the fake news to call this race. We all know Trump won. MAGA is staying up late to hear President Trump's victory speech, no matter how late it is. So she's not talking about herself.
All the who's are hanging out at the Trump rally right now. I've seen some interesting
I don't
faces.
see you there, Joe.
That's true, because I'm not one of the who's. I'm hanging out here with the cool kids. Praise be to God.
All the who's down in Whoville.
All the who's down in Whoville. I saw John Voight a minute ago. That was neat. John Voight, Tucker Carlson, RFK. Who knows?
So if you mentioned tornadoes earlier in my state, 75 tornado warnings issued in November so far.
75.
It all happened in one weekend.
what state is that?
Oklahoma.
Oh, sorry about
that. November's not the biggest time of the year for us for that usually, but October usually has a small season, and we just had a hot, dry October, and then suddenly we got moisture while it was still warm, which is the combination you don't want.
Well, good thing they're not seeding the clouds or anything.
Yeah.
Not to harp on about that.
Oh.
I would love for somebody to come out on the stage and let's get this party started anyway. I'm ready. We're at 251 now for Daily Wire, 246 on NBC.
I think they're waiting for like New York Times or someone to just call one more state.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, PA especially.
If they do Pennsylvania, the rest the dominoes fall because she doesn't have a path to victory without Pennsylvania.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Republicans have control of the Senate. The House races, they are still in control of the House right now. Brent, do you have any idea how we're doing on the House races? Did we lose Brent?
Yeah, the New York Times still has only called 183 Republicans, 154 Democrats. So
Newsmax has it as one seat gained by the GOP, 194 to 170 for the Democrats, which means there's a lot left out.
The real question is, somebody who's familiar with New York needs to tell us if we held those seats that we flipped in the last few years. Jacob.
Wisconsin has now hit 90% in, and Trump's lead is still 111,000 votes. Arizona is now red at 0.8 with 56% in. Nevada is now red with 71 on Newsmax. I know 75 earlier. There's none of these candidates option that 1.1% of people in Nevada voted for.
Well, and in Pennsylvania, now they're saying 89% of the Philadelphia County vote is in. 89%.
Yeah.
And Trump is still up almost 200,000 votes.
Yeah, so they should be calling. They should be calling the Pennsylvania. Nobody. They're not going to scare anybody out of line by doing that.
Someone posted a pic of Treebeard the Ent from Lord of the Rings and said, "We are ready to announce that Pennsylvania will be called soon."
I saw a meme of posted by Joshua Mercer from Catholic Vote with a picture of the good Cardinal Dolan, wink wink, from New York, sipping a glass of wine. It looks like it says, "Maybe don't skip the Al Smith dinner next time."
Yeah.
I don't know.
She skipped the Al Smith dinner because they wouldn't let her have a teleprompter.
I don't think Catholics care whether or not Kamala Harris went to the Al Smith dinner, frankly.
I think they care about what she thinks of the Knights of Columbus.
Right. Or just of Christianity in general.
Here's an interesting bit from the reaction from the world. Stocks in Asia are rising as U.S. election results come in. Tweeted 1 minute ago by Charlie Kirk.
There you go. Hey, do I still have time to put money down on Trump to win?
Nope.
Yeah, right.
CNN.
Too late.
This is again very, very bad news for Kamala 1 minute ago.
1 minute ago. Oh man, any minute I expect to see someone walk on that stage. I don't want to miss it like I missed the Kamala Harris one. Hey, there's the brick suit dude. I see him posting on Twitter now. I was watching him dancing earlier on the video there.
Raj is there?
Brick suit is his Twitter handle.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Brexit dude.
No, I wish.
So that's what you said. I was like,
Texit. Can we do it like a Texit thing? That'd be great.
I think Farage was campaigning with Trump the other day, wasn't he?
Not surprised.
So someone who's here to get on Twitter gave some information for context for Arizona and Nevada. They say Nevada is a so-called red mirage state, meaning their election day votes come in first. Arizona is a blue mirage state, meaning their early votes come in first. That's why it's so close. And I will add that caveat that in normal years, that's probably accurate, except a lot of Republicans voted early by mail where they had that option this year. So who knows?
Yeah, I went to vote early last week, and then the line was so long I had to leave and go to mass. And so I went ahead and voted on election day today, and the place was empty. There were like 10 machines and only 3 voters.
Really?
Yeah, in the 4th largest city in the United States.
4th? Come on, man. We've surpassed Chicago.
I don't think we passed them yet, have we?
I don't know. We're neck and neck anyway.
I'm hearing reports that Fox has called PA.
Whoa.
Yeah, they just called it. They just called it.
It is over.
There you go.
That's
Come
it.
on,
Game over.
Who's displaying that? No one. No one's showing that. Newsmax
Charlie
doesn't
Kirk,
have
Fox
it.
News is called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
But
yeah,
they've not
no, I've got
their-
the TV on here. They've called it.
Decision Desk HQ projects Donald J. Trump wins the presidential election in Pennsylvania.
Kayleigh McEnany.
270. Daily Wire's got him at
co-host of
270.
McEnany.
Decision
Kayleigh
Desk
McEnany
HQ.
has just said President Trump has won the election and will be the 47th president of the United States.
Decision Desk HQ projects that former President Donald Trump has won enough electoral votes to win the presidency. They're calling it, folks. They're
Well,
calling
good
it.
night, everybody. This was great. I'm so glad you hung out, but I'm
Black
going
pillars,
to bed.
you're
In
all
fact,
go-
I just refreshed the Newsmax map, and it flipped Pennsylvania to red and flipped it over to 270 electoral votes for Trump.
Yes.
There we go.
Daily Wire
There
is
you
showing
go.
270 as well right now. So that's it.
Okay, well, you know what, guys? Do you want to hear a beautiful example of cognitive dissonance? MSNBC's website still reads, while we can't be certain who will win the presidential election, we can predict one thing with high certainty tonight. Donald Trump will claim he won.
Yes, sir.
I approve.
And there you go.
Hey, they're right. He will claim.
He
he
will
won.
claim
Yes, he
that.
did.
That's almost prophetic of them. That's amazing. Oh, wow.
Exciting.
I'm still looking for the shenanigans. I'm trying to save bookmarks for the morning.
You know, I thought we had a good amount of people watching, 1,400 right now. Then I see that Benny Johnson has 194,000 people watching his election night coverage.
Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I wish it was better, but I was pretty happy with the crew we had tonight. It was amazing.
Yeah, I was too.
Great
I was
crowd.
too.
We had a wonderful crowd.
Albie, good evening to you.
I was making fun of the people who were blackpilling, but we
Maria
love you too.
TR, thanks for hanging out tonight. Says, thank Cardinal Burke and Father Ripperger for their prayers. We have all been praying hard. Yay and amen. Catherine says, fantastic. Tunquin Park Villa says, hey, Joe, I saw that the Prophet Daniel saw. I saw what Prophet Daniel saw. Pray because the great war is coming. I do believe it is. Carol, and we're glad you're here. Joseph Miguel Marquise Campo. Hello, my friend. Says, God bless you, gentlemen. Father Jose Miguel, a diocesan TLM Oviedo, from Spain. Oh, that's super cool. Thank you, Father, for hanging out with us today. Praise be to God. We love to have you here. Just me. Hello from Australia, from down under. What is it? It's got to be early morning, or is it at mid-after day there? What time is it there? Michelle Norleen, hello and welcome. Praise be to God. Lark Song, hello. Thanks for hanging out. Amanda, glad to see you here. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Mimi. Alaric, Ave Maria. Sandra Diaz. Amanda. Alexander. Hello from Italy. Oh, what part? I loved Italy, man. Italy was awesome. Praise be to God.
Now people are now saying that Alito, Roberts, and as much as they don't like saying it, Thomas must retire. Trump can ensure a right-wing supermajority of the Supreme Court for decades.
I love Clarence Thomas, but he should retire. He's actually not that old. For Supreme Court justices, he's actually not that old.
How old is he? Is he 60s or something?
Yeah, I think he's like early 70s, but which is not real old for a Supreme Court justice. But for the good of the country, he should retire. And he's been on the court for about 30 years, 35, 40 years. So it's not like he hasn't had his chance.
Genoa, that's super cool. Praise be to God. I've been to Italy a few times, and it's a very beautiful place. If I had the money, I would buy one of those abandoned stone cottage farmhouses in the Dolomites. Man, that'd be so amazing. Be so awesome.
You can get a house for almost nothing in southern Italy.
I don't want to live in southern Italy. I want to live in northern Italy. I want to live.
Yeah, nobody would. That's why you can get it for almost nothing.
Well, you can get some good deals up in the Dolomites too. I mean, it's not that expensive. The problem is you have to renovate all that stuff, and that's not easy.
Exactly. They make that a condition of ownership.
That's right. Same thing in Portugal. You can get some great deals there too, and everybody from England's moving there right now.
Yeah, I hear they're starting to react against that.
Well, it's interesting because there's an effect that happens to the locals, right? You get all these foreigners that come in, and they
just
have
like
money.
Californians moving to Texas,
right? And it changes the economy. And can the locals afford that? That's the question. Not always. No. I see a report here from Stephen Crowder. Stephen Crowder, friend of the show. Says Pennsylvania lawyer, this was 52 minutes ago. Fate of our nation is in a mysterious box truck convoy. New workers are coming in to count votes. We are following this closely. Stay tuned for updates.
I saw that, and I expect the lawyers are going to be involved with that one.
Yeah.
When was that posted?
52 minutes ago from Stephen Crowder.
Because the numbers I've heard for the amount of provisional ballots that were outstanding would not alter this at all. But you don't need that many box trucks either.
Right, exactly.
So
that's why I asked how
lawyers
many
will
fit in
have
the
a
box
field
truck.
day, and I'm going to remind you, the GOP integrity teams have been winning literally everything that they bring before judges. My suspicion is the judges don't want to have have their own legacies and their own reputations destroyed by letting something like that happen again.
Well, also the Republican lawyers, the Republican political campaigns just weren't prepared legally in the past, and they learned that lesson the hard way. So this time they were better prepared.
Yeah.
Well, let's pray that's true anyway. Brett Baer, Fox News Decision Desk, can now project that former President Donald Trump will win Pennsylvania. This is the most important victory for Trump so far. He is now 3 electoral votes away from winning presidency. Well, not according to Daily Wire.
Trump expected to address supporters soon.
I know.
I'm waiting because it's mathematically impossible in Wisconsin for her to catch him.
Yeah, it's getting mathematically impossible in all of them except for Arizona.
Didn't I say that earlier, Brent? And you were like, "Oh no, there's still a bunch of votes."
You said it too. You said it too early.
Trump is leading in Arizona right now, but there's still a lot of ballots to count. But
they're going to be counting ballots there till Christmas. They have a stupid system out there. They should just do a dual ballot where they have a federal ballot that they count election night, and then they can count their state stuff however long they want to do. That doesn't bother the rest of us. They should just give everybody a federal ballot and a state ballot.
T-Storm says there's fireworks going off outside their home. Wow. 12:30 at our time. That's crazy.
It's almost as if people don't like Kamala Harris.
It's almost. I'm starting to get the feeling here. I'm getting a wee suspicion. A wee suspicion.
Is she like when was the last national candidate, presidential candidate that was that poor of a choice? That poor.
No, seriously, never. I've tried to. It's not like I'm intimately familiar with the history of Chester A. Arthur, but I've tried to think back through every presidential election with the candidates going back, over 200 years now, and I just cannot think of a poorer political candidate from a major.
Even the big landslides, it wasn't because those were like historically awful opponents. It's just because everything was falling in line for the winning candidates.
Look at Jimmy Carter. Look at Jimmy Carter. He was an incumbent who got crushed by Reagan in 1980. But Jimmy Carter, for all of his faults, he's not a stupid man. He was a nuclear engineer.
Yeah.
Well, there was also, I think the reason that this race was even this close is because of the media.
Mm-hmm.
The media is far more corrupt now than they were 40 years ago.
Yeah, or at least far more openly corrupt.
Openly corrupt. I mean, the media has always been a problem. You can go read up on.
It was Nixon who said the press is the enemy.
Yeah. So we are operating in a different kind of media environment, and I think alternative media helped win this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Is that Trump giving a speech, or is that a song?
Someone has a picture here of the lady from Dune, one of the Bene Gesserit, saying our plans are measured in centuries, and someone captioned it "the Amish" after flipping Pennsylvania.
Man, I kind of wish it was Catholics getting talked about that way, though.
I know exactly.
Imagine if imagine if Catholics had given 80% of their
Trump won with Catholics, and I think he won.
Trump
won with Catholics, and I think he won really big with. I didn't see the exact numbers. Someone was saying he won really big with white Catholics, that's taking away the the southern border issue, like with whether you're identifying as a Catholic or not. I'd be interested to see. I want to see some polls about practicing Catholics, that sort of thing, or like Catholics who attend mass at least weekly type of thing.
Yeah.
So here's a headline from CBS News: double haters going for Trump over Harris. Harris edges out Trump on favorability, but there are about 8% of voters who don't have a favorable view of either candidate, sometimes called double haters. And so those voters are going for Trump over Harris. So Harris can't even win the candidates who hate the voters who hate both of them.
We live in a world where Ruben Gallego is going to the Senate. Ugh. The guy is like an avowed socialist. We're now 91% in for Wisconsin. They can call this one at any time too, because literally 110,000 votes separate the two of them.
Yeah,
just end the farce. Call that one, and then we can get Trump to come out and give his victory speech, and then I'll prepare for my normal live stream and live stream a little earlier than usual so I can then get some sleep.
Sleep. What
All right, did he make the speech? Did we get the concession from Kamala Harris, or?
No, she's asleep. She's sleeping off her box wine.
Yeah.
I think she's probably having a cocktail right about now, or she's probably about on her fourth or fifth.
That's right. Oh man, where's that comedian lady who impersonates her? Where has she been on Twitter?
They should have sent her out for the concession speech.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh man. 52 minutes ago, Steven Crowder's election coverage has revealed that new poll workers are showing up in Pennsylvania out of the blue, pun intended, to help count votes.
So the reason that they're saying Trump won, even though the media says he's 3 short, is because no one's called Alaska yet. And Alaska has 3 electoral votes, which will give him 270 in the presidency.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
But that's why.
When do their polls close? Do they have any across the international date line?
I hope not.
I think their polls close at 1 a.m. November the 6th.
Associated Press has not called PA for Trump.
No, nobody has. Nobody has except Fox. Give them credit.
Decision Desk HQ has called PA and the election for Trump.
Oh, that's their joint thing for the media.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but none of their but none of their websites are broadcasting that.
Decision Desk HQ.
No, like the that's the ABC, CBS, NBC. That's their combined effort, right?
I don't think so.
Alaska closes.
I thought American web. Okay, hold on. I'm looking up at. Here's their Wikipedia. They're an American website that focuses on reporting election results in the United States. The company's president is Drew McCoy. It uses some sort of AI stuff. You got a headline. Live election updates. Harris's path to victory grows less forgiving 5 minutes ago from the Associated Press.
Less forgiving. Wow.
Okay, well, this is from Fox News's website. Trump expected to address supporters soon.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Hey, Fisher hung on to her Senate race in Nebraska.
Who did?
Oh, I'm sorry, that broke up.
Who won? Wait, who in Nebraska?
Fisher in the Senate. That was the Republican.
That's Trump's daughter
there.
Is that Laura?
That was the Republican that was in danger in Nebraska. It was like a serious danger. It looked like.
Anchorage closed an hour and a half ago. It is on the board here. So it's 26% counted. And
Newsmax has called Alaska
strongly
already.
Yeah, so it's over. Like, let's just have mercy on the country and let's call this thing.
Especially for those of us with insomnia.
And those of us that got to start prepping for a show. Well, Millie, we're great. We're glad you were a part of it. Thanks for being on today. We appreciate your positive feedback for our show tonight, our coverage tonight, our collaboration with so many tonight. That's been amazing and fun. Praise be to God. Thank you, David, our good friend at iCatholicMobile.com. Your daughter's is VP of Digital Strategy for MAGA Digital. That's awesome. Good for you. M. Campbell. Fox also called Arizona in 2020.
Yeah, but they called Arizona way too early. That's why everybody was so afraid to call things tonight.
Yeah.
Michigan is at 74% in. Trump has over 100,000 vote lead in Michigan. Wisconsin is at 91% in with 114,000 vote lead.
Wow. I don't know how they keep going. Like, you think they're just sitting there strategizing, thinking, man, there's got to be a way. Let's run the numbers again.
Saying like, like just out of sheer stubbornness, they might be just saying, well, we got to wait till 100% are reported.
Do you think?
Yeah, they're being obtuse at this point.
Well, and psychologically, they just can't bring themselves to do it. They'll seize on any excuse.
Will Kamala concede?
I doubt it. I think she'll just go away.
So we're
if she's smart, she'll concede.
Well, no, but seriously.
So we're going to have to wait for these votes to be certified then, to officially say, to technically say.
Well, right? But that's always true. That's what happens in January. That's why January 6th was such a big deal.
Whoa.
What now?
Oh, I've got somebody just tagged me in this thing from the Nevada's Secretary of State office. Let me share this with you. Because, I mean, it's basically calling Nevada. Take a look at this. Then we scroll down, and what do you see?
Hold on. I can't see your desktop just yet. Let me stop sharing mine. that might make it possible for you to share yours.
I see a picture of Nevada.
Yeah. What do you notice about it?
I'm not seeing anything.
Scrolling down.
Tiny little blue chunk at the bottom.
Yeah. And so U.S. President, Vice President, 4-year term, Trump, Donald J. and Vance J.D., 51.08%. Harris, Kamala D. and Walz, 47.35%. Let's see. And then has the rest of the thing. I mean, this looks like the calling of Nevada. Unless I'm missing something. Unless their website is just terrible.
I agree.
And how many electoral votes are they worth again? 6. So now he's at 276.
276. Right now, Daily Wire has him at 270. Fox News, 267. NBC still at 246. What? That was like 3 hours
it's called
ago.
Cognitive dissonance, Joe.
They just can't admit it.
They can't admit it. No, they just can't bring themselves to.
Well, what they're probably hoping for is those trucks. Will magically flip this for them. Instead of kicking off the next 3 months of just a nasty, nasty legal fight.
Yeah. And they want to be the last ones to, concede it.
It's going to be very fascinating to see how tomorrow goes, especially with some of the punditry out there and how they are going to talk about this. So, like, already we saw, what's her name? Miss Reed from MSNBC. Oh, yeah, Kamala ran the most perfect election. Like, you talk about cognitive dissonance. I just think it's
the media
flat out
gave
denial.
her the most perfect election.
Total denial of the facts.
Yeah, if Trump runs the board on the rest of what's available, he gets to 312. If he's at 276 now. At some point, Nevada will update. But he could run the board. There's an outside chance he could take Minnesota, which again would be just artistic if he did that. But I don't think that's going to happen. But it looks like he could hit 312, assuming nothing untoward happens. And weirdly, I'm not a huge fan of Steven Crowder, but you know what? If he's using his actual resources to do some James O'Keefe style on the ground reporting, then that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Especially we can prevent these kind of things from happening, which I think was the entire purpose of why he did this, why he started doing that, was to prevent that stuff from happening.
And again, part of it is that they actually have footage and reports from on the ground of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like before, we just had vague rumors and reports on Twitter. This is like people filming it, people reporting it.
Yeah, and then they bring the cops over.
We're forcing Milwaukee to recount their votes. Like that's far and away an improvement over 2020. They were prepared this time.
News Nation's called it for Donald Trump.
There you go. That's another one. That's a right-wing media outlet. Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen 1 minute ago says, looks like we did pretty well. I'm thinking the popular vote is going to drift up still. It's been drifting down slowly. He's at about 4.8 million votes.
New York Times is still predicting 1.2% for Trump on the popular vote.
1.2% would be, 600,000 votes when you're talking about 65 million votes?
RSBN, what is that? Is that Rebel News?
No, Right Side Broadcasting.
Right Side Broadcasting.
That's another, like pro-Trump kind of.
They called Trump. They called Pennsylvania for Trump.
They're the ones who are on. If you have ever opened up YouTube on a weekend during the campaign and you saw Trump rally on your live stream options, that was them. It was almost always them. Oh, Decision Desk HQ says the GOP are now the slight favorite for taking the House.
The slight favorite. Well, right now, according to NBC, it's 195 Republicans to 166 Democrats, with still some in play. Oh man, let's see, all this is very old.
Oh, it's good if you take the House.
John Ziegler says, can someone explain how Trump had the 2020 election, his claim about it, thank you, YouTube, from him while he was president of the U.S., but somehow won by a clear margin while out of office as a convicted felon? Oh, I can tell you exactly how that happened. It's called everything was shut down in 2020.
And 30% inflation in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And I just think people got
it was
exhausted.
too big to rig this time around. Like
oh, by the way, people are now celebrating that Alan Lichtman was wrong. He's the guy. He's a political scientist behind the 13 keys, and he threw them all out because he didn't like Trump. When Trump was literally hitting every one of his 13 keys for winning the presidency.
Oh man.
So you got Ann Seltzer and him, match made in heaven.
Kyle Becker calling it for Donald Trump.
Atlas Intel, Barris, Trafalgar, Insider Advantage, Rasmussen were the most accurate pollsters in this cycle.
Pennsylvania is cheering right now.
They should be.
Yes. I want to see. I want to see video of what Kamala's up to right now. She's probably knocking on the door at the White House to Joe Biden. You need to get out of bed.
Did you all hear that news report that she takes anxiety medication?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be
honest.
surprised.
I mean, think about that. A president of the United States who has to take anxiety medication?
There are things that disqualify a person, and that should be one of them.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you might remember Thomas Eagleton.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't he? He was the vice presidential candidate for, what was it, Nixon?
No, the Democrat.
Johnson? Or was that...
I think it was McGovern.
McGovern. Oh, yeah.
McGovern.
Yes.
And he destroyed himself. He got destroyed because his doctor, I guess, violated the oath, the secrecy oath they take for the good of the country.
Right.
Why do you think Donald Trump is waiting to take the stage at this point? What's he waiting on?
Well,
one more state?
Well, I mean, look at he was joking, or I mean, he's pointing out their psychological problems, but look at that article on MSNBC. I mean, the headline to that article is Trump will likely declare victory early. Don't jump to conclusions. It is unlikely that the vote counting will take quite as long this time, but we should still prepare for the vote counting to take a few days at least.
Well, yeah, except now he's now got establishment-friendly media calling the race for him. Has the New York Times called it yet?
No.
Mark Cuban's conceded the race.
In Wisconsin,
it's 92%.
I didn't know Cuban was running.
Well, why hasn't Wisconsin been called?
It's 92% in. Call it.
Yeah.
I'm on the mind they should be calling Michigan. Michigan is at 75%. He's up 3 full points over her in Michigan. Call the race.
Call the race. 73%.
Well, Wayne County is still 2/3 out, so she probably can't catch him. But I don't blame them for waiting as long as Wayne County is out. But
I say call the race.
They haven't called Pennsylvania or even Wisconsin at this point.
Call the race because it begins the post-election phase of this, which is entirely in Harris's court now. She could become, this isn't going to happen probably, but she could become almost the hero of this story by not dragging this stuff through the courts, by not making this stuff last forever, by calling for healing, calling for people to, just get the election done with when the House has to deal with it. She could do all of that. And she could save actually a lot of face. She will go and she will end up looking like the best behaving presidential candidate loser in 12 years since Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could
do that.
She could.
Are you
and she would gain a modicum of respect from me from that and from a lot of people.
He's going to come on stage.
Trump's coming on stage?
Okay, they've called Wisconsin. Fox News has called Wisconsin.
Nice.
Yeah, good.
Joe. Oh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was distracted by women possessed in chewing out their boyfriends for voting for Donald Trump.
Someone, Colleen in the chat is saying that Trump is going to speak.
Oh, is it?
Well, we should carry that.
I'm not sure.
Okay, hold on. Let's listen.
Areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the
Y'all can hear that, right?
Yeah, the place is going nuts.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I need to share.
So Mark Cuban said, "Congrats, Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. Hashtag Godspeed."
Wait, P.S. Don't send the IRS after me.
Exactly. Exactly what that is.
Nope. Mark Cuban wants to run for president. He wants to be the left's Trump.
I hope you're not serious.
I am serious. He wants to run.
Oh my gosh.
I think he'd be easy to beat, actually.
Probably, but still.
Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime figure.
Could you imagine
like
if
Obama was? You don't get these kind of guys.
No, that's true. He has that connect. He just has that connection. Somehow.
If Mark Cuban wants to run, could you imagine if Elon Musk decides to run against him? Oh, Elon wasn't born here. Yeah, darn it to bitsies. Hey, by the way, it seemed to be okay for Barack Obama, but okay, fine. You don't want Elon to run. It's fine with me. Whatever. Hey,
well, we can go see if the secretary of whatever in Hawaii will come up with a birth certificate for him, but otherwise,
Fox News has him at 277 right now. 277.
Because they're not counting Alaska. Alaska puts him at 280.
Well, at this point, he's just building his firewall.
Yeah, this is the legal firewall. If he can take Minnesota, or not Minnesota, Michigan, that puts him at 295.
Yep.
And then it's Nevada and Arizona. And from there he gets to 312.
Just want to get a T-shirt made up with Peanut the Squirrel that says "I told you so."
Is that the My Pillow guy?
The Peanut the Squirrel memes were the best. They really were. You know, there were people who made video memes where it would show Aragorn about to go rush at the gates of Mordor.
Yeah.
And he would look over his shoulder and say, "For Peanut." Of course.
Embassy.
Well, did I tell you guys what I did when I went to vote tonight?
What's that?
In Pennsylvania.
Huh.
They had these little things where you had to sit down at a table, and there was like a trifold thing that protected your view from anybody. And there was like maybe 15 people all voting at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm filling out my ballot, I just shouted out, "This one's for Peanut, you bastards."
Yikes.
A lot of people don't get why that story is so salient to people. But if these guys can just come in and do what they did to that family, based on a rumor, they'll do it to you.
Yep,
that's right.
I almost think that caused people to snap. That some people were like, "Fine, I'm done."
No, let me tell you, out of all the cases I've worked, and I tell young lawyers this, deal with crime victims of all kinds, the cases that get the strongest response are the animal cruelty cases.
Oh yeah, they are.
And I have a theory. I have a theory about it, and I'll say to people, because I know you'll find it hard to believe. Sometimes I'll be provocative, but I'll say, "Well, you know why, don't you?" And they'll look at me puzzled, and I'll say, "Because animals have no original sin." And then the conversation goes silent.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to bite on that.
Right, because you just connected the law of man to the law of God.
Yeah.
And that gets into really dicey territory for a lot of people, because most professing Christians don't have a natural law conception. They have a basics, like they kind of intuitively understand that certain things, certain sins are just wrong. Like you see how people react to usury. Most people react to usury correctly. To say there is something intrinsically wrong with charging exorbitant interest for anything.
Yeah.
For more than just getting back the amount of money you borrowed to begin with. Right? But Catholicism has the law tradition. It's also why we're accused of being legalistic by Protestants. You know, I tweeted something about about how, depending on your liturgical tradition in the Latin Rite, the fasting days for this past Friday might have been abrogated. Go check your liturgical practice. If you're the pre-55 liturgy, you still got to fast. The pre-1962 liturgy, it's been lifted. Novus Ordo has been lifted. Go check, right? And I had some Protestant tweet me and go, "Look at how the RCC Church goes and micromanages every little detail of these people's lives." It's like, it's a church founded by Christ on the Rock of Peter. They have the right to tell us when we should be fasting. But you know how it goes.
Yeah, amen to that.
Yeah. That John Voight hanging out with RFK?
Yeah, it was.
Man, what a weird coalition of people, huh?
I know it. It is bizarre.
This is what a political realignment looks like.
Tulsi Gabbard, Ron Paul.
This is what a political realignment looks like.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. This is the last time we had one of these was 1932. I am not a believer that Ronald Reagan was a realigning figure. He was a
he was not
he was a course correction. He took the New Deal coalition and took it from FDR, but kept the New Deal going, just in a more conservative way. It's all he was doing.
Ronald Reagan gave a very articulate, voice to the strains of social and philosophical and libertarian conservatism that had been and anti-communism that had been developing since the 1950s. His predecessor being Barry Goldwater, of course. But yeah, he wasn't. It wasn't a realignment. It was more like the coalescing of people who are going to take some sort of stand.
If you don't know watching this what a realignment is, periodically I tend to be as in the political science debate on this, aligned with the idea that about once a century, you get a figure that fundamentally changes the American presidency and the orientation of the American government and its relationship to its people. FDR was the last one to do that, because before FDR, you saw a lot of push for big government stuff and all that stuff. But FDR was the one who really brought that home. And every president after him has accepted that system. They might have wanted to streamline it. They might have wanted to shrink it down a little bit, or they may have wanted to rapidly expand it, but they all accepted it.
Well, have you read?
We might get to witness the downsizing of this government for the first first meaningful way since FDR.
Have you read F.H. Buckley's book, The Republican Workers' Party? How the Trump victory in 2016 drove everyone crazy.
No.
Yeah, no, it's a long. I haven't had a chance to read it yet either. I've been interested in reading it for a while, but you can tell by the title, it's along the lines of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That it's a realignment. Who would have thought that the Republican presidential candidate would have so dominated the unions that major unions would refuse to endorse?
Well, what you might see next, what you just might see next time, especially if it's Vance, who's smart enough and has the sort of a personal connectivity to this stuff and is hyper charismatic. The guy's like, he's like the next door neighbor you want to have. That's him. He might actually get a union endorsement. And I don't mean like the ICE union. I don't mean that union. I mean like a trade union endorsement if things go well in the next 4 years in the way that people care about.
Today of like Iron Workers Union members coming out and openly saying we're voting for Trump because he saved us before, he will again. We don't care what the union endorsement says.
Yeah. And so
by the way, guys, sorry to interrupt. On FoxNews.com, they're now Donald Trump defeats Kamala Harris to become the 47th president of the United States.
Yeah, they've been on TV. On TV, they've been running the banner Trump elected 47th president. But nobody else, the New York Times, the AP, nobody else is. They won't even call Pennsylvania.
Well, Election Wizard
or
just
Wisconsin.
called Election Wizard just called Wisconsin for Trump.
Trump's lead is growing.
Election Wizard called Wisconsin for Trump. But I'm not seeing that update yet.
Decision Desk may have as well.
This is the time for him to come out. He's got Wisconsin. He's got PA. Time to do it. Let's go, man.
So somebody in the live chat asked if I'm talking about the fourth turning. The fourth turning is sort of like presidential realignment theory taken to like the worldwide or at least Western civilizational level. And that one has this posits that it's a larger time period, but I think it actually lines up with every 80-year periods too, that the entire international system resets itself. And
are you talking about the Westphalian Order?
The Westphalian Order was one of them. The Protestant Reformation was the one before it. I'm not sure what happened 80 years before the Reformation. So that's when my Western history gets a little iffy. But you had the Reformation, and then you had all the wars that kicked off, and then you had the Westphalian Peace, and then after that you had a lot of the revolutions in Europe, and then after that you had the American Civil War, and then after, on and on and on it goes. And it's not exactly 80-year periods, but it lines up pretty well. And the international order looks like it might be resetting. We probably are heading into a bipolar world, where it will be the United States and whoever sticks with us against probably the BRICS nations. Whatever that means, or against China or whatever. I mean, who knows what it'll line up to be. Or it could be something entirely different.
Well, I think, Anthony, the big disadvantage for the United States going forward is the fact that, we are nursing a $35 trillion debt hangover.
Yeah, that's why and I actually do disagree with anybody who says you can't pay that off. You can. You have to radically downsize the government, free up the economy to help make it so people can meet their needs, and you got to curtail spending, and you got to get creative with government revenue.
Someone, what's his name? What is this guy's name? Oh, darn it.
Huh. Oh, by the way, here's an interesting one. A ballot measure in Oklahoma that my wife and I both voted on, passed with 80% of the vote. That ballot measure, you were required to have U.S. citizenship to vote in elections in this state.
What do you know?
We weren't the only ones to pass such one. It'll be in the details. You'll have to actually prove your citizenship. That'll be interesting to see what happens when inevitably the ACLU takes it to court.
Larry Alex Taunton posted a picture of what the Bidens were up to right about now. Happy, very, very happy to hear that Donald Trump has won, defeated Kamala. Boy, tomorrow's going to be very interesting. I cannot wait to hear his first reaction when they wake him up. That's going to be so good.
He's going to say it's a bad dream.
He's going to ask if he still has a path to victory.
He's going to say, where's my MAGA hat?
So what do you think the chances are that Joe Biden goes on TV tomorrow to congratulate Trump?
I think it's huge. I think he's going to.
You think he's going to?
Especially if Kamala hasn't said anything yet.
That would be the ultimate way to stick it to Kamala.
Exactly.
Did you all watch his press conference where, for the first time in 3.5 years, it came out, went into the press room and took questions when she was out on the campaign trail?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just loved it. It was hilarious.
Yeah, Wisconsin's at 92% in.
Yeah.
Life News is saying that Wisconsin got called for Trump.
Well, it's all over then.
It looks like.
By the way, this is the independent media election also. Yeah. I think that is actually why the mainstream media did not want to call this, because they know they're done. That they have to adapt, and they don't know how to do this because they have been propaganda outlets since the time of McCarthy. It's just.
I think that's why, Anthony. That's why I think Jeff Bezos wrote that letter.
Yeah.
In the Washington Post.
It's not just the survival of the Post that he's worried about. I suspect he's worried about the survival of professional media itself, and being replaced by nothing but essentially partisan media, which is really rich. Thinking about it for half a second.
Oh wait, hold on. Is somebody talking now?
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance are backstage.
That's Aisha Hashmi there.
And so now we're just waiting.
Campaign
we asked
reporter.
For a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean,
I got a nasty comment from somebody. No offense, but your live coverage obsessing over the election is disappointing. Was hoping you understood that we are stuck in that word that starts with the letter Z about Israel, matrix, that voting won't get us out of. That person is now banned because I do not put up with that stuff in my comments. It takes a lot for me to kick somebody. Usually it's leading somebody out of the church, but just that stuff, I'm good. And I will be the first to tell you I'm not a fan of our relationship with that country.
Yeah.
I'm not. But
me neither.
It doesn't have anything to do with that stuff. It doesn't. President Trump had the best way of describing it once. You know what he said? We give them an awful lot of weapons and money. They can take care of themselves. That's my general attitude about them.
And as far as the whole everything being a sham and a farce, and you know, it's all a show and it's all theater, like there's a real danger in assuming that everything you see is like that, and that it's all rigged and it's all planned. There's a spiritual danger to your soul and to the way that you see the world and the way that you approach your faith.
This is why I kept saying no black pilling on Twitter.
Yes, no black pilling.
Now, yourself and other people.
Don't
dilute the body politic
in the other direction, and don't willfully reject, you know, things just because you don't want to think about hard subjects. Don't blindly assume that, you know, Trump is going to be your political savior in that way. But the opposite, that doesn't make the opposite true, where it's all just a sham. Like it's not. Evil doesn't always agree with itself. You know, evil is a house divided.
So one of the YouTube pollsters I've watched, he said that almost felt too easy. I'm like, well, lopsided victories tend to look that way.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of 2008 Obama. I watched that one. He got 340 electoral votes that night.
Marcus, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Says none of us think we're voting our way out, but we had a duty to fight Kamala.
Yeah, no, this is just buying time. That's all it is. If you want to save this country, convert your neighbor. Bring them to the church. It would be better for your neighbor who lives as an atheist to become a pious Protestant than what they are now.
Wisconsin.
And I'm not a fan of the heresies out there from that. But it would still be objectively better for them to submit their life to Christ, even erroneously.
Daily Wire has them at 280.
The path this country is on.
280. Wisconsin is officially on the board for Donald Trump. It is over.
Decision Desk HQ, by the way, has bumped the Republicans up to 65.7% House win chance.
Beautiful.
So we may retain.
NBC News projects Trump wins Pennsylvania.
NBC, finally. Let's go.
NBC. I'm telling you, this is the establishment.
Pennsylvania? That was only like an hour or two ago.
Took long enough.
Yeah.
Tough to admit that your entire world is over.
Like, how long can we stretch
By the
this
way,
out?
I used to drive a taxi in Chicago, so all those people that said they'd leave the United States, I'm happy to give them a ride north or south of the border.
There you go, Brent.
That's right.
Take one for the team.
Oh, man.
Let's see,
Carol.
So, yeah, Michigan still has 23% of their vote left to count. Trump is up by 150,000 votes, thereabouts.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is basically impossible mathematically.
So is Wisconsin, 93% in.
Yeah, and
he's up by 3.5 points.
Yeah, they started to call
Wisconsin.
So.
Yep.
Her best chance for a pickup is Nevada or Arizona, and even those don't really look that promising for her. So it looks like the final tally might be the 312 that a lot of the YouTubers I watch who crunch numbers were predicting.
Someone's
weird
reposting,
that they were more accurate.
Someone's reposting the funniest comment they've seen on Reddit tonight, which, for those of you who don't know much about Reddit, very, very lefty, horrible website. For the
And
most
as a
part.
lefty, horrible website, if you ever
Yeah.
go there, put your parental controls on maximum because they allow that kind of stuff on there too. Okay.
It was actually a site that used to be useful, and then it got completely completely
right.
sunk.
So it's like, people complain that Twitter has that problem. It is nothing compared to Reddit.
But anyway, funniest comment I saw on Reddit so far.
ABC News has called Pennsylvania for Trump.
There we go. It's
There it
coming.
is.
What were we saying, Jake?
Yeah.
The funniest comment I saw on Reddit. I guess we really did.
The knees are bending.
Huh. I guess we really did steal the 2020 election.
Oh man. Hey,
a
Jay.
rare moment of clarity from
Jay Patterson. Welcome to the team. Says personally, I hope the Catholic American Solidarity Party grows and catches on. They're far more easy to vote as a Catholic.
They're just pro-life Democrats. That's all they are. They actually adopt and endorse many of the errors coming out of Rome.
Matt
Francis' unilateral
Gaspers.
changes of doctrine.
Mi amigo.
I can never endorse them.
Jay is on the team tonight. Maria T.R. Good evening to you. I just good morning, actually. Now I can say good morning again.
CBS News projects Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania. It's
Well,
over.
Yeah,
well,
it's
thanks,
over. They've
CBS
bent the
News.
knee. They've all bent at the knee.
Exactly.
Which means the only messages you're going to get from campaigns in the near future might be some donation requests for legal support. And that is it. You are probably not going to get the incessant mailers anymore. The TV ads are gone. It's
The
gonna be
text
gone.
messages.
And he won the popular vote.
Mm-hmm.
That cannot be understated in
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I
Because
really
any
didn't think
attempt
he
to
would.
block him from taking office.
Well, all of California's not in yet, though.
No, and it's going to get a lot closer. But I mean, California is 49% in, and he is still up almost 5 million votes.
But we already know what California's going to do. And she can't win with those electoral votes. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the New York Times is still projecting that Trump is going to, where is it?
Get 312 electoral votes and win by 1%.
No, yeah, Trump is going to have 1.2% lead in the popular vote.
Yeah, and 1.2% would probably put him at around 70 million votes.
Yeah.
Which means that there's a lot of vote. I'd like to know what the final voter turnout number was. That's always fascinating.
Yes.
Maine is still not done counting. Of course, that won't change. It'll still be blue at the end of it. Arizona is still looking pretty good. He's got a point there. I mean, it's still halfway to go on that count, though.
Yeah, Arizona. Nothing's gonna happen to Arizona tonight.
Yeah, they're gonna take their sweet time, but it won't matter. He doesn't
It was
need
taking
Arizona
people
to win.
20, 25 minutes just to vote.
Is it just me, or does the Democratic Party really look like they were basically student government candidates with their calling everybody every nasty word in the book, calling everybody bigots?
Man, oh man, the talking points are crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking back about just like the nasty talking points that people buy into and just rinse and repeat all the time, and like the whole racist thing. Like, it's just dumb. Like, of all the things you can complain about Donald Trump, that wasn't one of them,
Yeah.
Like, that's just, that's a distraction. That's not even your best argument. You have way better material than that
What
one.
I love about it was that he was anti-immigrant when he's married to a woman who speaks with an accent so thick she's difficult to understand.
Could be an advantage,
But
I'm just
she's-
saying.
I like her. She's a beautiful woman. I wish she were pro-life, but...
Yeah, me too.
That's sort of like
every time she opens her mouth, you're reminded she's not from this country.
Well, right, and it's sort of like it reminds me of, I think, my favorite one, which is that the Supreme Court was going to ban interracial marriage when Clarence Thomas is in an interracial marriage. It's like, do you do any research before you make these outlandish claims? Because it's just funny.
Well, this election, the numbers with where Trump like more than doubled his previous support with black men and the Hispanic vote, the way he's
huge
performed in
shift.
Hispanic counties, it's crazy. Like he's proving that it's been 9 years of them calling him literally Hitler, and he's done record-breaking numbers with blacks, Hispanics, and Jews.
The name calling about J.D. Vance has already begun, though. The name calling for him. They ran an ad where Trump died of old age in office, and
that was just hideous. It
was out of like central casting.
Yeah, that was just these people. They've lost their minds. But no, Dr. Stine, you were right. This is a realignment along lines of economic and social and cultural identity. It's the working class people who love America and who want to run their own lives versus the people who want to tell us how our lives should be run.
The downside to this realignment, if this is what this is that it is the incumbent duty of every Christian to try to bring their neighbor to the church, which, by the way, was your duty anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're supposed to do that anyway.
Thing, the I want to be left alone, and I'm extremely hostile to anybody who doesn't want to leave me alone, as a political movement, is that it creates an environment that makes it harder to spread the gospel, because they're going to do things on a social front that are going to be very hard for you to swallow.
Oh, that's Vivek.
But the other side will be so bad that you'll feel like you'll have to, because the other side is going to be the party of the hyper-rich people who want to keep the old order in place, who will who will never figure out that Dick Cheney's endorsement was probably a bad idea.
Right. Right.
Jon Stewart had the best take on that of all of them because he remembers.
Yeah.
For all of his faults, Jon Stewart is sometimes right about things, and boy, was he right when he just tore into them about Dick Cheney.
Hey, Johnny Brown says, Joe and Anthony, love your channels. Ave Christus Rex. Greetings from Brazil. Well, praise be to God. Thanks for being on the team today. Up early in Brazil. Glad you're here. Thanks for doing it.
Yeah. Excuse me, Joe.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have to hop soon.
Yes, sir. Well, we appreciate you being here.
I've got a rather full day tomorrow, but I just want to say it was an honor hanging out with you gentlemen tonight.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us.
Good, and reach out to me tomorrow or the next day, and we'll figure out when to have you on for us to attempt a live stream together. The more normal way to talk about the Christmas book, which you all should pre-order. If you actually like A Christmas Carol, you should go read this.
Amen.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to say was the first draft of my memoir about the Reverend Dr. Malachi Martin is pretty much substantially finished, and now I'm going into the edit phase.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
I'm looking forward to that.
And,
so, gentlemen,
the success of the book I showed you all will help make that book, motivate the publisher to give that book the due support it needs.
Well, not only that, but we all know a certain prominent archbishop who was allegedly excommunicated. And my publisher is trying to get him to write the foreword to the Malachi Martin book.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of joy going on in Twitter right now. Jack Posobiec says he had to walk off the live stream he was doing with Charlie Kirk to collect himself and to call his wife and wake up his eldest son because he did it. It was Pennsylvania all along, he says, and it had to be. And he's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yep.
CNN just posted a map of places where Harris outperformed Biden by 3% or more, and it's completely empty.
Oof.
Someone else is claiming. Someone else is claiming that Harris did not outperform Joe Biden in 2020 in a single county.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I've got to depart.
Robert
Again,
Morrow,
thank
God
you
bless
very
you, my
much
friend.
for having
Thank
me
you for
on.
hanging out with us
Sincerely
tonight.
Appreciate it.
Loved
and I'll
having
be in
you.
touch, guys.
All right. God bless you, Robert.
God bless you.
Thank you.
CNN's called it for Trump.
CNN's finally coming around.
That must have really.
Well, the way they put it is Trump's edge grows in race to 270.
Edge. Trump's
yeah,
edge.
His edge goes to 270, and they have Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Sharon, you're amazing.
And light red stripes.
Hold that book up again, Anthony. Hold up Rob Morrow's book again. It's a Christmas book. It's and we're gonna have him on our show as well.
It's called The Ebenezer Scrooge and the Ghost of Christmas Love.
Yeah.
To give you a bit of a spoiler, that's not a spoiler. His wife told him that there was one part of A Christmas Carol that was unbelievable, based off of the specific film version of it, and so he wrote a sequel that fixes it.
Yeah.
And it's on sale now. You can find it on Amazon for pre-order. I don't normally tell you to go to Amazon for things as a primary way, but if you can get this thing to start climbing the list on Amazon, it will help him out immensely with the sales.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. We're gonna get him on our show as well soon, probably next week at some point, I think. Oh boy, I want Trump to come out. Let's do this. What are we taking so long to do? What do you think he's waiting on at this point?
He's probably going over, like, I wouldn't say a written speech because that's not his style, but there's probably something with what he's going to say itself. He's meeting with the Secret Service.
Eric Trump did post a picture of Trump looking over some notes, and it looks like he's backstage somewhere. So
yeah, that's probably what it is, and it's probably honestly meeting his new Secret Service detail.
Mr. President.
He's back.
Once and future president is what I always called him, because most of the time you get suppressed. If you're not explicitly and overtly political channel, you get suppressed. Yep. Especially if you have like a lot of, I figured it out, it's a lot of the overlapping demographics. You know, a Catholic channel talking about politics, nope, not letting that happen. And I will go back after this live stream to talking about things the way I always do. But There's like almost every YouTube channel is doing a live stream tonight.
Yeah, everyone is.
Big night. Big night.
It was a big night.
I love this headline on CNN. With a projected win in Pennsylvania, Trump's show of strength in battlegrounds shrinks Harris's possible paths to victory. And this is under their web page main headline: Trump's edge grows in race to 270.
I like it. So you're saying there's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance. It's just like, this is killing him. You know, this is just killing him.
Oh man. Like, we can't say like there's no chance, but there's no chance. It's absolutely no chance.
New York Post headline says he's done it again.
The brick suit guy who's sitting up front of this crowd today has tweeted they're slow walking state results, but we aren't going anywhere. We are going to see the 47th president-elect here tonight.
Michael Cassidy says, and I agree with this 100%, I don't want fake unity with leftists who have shown their true colors the past 4 years. I want our friends in power and the leftists and the bureaucracy removed from power. Simple as.
I want the Freedom Coalition to have all the power.
Yep. Get them out.
Yeah, that was Trump's mistake his first time.
I want spies out of the parishes.
Too much compromise just for the sake of being, friendly and being the bigger guy. Like, you need to actually go for the win. You need
I
to
want
take
the FACE Act repealed by Congress, not just not enforced, but repealed. Want all the activists who got jailed freed and pardoned with an apology.
Yes, all the J6ers.
All the J6ers.
Do you think he will?
Even the ones who cooperated.
You think he'll pardon them?
Skin, all of them need to get pardoned. All of them.
You think he will?
Oh yeah,
most of them at the very least.
Except or commute their sentences.
Maybe the worst offending ones. Maybe the ones who may have actually hit a cop or something. Those guys, give them whatever the sentence would be for that, and as a normal crime with time served towards it, and in a normal jail somewhere.
Do you think he will pardon?
Majority,
you think he will pardon Hunter Biden?
It would be a good olive branch to extend to.
There are people. Yeah, I know conservatives who are saying what Dr. Stine is saying, that you do that for the sake of political unity. And
Colleen is reporting that Kamala did just concede.
Really?
Where?
That's what Colleen is saying.
Where did you see that, Colleen?
I'm gonna check X now.
Yeah, I'm on X right now. I'm not seeing that. That'd be
Bug Hall. I'll admit Trump's second term was unproductive, but he'll get a lot done in his third term. A guy I follow named Kirsty. He's a baseball account mostly. I'm not a baseball guy.
Benny
He's
Johnson?
He says now that Trump has won, he should govern using the Project 2025 plan.
He should. He should say, I decided to read that finally.
That's actually pretty good. I don't agree with everything in here, but 95% is great.
By the way, I am for a federal abortion ban.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Razor Fist, somebody I like, if you can, YouTuber I like, who does have a bit of a foul mouth, so I can't recommend him to most people. But he does say here, raise your hand if you still want post-election lawsuits to tear the ballot printing Democratic apparatus out by the root. And full forensic battleground state audits. Yes. And not just the battleground states. I find it a little suspicious that a state that is on paper as purple as Oregon is hasn't had a Republican governor since 1986. And that hasn't had its electoral votes go to a Republican since like 88 or 92. I find that a little weird.
I was just reminded.
I'm listening to Benny Johnson here. That's who Colleen claimed that Kamala conceded.
Benny Johnson gets Vivek Ramaswamy on his show and others like him. He gets like Eric Trump on his show. So
I was just reminded that we're going to celebrate America's 250th birthday with Donald J. Trump as our president.
That's the president I want to celebrate the 250th of the options. He's the one.
Can you imagine
how old
it's going to be? I hope there's someone. I remember someone commenting on this as a possibility, and they were saying like, let's get gold-plated tanks in a military parade. Like, let's just go all out, go full. Like the whole shebang for American
plated tanks.
It'd be great. So I haven't seen anything on Benny Johnson's X account about her conceding.
No, I'm listening to his live stream. to see if I hear him talking about it, but I haven't heard it so far.
Did he maybe misspeak, Colleen? Let us know exactly what it was he said.
I can't rewind.
Nothing on Kamala Harris's personal X account. I am not going to check her vice president.
She's not going to concede.
I can't imagine she would.
Man, all these people coming crawling back, Anthony Scaramucci. Congratulations.
Come on, Trump, let's go, buddy. Get out on that stage.
So Matt Gaspers shared something, and I'll just read it. He says, "Tonight has been historic, but let's be clear. The real fight is just beginning. And these need to become more than social media posts. Pray for President real Donald Trump." He's got screenshots of all the Catholic screenshots of the Catholic posts of his. And then it's, he's got a long quote from Pope Pius XII, Mystici Corporis Christi, about the need to essentially pray for leaders and things.
Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
Here we go. Might actually get a nap in. It's going to be great.
The Associated Press has finally called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
Well, hey now, the AP's on the team.
We're going to get a copyright strike for this very low quality rendition of...
you're right.
I'm sorry. Until after the music is done.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm tired and I didn't think about it. Come on now.
It might not be a copyright strike. It might just be a copyright claim.
Be a claim, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Which is usually how it goes. Which just means that all the money that the any ad revenue that the streams might make goes to the copyright holders.
Let's see what he says.
WDW Pro, a YouTube channel that I really highly recommend if you really want to get to know how deep the rot in Disney goes, tweeted this: "People eating Tums, Jack Smith, Anthony Fauci, anyone who went to a Diddy party, squirrel killers, and Disney."
Yeah, anyone who went to it.
They did a video on their channel,
Yikes.
WDW Pro did, of pointing out that Disney actually owns one of the polling companies.
Not surprised.
And that they've been skewing the results on it.
Not surprised.
There's a lot of people up there.
Even NBC said that the Harris go home, I'll talk tomorrow is like Hillary Clinton's concession talk in 2016.
Yeah.
J. Patterson.
I mean, they've lost. Yeah. Michigan is now up to 80% in, and Donald Trump has a 165,000 vote lead over her.
It's over. Everyone knows this now.
Yeah.
Heck,
even
at
75%.
Even the Republicans have gotten on the team here and said, "Hey, we should support Donald Trump."
CBS has taken the same line as CNN. Watch live. Trump expected to speak as Harris's path to victory narrows.
It's narrow. That's so
they just can't bring themselves to admit.
And because of that, do not be shocked if in the next month or so you hear that that certain major news outlets are not going to be allowed in the press pool.
Yep.
I'll tell you what to watch for. Watch to bring out the real diehards. Watch for the people who claim that Trump shouldn't be allowed to be president because he's a convicted felon.
Mm-hmm. Which is why this is on Judge Merchan.
That's all right. J.D. Vance will pardon him.
These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this.
We've got great friends.
Incredible
We've got the best friends.
These are the best friends. Though they're the greatest friends.
And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest
Thank you, Greg.
political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
Okay.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country.
We're gonna fix everything, and then we're gonna play golf.
The reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
At 10 minutes ago, Kamala Harris has reportedly called Trump to concede the election.
10 minutes ago?
That will allow us
Who reported
to
that?
Make
breaking
America
report.
great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in
Looks like
Michigan,
Donald Trump won
Arizona,
Florida by more than
Nevada,
Harris
and
won New
Alaska,
York.
which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you.
Very nice.
The great feeling of love. We
It's
have a great
big,
feeling
it's
of love in
huge.
this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Wow, like that just set in, right? Like, wow.
The Senate races.
That was good.
In Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Wow.
The great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Wow. Whew. Man, do you hear that? A million voices just screamed out in terror at MSNBC.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
New York Times finally called PA for Trump.
Finally.
Didn't the AP already call it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Who has the #1 best-selling
Barron
book in
is
the
8
country.
feet tall. Do you see that?
He's the son of the Nephilim.
Look at that guy.
He's one of the men of renown.
He's huge.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
There's a state representative
and is absolutely
in Arizona melting
remarkable and
down
beautiful
because of
wife,
how long
Usha
Arizona's
Vance.
taking.
And he is a
Bukele
feisty
becomes
guy, isn't
first
he?
world leader to congratulate Trump
You
on
know,
the
I've
election
said,
win.
Who was?
go into the enemy camp.
Bukele.
Bukele for the win.
Certain
I
networks.
like the guy.
A lot of people don't like this.
I'd like to interview Bukele.
He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Poor Cleveland.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Definitely not Mike Pence, huh?
Thank you very much. He's
no Pence.
He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning.
great.
But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come,
Someone
Susie,
tweeted,
come.
feeling pretty unburdened right now, not gonna lie.
Chris,
Apparently Reddit's having some problems right now.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come on, Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump...
You should just let J.D. Vance talk.
Did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in
Somebody posted that Kamala is the projected winner of Ukraine.
Campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell.
Dude, the guy's like a 12-year-old.
He said, we've never made
It's all like the rocket thing.
Yeah.
And it's his go-to at every public speech since it happened. And I can't blame him. It was probably the coolest scientific achievement in my lifetime.
By the way, it looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down and down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying only Elon can do this.
Elon.
I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually.
Everything is embellished.
You know,
I love it.
I was
It's so
president,
good.
and now it looks like
I turned the doorknob. It was the best doorknob. It was the greatest doorknob. Some say the best in the whole world. Yeah.
And especially because you're going to be
Millions and
president
billions.
again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great.
Elon.
I love that he's using his moment of triumph to just talk about Elon Musk.
I know.
And
I mean,
it
hit a big role.
hit North Carolina. They were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen. Water hurricane.
Everything is embellished.
Fields
Everything.
became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
True story.
We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit.
It's just going and going, man.
I like that he looked at a bunch of notes before giving this one.
And then ignored them.
Where is he? Bryson.
The paper just said, thank Elon.
Elon, my buddy.
He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Epic Times headline says, Trump within striking distance.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American
every way,
people
some ways, good ways, bad ways, up ways, down ways. I think they're going to be the best.
He is the funniest president, intentionally and unintentionally.
Like, can you just let JD talk? Just let JD talk. I think you'll be all right. Just let him do all the talking. It'll be fantastic.
He has the best isms. Everybody agrees.
A few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
Bobby.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia.
There are far worse pollutants than oil.
Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby.
Stay off my oil, Bobby.
Paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition.
We've never had so much
seen
history.
anything like it in all of America.
This is the greatest of histories.
Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching.
He just goes on and on.
Analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful.
Catholic Americans? We didn't even get a mention?
Realignment, uniting citizens
We don't usually
of
get
all
hyphenated like
backgrounds
that.
around
No, we don't.
a common
AP
core
says
of
Trump
common
wins
sense.
Pennsylvania,
You know, we're
leaving
the
him
party
3
of common
electoral
sense.
votes
We wanna
shy
have
of clinching the White
We
House.
want to have security. We
Oh,
want to
No,
have
that's
things
what we
be
call
good,
fake news.
safe. We want great education.
Alaska's
We want
going
a
to Trump.
strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Wow.
900, 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me
A great
from keeping
meme just
my
got
word
posted
you,
to our
the people.
Telegram
We will
group.
make
Scream
America
2
safe,
coming
strong,
soon.
prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that.
Viktor Orban has
I saw that in
congratulated
the
Trump
first
on Twitter.
term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it.
Christie, I hope he does
Because together
pardon
we can
all
truly make America
of our pro-life
great again
warriors.
for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I got it. All right. I'm calling it. I'm going to go take a nap.
Yeah.
Just know there were the doomers out there who said we wouldn't know what would happen for several days.
I know.
And you have most of the
Why do
official
you look
media
at me
have
like that
endorsed
when you say that? Why do you give me the eye? Because
my wife showed me that The Hill wrote an article saying the blandest article with the blandest headline possible to express as little joy and endorsement as possible of him winning the presidency again.
Well, happy to say I was on record predicting a win. We didn't take any of the real big surprise states, but
no,
that's all right.
It is all right.
This is the tally at the end of the night, folks. It's, you know,
I think it's going to take. It looks like it's going to take Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona there.
Looks like he's going to get to 312. which is what most of the people I've been following who crunch numbers were expecting.
Yep, a lot of maps were saying
I was wrong in my wishful thinking map for how he could just wrap the whole thing up relatively quickly.
But he was close. He was shockingly close in some of those situations.
Well, yeah, he's only down 5 points in Minnesota. I'm just throwing that one out there. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's going to get to 315.
He's down 5 points in New Mexico. Yeah, so.
Look at that. Isn't
All
that
right,
something?
so.
Actually, gave him DC. Well, he's going to DC, so.
It's time to sign off. I've got a radio show.
Let's wrap this up. I will plan to do my live stream as usual here in about an hour and a half, probably a little earlier than I normally would.
My
just
show's
because I got a lot of caffeine in me right now, so I'm going to go take a break, get a shower.
Amen. My show starts at 7 a.m. Eastern.
I did not pray Compline from the little office. Should I do pray Compline and then take 15 minutes off and then do Matins and Lauds?
I don't know.
Because it's from the little office, so it's not like the super long version of Matins and Lauds. It only takes about 20 minutes to do.
You always have to sit down and kind of work through it.
Yeah. So.
All right, guys. We'll see you on either Anthony Stine's live stream on his Return to Tradition channel or on the Catholic Take program, 7 a.m. Eastern this morning. Love to have you back. Share us with a friend if you're awake. We'd love to do that. But thanks, Dr. Stine. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Brent Haynes. Thank you to all of our guests tonight and all of you who hung out with us, and especially those that were generous in the super chats and all that. God bless you all. Have a great night. God bless you. God love you. And congratulations.
Thank you.
You don't got to deal with Kamala Harris for the next 4 years. God
Praise
is so good.
God.
Amen.